Chapter 3507. Good. Qin Qingyu sneered. He reached out and grabbed the Chongling princess' neck. He shouted, "Since you say so, this Qin will crush Chongling to death." Whatever. Jiang Yuming was a man of few words. He waved his hand and retreated dozens of feet as though he was afraid the Chongling princess' blood would splash on him. A vicious light flashed through Qin Qingyu's eyes. He said with a smile, "Who are you bluffing? You think this Qin does not dare?" As he spoke, his hand tightened. The Chongling princess, who had been silent all this time and seemed to have lost her heart, suddenly turned green. "If you dare." With an angry roar, Xianxia, who had been accumulating his power for a long time, hurriedly urged the leopard to rush up from below without any concern for his own safety. The white lion roared, causing the space around Xianxia and the leopard to rapidly tremble. The leopard was so scared that it pissed its pants and hurriedly flew down. Xianxia anxiously cried out on the leopard, but even if he was angry, what could he do? His cultivation was simply too far away from that of these monsters. Granny Ji and the others were also ashen-faced. They had pinned all their hopes on Qin Qingyu and helped him to defend against the enemy. They had never expected that in the end, Qin Qingyu would betray them and turn his back on them. Looking around Qin Qingyu, no, in the entire Black Wind Ridge, other than the enemy, there was no one else who could subdue Qin Qingyu. Was the Chongling princess going to be crushed to death by Qin Qingyu? Old Master Xiao. The people of Jiang country had never yearned for Xiao Hua's appearance more than now. Maybe only Xiao Hua could resolve the present deadlock. Whoosh! Just as everyone's hearts turned to ash, an inexplicable ripple came from Qin Qingyu's arm. A flame appeared strangely. Who? Qin Qingyu was shocked, his heart contracting. He immediately thought of a possibility. Other than Xiao Hua, whom he had never met, who could appear strangely at such a dangerous time. Understanding, Qin Qingyu's hand loosened. No matter how bold he was, he did not dare to crush the Chongling princess to death in front of Xiao Hua, who had not appeared. Rumble! Just as Qin Qingyu loosened his grip, a fireball appeared. Then, the surrounding heaven-earth essence qi suddenly gathered. Moreover, as the heaven-earth essence qi swarmed, several flames appeared not far in front of Jiang Yuming, White Lion, Golden Condor, and the other demons of Emoyun Ridge and Lion Mountain. Qin Qingyu was very close to the fireball. The fireball violently exploded. In the light, Qin Qingyu screamed. Golden light flashed around him. His right arm holding the Chongling princess dimmed and blood flew. Qin Qingyu's right arm was blown off by the fireball. As Qin Qingyu's arm was blown off, ripples of water-blue light appeared in the light of the fireball. A thin old man in Daoist robes and a circular talisman appeared. The water-blue light came from the talisman. However, this light was quickly extinguished in the light of the fireball. The explosion of the fireball charged past the talisman and blasted the old man's back into a bloody mess. The old man's body was pushed by the force of the fireball towards the Chongling princess like a falling leaf. The Chongling princess had lost her will to live under this unpredictable person's heart. But the next change happened in a flash. Before she could think, the old man spread his arms and used his body to protect her. Looking at the face that was coming closer, the familiar wrinkles, the dry lips, and the two white mustaches, wasn't this Xiao Jian? However, at this moment, Xiao Jian's originally turbid eyes were filled with concern and determination. Xiao Jian's decisiveness turned into gratification, but this gratification disappeared as he closed his eyes. Xiao Jian, fellow immortal Xiao. The Chongling princess was puzzled but did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly reached out and pulled the unconscious Xiao Jian into her arms. But the fireball was really powerful. Xiao Jian blocked the heat wave that was charging at the Chongling princess, but the power was still there. The Chongling princess could not resist at all. Under the enormous force, she floated down. Looking around, countless scorching waves of fire were rolling. Not only did the demons of Emoyun Ridge and Lion Rock retreat in fear, even someone as strong as Jiang Yuming did not dare to be negligent. He leaped high into the air. The moment the fireball appeared, Jiang Yuming was shocked. He thought that Xiao Hua had appeared. But when he saw Xiao Jian's figure in the fire, he was reassured. Xiao Jian must have used an invisibility seal to prepare to escape. But he had not expected Qin Qingyu to hold the Chongling princess hostage. So Xiao Jian had to give up on escaping and use the fireball seal to save the Chongling princess. However, Jiang Yuming did not understand. Since Xiao Jian had an invisibility seal, why did Qin Qingyu not? Since Qin Qingyu knew Xiao Jian had an invisibility seal, why did he not guard against Xiao Jian? Especially, why was this fireball seal so powerful? Of course, these questions were nothing in Jiang Yuming's mind. Both Xiao Jian and Qin Qingyu were not worth mentioning in Jiang Yuming's eyes. No matter what they did, as long as they did not escape Black Wind Ridge, they could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, when he saw the Chongling princess land with Xiao Jian and meet up with Granny Ji and the others, Yuanya punched the leopard and did his best to get close to the Chongling princess. The golden condor and white lion were forced into a sorry state by the fireballs. He smiled faintly. Then, the physical energy in his body moved. He opened his mouth and recited the 100 classics. Waves of vast energy roared and fell from the sky. In a moment, it extinguished all the flames within 100 zhang of him. After the flames disappeared, Qin Qingyu's slightly stooped figure appeared. At this time, Qin Qingyu had used the previous chaos to fly dozens of feet, wanting to escape Jiang Yuming's encirclement. Seeing his tracks exposed, Qin Qingyu's unusually pale face showed a hint of embarrassment. Elder Jiang. Qin Qingyu thought for a moment and said, "You also saw that this Qin was forced to do something beyond my ability. They do not trust me at all. The matter of Black Wind Ridge has nothing to do with this Qin." A hint of mockery flashed through Jiang Yuming's eyes. He looked up and down at Qin Qingyu's disheveled appearance. In order to escape, he did not even have time to clean up the blood on his body. Then he said coolly, "Qin Qingyu, this path is blocked. You should turn back." "Elder," Qin Qingyu pleaded. "This Qin swears that from now on, I will not ask about the matters of the Dao sect. I will only focus on cultivation. Jiang country, no. The Dao sect of the hidden immortal continent has nothing to do with this Qin. Go back." Jiang Yuming waved his hand. A wave of vast energy passed. Qin Qingyu saw that he could not block it and could only fly back. Fortunately, Jiang Yuming did not mean to make things difficult for Qin Qingyu. This wave of vast energy only brushed past Qin Qingyu's head. The golden eagle was obviously very angry that Qin Qingyu could escape from its encirclement. When it saw Qin Qingyu flying down, it spread its wings. The golden feathers that were messed up by the fireball talisman flashed and rushed towards Qin Qingyu. "Let him go back." Jiang Yuming waved his hand. A wave of vast energy condensed into an invisible wall of qi in front of the golden eagle. The golden eagle was caught off guard and was actually knocked down in midair. The golden eagle made a clear ji sound. It seemed very angry and said angrily, "Jiang Yuming, what right do you?" Boom. A wave of vast energy came. The golden eagle was hit and kept rolling in the air. Only a few feathers were still floating in the air. Jiang Yuming's figure slowly disappeared. His cold voice stayed in the same place. "You are just a flat bird. Don't forget your identity. If you were not still useful, this old man would kill you on the spot." The golden eagle was knocked down and blood flowed out of its beak. White Lion and the others did not dare to be negligent. Although they did not dare to retreat from here, they were already far away and surrounded the people of Black Wind Ridge. Standing in midair, Qin Qingyu was in an awkward situation. Earlier, his order to Qin Xiaoyao was rejected, and Qin Xiaoyao stepped back for tens of feet. There were nearly 100 people who moved with Qin Xiaoyao. These disciples and Dao soldiers were far away from Qin Jian's fire talisman, so they weren't affected too much. But the disciples who stayed behind to listen to Qin Qingyu were slightly troublesome. In the explosion of the fire talisman, a dozen of them were injured. Right now, they were as bad as Qin Qingyu. Although they had rested for a while and were standing in the air, they probably couldn't stay together with the people of Black Wind Ridge. Qin Qingyu's gaze swept across the formation of the Golden Eagle, White Lion, and the others. Then he looked at Granny Ji and the others who were protecting the Chongling princess and retreating. His face was ferocious. But he clapped his hand and put several pills into his mouth. His face immediately flushed red. He sneered and said, "You Confucian cultivators have a good plan. You want to watch the show from the side? Good, this old man will let you watch. This old man will turn Black Wind Ridge into a sea of blood. Let's see what good show you can watch." As he spoke, he raised his hand and shouted, "Disciples, Dao soldiers, follow this old man, kill." Sect uncle. Seeing Qin Xingyu go crazy, Qin Xiaoyao was shocked. At this time in Black Wind Ridge, Qin Xingyu was the strongest. Who could be his match? Even if there were hundreds and thousands of demons, in the eyes of an early Jindan cultivator, they were not even a dish. Qin Xiaoyao shouted and wanted to persuade Qin Xingyu. Unfortunately, Qin Xingyu didn't give Qin Xiaoyao a chance to speak at all. He made a spell with both hands, and within a few feet of Qin Xiaoyao, a silvery white brilliance shone brightly. Streaks of light like spears appeared and pierced towards Qin Xiaoyao. It was Qin Xingyu's best technique, the golden spear technique. Qin Xiaoyao's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Qin Xingyu to change his face faster than flipping a book. He was the first to attack a junior disciple. He quickly rubbed his hands and opened his mouth. A fire bead the size of a thumb shot out. Chapter 3508. The fire bead immediately turned into a crimson wall of fire to protect Qin Xiaoyao. But before the wall of fire formed, hundreds of silver-white spears were thrown over like hundreds of giants. The sound of them breaking through the air was ear-piercing. Qin Xiaoyao was not strong to begin with. He could not even block Tong Zhuguo's killing immortal crossbow, much less the spears of these Jindan cultivators. Pew pew! Dozens of spears easily passed through the wall of fire and came close to Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Xiaoyao's face was ashen, but there was no regret in his eyes. Instead, there was a kind of relief. This relief was the relief of being forgiven. While Qin Xiaoyao's gaze was not on the Changling princess fleeing towards Black Wind Ridge, the princess and even Granny Ji looked at Qin Xiaoyao without the disdain and rejection from before. "Oh!" At this moment, a very surprised voice suddenly sounded. "What's going on?" This voice sounded a little ethereal, but it was also loud and clear. The entire Black Wind Ridge could hear it clearly. Following this voice, thousands of tiny threads of lightning suddenly appeared in the air around Qin Xiaoyao. There were not many threads of lightning, and they did not look strong. But where the threads of lightning passed, the thousands of golden spears were immediately shattered. The threads of lightning wrapped around the silver-white fragments. In a blink, the fragments turned back into pure primal energies of the universe. Xiao. Elder Xiao. Qin Xiaoyao was naturally overjoyed at being reborn. He looked around in disbelief, his voice filled with an indescribable hope. Xiaohua. Qin Xingyu saw his spell easily defeated by the lightning. His expression changed, he was filled with regret and bitterness in his mouth. He really did not understand why his luck was so tragic. What to do? Qin Xingyu's mind spun rapidly. He hurriedly sent out his consciousness towards the source of the voice. But his consciousness was immediately cut off after scanning 100 feet. He could not go very far. "Old Master! This is Old Master! Old Master is back!" Boink! The black bear spirit was the happiest. When he heard Xiaohua's voice, he immediately shouted. The demons of the Black Wind Ridge had no time to watch Qin Xingyu's despicable performance. They were originally in a state of exhaustion and had gradually slipped into a disadvantageous position. However, when they heard the black bear spirit's roar, it was more effective than any elixir. The weapons in their hands danced in the air, and their momentum was like a rainbow. Kill. The demons of Black Wind Ridge were like this, and the soldiers of Jiang country were even more excited. In this period of fighting, they had suffered many losses, and were almost unable to resist the birds flying in the sky. Hearing Xiaohua's voice, they all fought with their lives. Granny Ji and the others were overjoyed. As they protected the Changling princess, they urged their horses to charge at the demons of Mo Yun Ridge. The most ridiculous thing was still the leopard. Previously, no matter how Yuanya punched and kicked it, It did not dare to fly into the air. At this time, it also let out a long roar and turned into a flying shadow, carrying Xianxia to the beast at the foot of the mountain. However, just as it started to fly, it was punched by Xianxia again. Only then did it turn around and charge at the Chongling princess. At this time, Qin Xiaoyao seemed to think of something and hurriedly shouted, "Elder Xiao! The Black Wind Ridge has an ambush from the Copper Pillar State." But his words did not travel far. Boom, boom, boom. Dark clouds covered the Black Wind Ridge, and wild winds blew. Countless bolts of lightning crashed down like a heavenly river. A woo-woo. Between the flashes of lightning, the thousands of birds of Mo Yun Ridge that had been arrogant before were struck down by the heavenly lightning. Other than the scattered feathers in the air, there was only the fragrance of roasted birds. The golden eagle was shocked. It had seen powerful cultivators and righteous Confucian cultivators, but it had never seen such a powerful move. There were over 1,000 of them. They were killed by this cultivator called Xiao Hua without even showing his face. What cultivation did this Xiao Hua have? Before the golden condor could escape, another wave of the Taoist spell that it had seen before flashed in midair. Then, it saw layers of flames appearing above the heads of the ferocious beasts on Lion Rock. Then it swooped down. Roar! The ferocious beasts screamed in agony. No one cared about fighting with the Black Wind Ridge demons anymore. They either rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames, or formed demonic clouds under their feet and rushed into the air to escape. Go! Bai Shi had been moved. With a soft roar, the Yao clouds under his feet moved, and he had already charged dozens of feet. Damn it! The golden eagle cursed in its heart. It seemed to be half a beat slower than Bai Shi every time. But fortunately, its flying speed was fast enough. With a flap of its wings, it immediately caught up with Bai Shi. Just as they had fled a few hundred meters away, a thunderous rumble resounded through the sky. A tall and skinny human figure stepped on heavenly lightning and flew over at a speed faster than lightning. His voice that was even louder than thunder rumbled through the Black Wind Ridge. "After causing so much trouble to my Black Wind Ridge, you still want to leave?" Before the voice died away, the golden eagle and Bai Shi's eyes blurred. They did not notice anything at all. The two figures had already landed in the sky above Black Wind Ridge. The golden eagle and Bai Shi looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. This kind of magical power that could teleport them dozens of feet without them noticing had long exceeded their understanding. Almost at the same time, the two of them knelt in the air and shouted, "Master, please spare us." The two so-called Golden Eagle King and Myriad Lion King did not resist at all and just knelt down. The demons of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock were even worse. They had long been scared witless by the heavenly lightning and the burning of their bodies. Now, they no longer dared to care about their injuries. They all knelt on the ground and shouted, "Master, please spare us." The black bear spirit snorted and said angrily, "Is Master's name something you can easily call out?" His words were filled with pride and arrogance. In a moment, the thin figure in the sky had already flown to the sky above the Black Wind mountain range. After the lightning dissipated, his true appearance was revealed. Xiao Hua's appearance was a few years older, but he looked more mature, and the majesty between his brows was even more prominent. Anyone who looked at him would feel a sense of fear, and a kind of reverence would spontaneously arise. "Master, you have returned." The black bear spirit was carefree and showed off in front of people. He flew to Xiao Hua's right hand and bowed proudly. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said, This old man has returned. Black Bear, you have worked hard." Seeing Xiao Hua give him face, the black bear spirit was even happier. He did not dare to rise and said, "This one is unworthy and did not gain face for Master. In the end, I still have to rely on Master's methods." Xiao Hua responded and looked away. The people of Jiang country escorted the Chongling princess and flew to Xiao Hua's hand. They all bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome Master back to the mountain. You have worked hard. What is going on with Xiao Jian?" Xiao Hua frowned slightly. His Buddhist consciousness had come too late and did not see the situation. The Chongling princess looked worriedly at Xiao Jian, who was still unconscious and covered in blood. She recounted what had happened previously. Sigh. When Xiao Hua heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart was also filled with lingering fear. If Qin Qingyu really succeeded, not to mention that Jiangguo would no longer exist, even his own face would be lost. Wouldn't everything he said earlier be for naught? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. He swept a glance at Qin Qingyu and the hundreds of Dao soldiers and disciples around him, and then looked at Qin Xiaoyao. At this time, Qin Xiaoyao flew over with hundreds of disciples and Dao soldiers. Seeing Xiao Hua look at him, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Disciple Qin Xiaoyao greets. Master." "Disciple thanks Master for saving my life." Was what Chongling said true? Xiao Hua's expression did not change as he asked coolly. Qin Xiaoyao did not dare to speak and hurriedly answered, "What Her Highness the Princess said is true." "Then, how do you think Qin Qingyu should be dealt with?" Xiao Hua asked directly. "This." Qin Xiaoyao stilled. He was tongue-tied and did not dare to speak. Xiao Hua saw Qin Xiaoyao hesitate and immediately moved him to the side. He raised his hand and took out a jade bottle. He gave it to Yuanya and said, "Yuanya, feed this pill medicine to your master." "Yes, master." Yuanya saw Xiao Hua was awe-inspiring and was no longer the Xiao Hua who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him on the streets of Longevity Town. He took the jade bottle and hurriedly answered. After Xiao Jian had fainted, he had been watched over by the female generals of Jiang country. Only now did he dare to give it to Yuanya. Seeing Xiao Jian take the pill medicine, Xiao Hua smiled and pointed. When did Xiao Jian's abilities improve greatly? He can predict the future? First, he stole this seat's invisibility talisman and fire talisman from Louis. Master, this little one knows. The black bear spirit at the side hurriedly said with a smile, "This is not Xiao Jian's ability, but Lu Ge's arrangement." Louis? Xiao Hua was startled. He raised his head to look at the mountain ridge, where Lu Yi was already kneeling on the ground, as if he was welcoming him. "Master." At this time, Qin Xiaoyao spoke up. "Yulman, didn't you hear your disciple's voice? Outside the Black Wind Ridge, there is a great formation set up by Confucian cultivators. We are bait, and our lives are as light as grass. How can you take the risk?" "Heh." Xiao Hua sneered, disdain appearing on the corner of his mouth. He raised his head to look at the sky, where a faint five-colored brilliance was flowing, and said, "Let me tell you, on this Black Wind Ridge, every person, every demon's life is not light. Even if I know that this is bait, that there is a trap here, I will still come." "Thank you, Master." Everyone knelt down, their hearts filled with an indescribable warmth. "Besides, it's just a child's play. How can it do anything to me?" Xiao Hua laughed again. He raised his hand and everyone stood up. "We will only chat here. We will talk after they set up the formation." Chapter 3509. Yes, we will rely on Old Master for everything. Everyone saw Xiao Hua so calm and felt even more confident. Xiao Hua beckoned with his hand. Lu Yi, kneeling on the ground, flew in front of Xiao Hua. Lu Yi did not dare to get up and kowtowed. "Disciple Lu Yi greets Old Master." Disciple did not manage the residence well and caused such trouble. "Old Master will punish me." No need to be so careful," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "You did well. This seat will give you a surprise later. However, tell this old man, how did you know Qin Qingyu would kidnap the Chongling princess?" Lu Yi's face was bashful as he said in a low voice, "Allow this little one to report this matter to Old Master alone in the future." "Good." Xiao Hua smiled and then looked up. He took out a bottle of pills and flew it in front of Lu Yi. "Get up. You did well. Today you did the best. This pill is for you. When you learn the method in the future, you can take it." Lu Yi was so clever. Hearing Xiao Hua say, "When you learn the method in the future," how could he not know that Xiao Hua had found a method for him to cultivate? Excitement appeared on his face. He carefully took the jade bottle and hid it on his body before bowing again. "Qin Xiaoyao?" Xiao Hua suddenly asked, "Do you mind the question this seat asked you just now?" Seeing Xiaohua act so swiftly and decisively, his train of thought also jumping around, Qin Xiaoyao clenched his teeth and knelt down in midair, saying, "Master, disciple knows that martial Uncle Qin committed an unpardonable crime, but disciple also committed a serious crime that day. Since old master can pardon this disciple, why can't you forgive Qin Shishu? He was just muddle-headed under the attack of the enemy and made the wrong choice. Now that our Dao sect is in decline, one person killed is one less. This disciple asks old master to be magnanimous and allow Qin Shishu to redeem himself." "Old master, you cannot." Granny Ji had not known Xiaohua for long, but she was familiar with Xiaohua's soft-hearted nature. She hurriedly shouted that Qin Qingyu was the strongest cultivator of Black Wind Ridge at the time. He wanted to kidnap Her Highness the Princess and use her safety to exchange for his life. He even wanted to kill Her Highness the Princess when the enemy could not tolerate it. In addition, he didn't care about fellow disciples at all. As soon as he had time, he immediately attacked his own martial nephew. If it weren't for the return of the master, fellow Daoist Qin would have already died. How could someone who was worse than a beast be a disciple of the Dao sect? Leaving him alive is a disgrace to the Dao sect and a thorn in the flesh of my Black Wind Ridge. If master is unable to distinguish between rewards and punishments, I'm afraid it won't be fair in the future. Master, please make a decision." "Master." When Qin Qingyu heard this from afar, he hurriedly knelt down in the air and cried out, "Please spare my life, master. I will follow your orders for the rest of my life and will never have any other thoughts." "Old master." Granny Ji wanted to say something, but when she saw Xiaohua frown slightly, the Chongling princess hurriedly scolded, "Granny, just say this. Everything will be decided by master." "But..." Granny Ji wanted to say something but stopped. She bit her lip and lowered her head. The black bear spirit was next to Lu Yi at this time. He raised his foot and kicked Lu Yi, indicating for Lu Yi to speak. But Lu Yi didn't seem to notice and stood there silently. The other people of Black Wind Ridge knew their status was low and didn't dare to speak. On the mountain ridge, the bear spirits of Black Wind Ridge looked at the spirits on the ground that had been killed by the heavenly lightning and fire. They swallowed and didn't dare to move, waiting for Xiaohua's decision. "Qin Qingyu, don't think about getting lucky," Xiaohua said coolly. "You are a disciple of the Dao sect, but you don't deserve to be a human. Since you don't deserve to be a human, what are you living for? Since you are a disciple of the Dao sect, you can kill yourself." "Wu." Xiaohua had just finished speaking when he saw Qin Qingyu's body flashing with an intense golden light. Streams of zhenqi were like small snakes coming out from his mouth and nose. Qin Qingyu's body flashed and flew towards the distance. As Qin Qingyu flew, the brilliance around his body became even brighter, just like an extremely sharp flying sword. "Do you want to escape?" Xiaohua smiled faintly. "Even if you have 10 more gold cores, you can burn them all and turn them into swords. How can you escape from my hands?" While speaking, Xiaohua waved his right hand, and a huge palm appeared in midair. It was several times faster than Qin Qingyu's, and in a moment, it grabbed Qin Qingyu. No matter how Qin Qingyu struggled, he couldn't break free. "Even if I don't do it, do you think you can escape from the formation of the Confucian cultivators?" Xiaohua looked at Qin Qingyu and said word by word, "In front of you, there is only a dead end. However, instead of letting the Confucian cultivators kill you, let me send you on your way. I have a merciful heart, but that doesn't mean I won't kill. Because you deserve to die, I don't mind staining my hands with blood." After he finished speaking, the big hand moved slightly. Qin Qingyu struggled with all his strength, as if he was going to explode his gold core. However, under the power of the big hand, his true qi could not flow at all. Under the huge force, blood splattered and Qin Qingyu was crushed to death. Immediately after, Xiaohua retracted his technique and Qin Qingyu's corpse fell from the sky. Everyone was shocked. Xiaohua said indifferently, "You reap what you sow, you reap what you sow. Everyone has their own karma. Don't think too much about others." "Yes, disciple understands." Qin Xiaoyao knew that this was for him and hurriedly bowed. The other Taoist disciples didn't do evil. Please spare my life, Master. Well, they are all your disciples. You can decide for yourself. Xiaohua waved his hand. The hundreds of frightened disciples and Taoist soldiers were overjoyed and hurriedly bowed down to thank him. The internal affairs of the Black Wind Ridge have been dealt with. Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the sky. The five-colored brilliance had turned into five-colored auspicious clouds and was still dancing in the air. There were no signs of it descending. He said, "Since the formation masters haven't finished their work, let's look at other things. Master, spare my life, spare my life." The golden eagle and white lion had been waiting by the side. Hearing Xiaohua's words, they hurriedly begged for mercy. Xiaohua smiled and asked, "Strange. You led a group of subordinates to invade my Black Wind Ridge and kill my disciples. Why should I spare you?" "Master," the golden eagle said pitifully, "although we are called Golden Eagle King and Thousand Lion King, we are actually the same as the Black Wind King. We are all pitiful characters. Others don't know how hard we worked, but how can the Black Bear spirit not know? At first, we thought that we were the kings of the Black Cloud Ridge and were very proud of ourselves. But when Master came, so many things happened. Only then did we realize that we were just the pretense of others and were used by others. You can ask the Black Bear spirit. We have coexisted peacefully for so many years. Who bullied him? If we weren't forced by others this time, why would we invade the Black Wind Ridge?" Also, the white lion hurriedly shouted from the side, "We surrounded the Black Wind Ridge for so long and didn't attack heavily. In fact, we didn't injure many of the Black Wind Ridge's subordinates. We don't deserve to die." Hearing the words, "don't deserve to die," coming from the mouth of the Thousand Lion King, everyone couldn't help but laugh. This really sounded ridiculous. However, the Black Bear spirit's eyes darted around. His gaze swept across the Black Wind Ridge. When he saw that most of the beasts of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock were injured and not many were killed, he immediately understood that Xiaohua didn't have the intention to eliminate them. Then he thought about what Xiaohua said and came up with a plan. He casually took half a step forward and bowed, "Master, this little one has a few words, but I don't know if I should say them." Feel free to speak," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Master." The Black Bear spirit pointed at the two demons and said, "This little one is the same as the two demon kings. We both occupy mountains and call ourselves kings. No one understands their hardships better than this little one. We don't have a choice. Actually, I won't hide it from Master. If Master forced this little one to attack Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock, even if this little one didn't want to go, under Master's strict orders, this little one wouldn't dare to disobey." When did this lord do such a thing?" Xiaohua laughed and scolded. Seeing Xiaohua laugh, the Black Bear spirit understood even more. He said, "There's no need to say that the two demon kings don't deserve to die. After all, we are all demons and have killed countless people. However, Master, now is the time to use people. The two demon kings are useless, but they have thousands of subordinates. This little one is afraid that I can't take care of all of them. Why don't you spare their lives and help me restrain my subordinates? This way, won't the entire Black Cloud Ridge belong to Master?" Yes, this little one will definitely listen to the Black Wind King's orders and guard the Black Cloud Ridge for Master." Hearing the Black Bear spirit's words, the Golden Eagle and White Lion understood that he was taking advantage of the situation. However, they didn't dare to disobey. They hurriedly kowtowed and said, "But Master, please spare our lives." Yes, the Black Bear spirit's words make sense. Xiaohua nodded to himself. Then he stretched out his hand and a dark green light flashed between his eyebrows. The Golden Eagle and White Lion felt an indescribable pain in their heads. The two demons couldn't help but roll in the air in pain. "Rise." As Xiaohua raised his hand, two faint shadows appeared between the eyebrows of the two demons. Xiaohua then grabbed with his hand and the two shadows instantly shrunk to the size of a mung bean. Immediately after, two pieces of jade floated in the air. Xiaohua flicked his two hands and rays of light appeared from the jade pieces. They were so bright that it caused everyone to squint their eyes. Puff puff. Suddenly, The two pieces of jade shined brightly and lit up at the same time. A moment later, the two pieces of jade melted into two balls of liquid. This liquid was no longer just jade, it was mixed with a trace of scarlet. Xiaohua suddenly raised his head and pointed his finger. The black bear spirit, who was watching the show with narrowed eyes, felt pain between his eyebrows. Before he could cry out in pain, 2 drops of blood had been flicked by Xiaohua and landed in the jade liquid. Sizzle! With a series of sounds, the jade liquid glowed with a green light. Chapter 35:10. Go, Xiaohua lightly reprimanded and raised his hand. 2 green bean-sized shadows were thrown into the jade liquid. Then, Xiaohua sent in a few more spells. Kacha, kacha, 2 crisp sounds were heard. The jade liquid condensed into 2 jade tablets. Master! The black bear spirit cried bitterly. It's fine if you think these 2 deserve to die, but why are you so happy with my blood? Humph, what do you know? Xiaohua snorted and waved his hand. Take this jade tablet. Seeing the 2 jade pendants in his hands, the black bear spirit raised the jade pendants and looked at the vague shadows of the golden eagle and white lion. He was puzzled and asked curiously, Master, what am I doing with this? These 2 demons were spared because you begged for mercy. I'll leave their lives to you. If they don't listen, you can crush the jade tablet at any time. Xiaohua said coldly. Of course, if anything happens to them, I'll hold you responsible. There's no need, Master. The black bear spirit's expression became even more bitter. He said pitifully, this thing is so precious. If I accidentally break it, won't I take their lives? You should keep it. Black bear. Xiao Jian, who had already woken up, reminded him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Old Master thinks highly of you. Will hold the jade pendant and deliberately think that the 2 demons will have to do whatever you want them to do. Ah? Is that so? The black bear spirit was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, Golden Eagle, roll for me. The golden eagle was no longer in pain. Just now it was standing in midair. When it heard the black bear spirit's words, it hesitated. But then the pain came again. The golden eagle's face turned pale. It moved and its body trembled. It gritted its teeth and said, Black Wind King, you and I are both demon kings. In the future, White Lion and I will help you. If you treat us like this, we'd rather die. The black bear spirit's small eyes turned. Seeing the golden eagle's painful expression, he knew that Xiao Jian was right. He immediately put away the jade tablet and smiled. Brothers, it's all my fault. I just wanted to see the effects of this jade tablet. I won't try it again in the future. Brothers, as long as you treat Master like I do, this jade tablet will be as good as nothing. Big brother is wrong. Golden Condor looked at White Lion and hurriedly cupped his hands. Among the 3 heads of Black Cloud Ridge, the Black Wind King is the leader, I'm third, and White Lion is second. If the 3 of us work together, we will definitely be able to protect the Black Cloud Ridge. White Lion smiled and also bowed, saying, Third brother is right. Although Big Brother's cultivation is low now, with Master's help, it won't be long before he becomes our leader. I'm sorry. The black bear spirit's mouth was wide open. The corners of his mouth were all the way to the back of his head. He cupped his fists in return. Go and pack up. From today onwards, Black Cloud Ridge will belong to you 3 brothers. Xiaohua waved his hand. I can guarantee that as long as all of you are obedient, not to mention Black Cloud Ridge, even the entire hidden immortal continent will become famous. Yes, we understand. The 3 demon kings were overjoyed. After hastily bowing, they descended from the clouds and reorganized their subordinates. Xiao Jian had already recovered from his injuries after receiving Xiaohua's elixir. He walked forward and bowed. Disciple thanks Master for saving my life. Xiaohua sized up Xiao Jian. He was actually rather puzzled. Xiao Jian had always been very selfish. Why would he take the risk because of Lu Yi's words? However, after thinking about it, in the entire Black Wind Ridge, other than Xiao Jian, Lu Yi couldn't find a reliable Daoist cultivator who could use invisibility talismans and fire talismans. Fortunately, Xiao Jian didn't let Lu Yi down. Xiao Jian could be considered to have made a great contribution. You did well. Xiao Jian, I have a whole new level of respect for you. Xiao Hua nodded. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you can come find me. If there are no accidents, getting a golden core or nascent soul cultivator isn't a big deal. Xiao Jian didn't have any excitement on his face. He seemed to believe Xiao Hua's words without any doubt. He bowed and said, "Disciple thanks Master for taking care of me. What's the progress of your plan to restore the Black Cloud Ridge?" Xiao Hua stood in the air and didn't return to his residence. He actually treated the swaying clouds in the air like they were nothing and asked. Xiao Jian looked at the Chongling princess. The two nodded slightly. Xiao Jian spoke again. Disciple and the others are almost done with their plans. Only Master is left to come back and take charge. Someone like Qin Qingyu? Xiao Hua asked with interest. This is all Disciple's fault. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly said from the side. In order to increase the power of Black Wind Ridge, Disciple could only invite Disciple's sect uncle to come and hold the fort. But I didn't expect, none of you are wrong, it's this seat's fault. Xiao Hua nodded. He liked Qin Xiaoyao's responsibility even more. This seat had some important matters and couldn't come back in time. That's right, go and look for that second imperial tutor. What's his name again? If you find out whether he's dead or alive, I'll go and look for him. If I'm not around in the future, at least there'll be someone to support you. The second imperial preceptor of Jiang country is Li Zhenren. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly answered. This disciple heard that he was captured by the Copper Pillar country. The Chongling princess explained from the side. To let Master know, Li Zhenren listens to the imperial preceptor, but is unfamiliar with the imperial family of Jiang country. This junior doesn't know much about this elder. All right, return to the residence. If you need to discuss, discuss. If you need to act. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Everyone bowed and saluted. Only Lu Yi was left in the air. He could not fly and waited by Xiao Hua's side. Halu. Xiao Hua waved his hand and used a silent spell. He said, "Now you can speak. How did you know that Qin Qingyu was going to act against the Chongling princess? Did you personally give Xiao Jian's invisibility seal and fire seal to him?" Facing Xiao Hua, Lu Yi naturally didn't dare to conceal anything. He explained the cause of the matter in detail, causing Xiao Hua to be somewhat dumbstruck. It was very simple because Lu Yi could feel what others were thinking. When Qin Qingyu was discussing with everyone in the residence, Lu Yi had sensed his desire for the Chongling princess from Qin Qingyu's heart. But he was not sure and did not dare to expose it. He could only take the chance to leave the residence and call out the Black Bear Spirit. Lu Yi naturally would not tell the Black Bear Spirit the truth. He only said what would happen if Qin Qingyu, the cultivator with the highest cultivation, had no one to restrict him. Of course, the Black Bear Spirit had no other choice. He could only blink his eyes helplessly. However, when Lu Yi took out the invisibility talisman and fire talisman left behind by Xiao Hua, the Black Bear Spirit came up with an idea. He was a demon and did not cultivate any Dao techniques. Of course, he could not use them. Lu Yi was not at ease with Xiao Jian. He feared Xiao Jian would take the chance to run. Otherwise, he would have taken out these things long ago. But here, for the safety of the Chongling princess, Lu Yi could only gamble. Coincidentally, Xiao Jian came to find Lu Yi. Lu Yi took the chance to speak of his worries. Xiao Jian did not take it seriously and agreed. After Qin Qingyu landed on the horse of the Jiang soldiers, he activated the invisibility seal under Lu Yi's urging and hid near the Chongling princess. The development of the matter was as Lu Yi had expected. If Xiao Jian had not stopped her, the Chongling princess would have died. Xiao Hua listened to Lu Yi and nodded slightly. Yes, this is your talent. You do not need to tell others. This old man will keep the secret for you. Cultivate the Dao art first, and when the time is ripe, I'll pass down another Buddhist sect divine ability to you. It's called the Heart Connection, and I presume it'll bring back your extraordinary talent to the extreme. Many thanks, old master. Lu Yi was overjoyed. Then, can you sense what this old man is thinking? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Old master is thinking too much. Lu Yi said with a smile. When this little one saw old master that day, I was seriously injured and could not sense what old master was thinking. When this little one got the river tide temple, this little one tried and could only sense that old master was a good person and would not harm this little one and little Yun. But this little one does not know what old master is thinking. Also, to tell old master the truth, this perception is not accurate. Also, sensing danger is more useful than other senses. When this little one was young, this little one relied on this to avoid many dangers. And this old man knows? Xiaohua nodded. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky and sneered. Damn it, this old man has waited for so long. Why is it not set up yet? Relying on this, you dare to fight this old man? If this old man did not want to use you to establish power, you would not have the time to set up the formation. Old master, do not be careless. Lu Yi reminded. The Confucian cultivators did not set up this formation in a day or two. Now that old master has returned, they have not moved. They must be planning to hit with one blow. It is more than one blow. They are going to wipe us all out. Xiaohua sneered. They even want to kill the demons of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock. In a while, you will pass down this old man's order and let all the demons enter the formation. Ah! Lu Yi turned pale with fright. He did not have time to agree and hurriedly shouted. Old master, you must be careful. No matter, this is a good opportunity to cleanse the Black Cloud Ridge with this formation. This will save this old man the trouble. Xiaohua waved his hand and smiled. Oh, by the way, come with this old man. This old man found you a junior brother. You can teach him some language of the hidden immortal continent. Junior brother? Lu Yi beamed with joy. Old master just happens to be lacking a boy. Now, one on the left and one on the right is just right. I still lack a girl. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said snappily. Why don't you find little Yun and make her a jade girl? Lu Yi's brows slightly darkened. However, he smiled and said, if old master is like this little one will thank old master even more. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and flicked Lu Yi's head with his finger. He scolded with a smile, wishful thinking. You should just obediently be a boy. Lu Yi stuck out his tongue, a naughty look on his face. Chapter 35:11. Immediately, Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and brought Lu Yi into the cave like a breeze. Above the clouds, Jiang Yuming and a dozen white-haired old Confucians were standing in midair. In front of them was an oval mirror, which allowed them to clearly see the situation of Xiaohua and the others. Seeing Xiaohua so calm and unhurried, everyone was so angry that they almost vomited blood. Especially the few old Confucians, their hands were trembling. One of them even cried out, Yuming, how can you be so patient? This little bastard clearly knows that the Great Formation has been completed, yet he still arrogantly handles the affairs here. This is clearly a provocation. Quickly, activate the Great Formation. Let's see if our noble Qi will not turn him into mincemeat. Jiang Yuming's face was obviously not good. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Senior brothers, granduncles, don't be anxious. This Xiaohua's methods are really amazing. Didn't you see? He waved his hand and we couldn't see anything. His magic power is clearly higher than mine. That soul-sucking technique is clearly something a fourth-grade cultivator can do. Moreover, the lightning drawing technique and the lightning escape technique are both things that ordinary Daoist cultivators can't do. If my Jiang clan becomes his enemy, there is absolutely a possibility that both sides will suffer. Now, the Copper Pillar country's monarch has spent a lot of effort to invite 4 great scholars to come and set up the 5-brocade cloud diagram with my Jiang clan. This is clearly a country's strength to resist Xiaohua. My Jiang clan only needs to follow the 5-brocade cloud diagram and activate the noble Qi. That Xiaohua is definitely not the opponent of the cloud diagram. Why should my Jiang clan stand out alone? This is the 5-brocade cloud diagram? Is this the formation passed down by the Immortal Palace? An old scholar was shocked. Monarch, when did you have such a powerful formation? Jiang Yuming's face was filled with pride. He said with a smile, "How could this junior dare to deceive granduncles? I didn't say it before because the Copper Pillar country's monarch gave strict orders. He was afraid that the news would leak and Xiaohua wouldn't dare to enter the trap." The Copper Pillar country's monarch actually obtained the Immortal Palace's formation? Another old scholar was shocked and asked the same question. Then he thought of something and said in a low voice, "It seems that the monarch didn't go to war on a whim. With this formation map, what worries do we have in the world? Our Bronze Pillar country will definitely become famous in the hidden immortal continent and become the #1 empire in the hidden immortal continent." The old scholar from before was very impassioned as he shouted. Jiang Yuming smiled and explained, "This is the secret formation of the Immortal Palace. It contains the secrets of the 5 Qis unification. I heard that anyone who can comprehend one of the cloud brocade will be able to ascend. This time, my Jiang clan will participate in the extermination of the Dao sect's remnants. After we succeed, we will obtain 5 chances to comprehend the secret array. Senior brothers and granduncles, please don't slack off. Hi Yuming, don't worry. You're just a Daoist brat at the 4th level of First Elemental Force. Although you're abnormally arrogant, I'm afraid that you're just putting up a strong front. If you want to give us an empty fort strategy, who wouldn't be able to see through it?" An old Confucian scholar laughed and said, "The monarch has set up such a large array to scare the monkey by killing the chicken, to let the other countries of the hidden immortal continent see the excitement, to let them see the methods and determination of our Bronze Pillar state. You tell me, how can we not join in the fun? We cannot make assumptions about the king's heart. However, senior brother, please don't be careless." Jiang Yuming waved his hand and said, "2 of my Jiang clan's juniors have already fallen in the hands of Xiaohua. One of them was even killed in front of the Bronze Pillar Academy's dean. According to that dean, this brat is very cunning. His flying technique is even more strange. After he succeeded in his attack, he immediately fled far away, making him unable to chase after him. Just now, senior brother also saw this brat's lightning movement technique. It's really impressive. It said that Bronze Pillar Academy's 100 Children book array was broken by this brat. In his hands, Daoist spells can turn something rotten into something magical. But it's all because that old thing Northguo was careless. That's why he lost face and said that this brat is so powerful." Some old Confucian scholars were disdainful and said coldly, "Even if he's a Daoist cultivator at the upper 4th level of elemental force, how can he be a match for you and me? If he's at the 5th level of elemental force, once he enters the Immortal Palace's immortal array, he still wants to escape?" Jiang Yuming was helpless. He didn't know how to convince these old Confucian scholars, so he smiled and said, "Let's not care about that. We'll just set up the array according to the previous drill. When the array is activated, we'll see the mystery of the immortal array." Not bad, not bad. Many old Confucian scholars clapped and laughed. Then, they patted their foreheads and dozens of water lights rushed into the sky. In the sea of clouds around them, there was also a clear chanting sound. Countless noble qi rushed into the water vapor. The abundant water vapor turned into a mighty river and rushed into the 5 brocade cloud diagram. On the other side of the sky, there was a similar array. The person in front was wearing a Confucian scholar's robe. His forehead was protruding and his face looked rather simple. In his hand was something like a jade tablet. He was very calmly looking at the depths of the sea of clouds. Next to him stood another person. This person had extremely short hair and a handsome face. It was the Bronze Pillar Academy's judge, Dou Shanjun, whom Xiaohua had previously defeated. At this moment, Dou Shanjun's face was still cold. His slightly squinted eyes flashed with a trace of clear light. However, after a moment, Dou Shanjun frowned and closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes and revealed a trace of doubt. He looked at the calm old man in front of him and said, "Lord Academy Head, there's something this student doesn't understand. And feel free to speak." This Academy Head was the Beigo Jinming that Jiang Yuming had spoken of. Hearing Dou Shanjun speak, he looked away and said coolly, Dou Shanjun pondered for a moment and said, "In my opinion, before this Xiaohua flew down to Black Wind Ridge, he might not have been unaware that there was a grand formation waiting for him here. But why did he still charge in without any hesitation? Even if he charged in, he had enough time to save the Chongling princess. In order to lure Xiaohua into the formation, we did not spread out the 5 brocade cloud diagram earlier." "Ha, Shanjun, don't tell me you don't have an answer to such a vulgar question." Beigo Jinming smiled faintly. "Of the many Confucian cultivators who set up the 5 brocade cloud diagram, only you have truly fought with Xiaohua. How can this old man know something you do not know?" Dou Shanjun shook his head slightly, a strange expression appearing on his face. He looked at the sea of clouds and sighed. "While this student fought with Xiaohua, but this student still cannot see through him. Based on this student's understanding of him, he may not have entered the formation. Back then, this student was not a match for Xiaohua, and when the academy had appeared, he immediately fled. This fits the saying that a gentleman does not stand against a dangerous wall. Why did he change his personality today? Also, back then 100 days ago, he did not even dare to meet the academy head. Why does he dare to face the entire formation now? Unless Xiaohua's strength has greatly increased in these 100 days. This old man does not have to pay attention." Beigo Jinming said with a smile, "Is this what you are puzzled about?" "That's the only possibility." Dou Shanjun nodded. "But the problem is, while the Daoist sect's abilities are heaven-defying and far from what we Confucian cultivators can compare to, his Daoist sect disciples cannot surpass him so much in such a short time. There is no such thing as possibility or impossibility in this world." Beigo Jinming said coolly. "There is only occurrence and non-occurrence. We always thought that the Daoist sect's Xiaohua was hiding in the formation of Black Wind Ridge. Who would have thought that he had escaped long ago? Previously, didn't you say that Xiaohua was benevolent and would not abandon the people of Black Wind Ridge and flee? What about now? You and I are not saints. What we expect is far from the unpredictability of the world. Let's take one step at a time." "Student understands." Dou Shanjun nodded and sighed. It seemed that he had a very good impression of Xiaohua, who had defeated him. Could it be that a hero cherishes a hero in his heart? Beigo Jinming laughed again. Dou Shanjun nodded again. He withdrew his gaze from the sea of clouds and said, "Although Xiaohua shook my Bronze Pillar Academy and even pushed down the entrance of the academy, when the matter of the old Daoist priest of the Seven Suns Temple came to light, there really aren't many people in the academy who can complain about Xiaohua. There aren't many people who have such courage and righteousness even among us Confucian cultivators. It's a pity that he's too conspicuous." Beigo Jinming snorted coldly from his nose. "He's just a lowly disciple of the Dao sect, yet he actually dared to leave behind a blood tablet in the Seven Suns Temple and even offended my Bronze Pillar Academy. That's not all. He actually dared to confront the king and save the orphan of the Jiang country. Look at what he did just now. He wanted to subdue the Golden Condor King and the Myriad Lion King and take down the entire Black Cloud Ridge. What kind of place is the Black Cloud Ridge? The border between the Copper Pillar Country, Jiang Country, and Jiasa Country. Previously, we might not have known the significance of this Black Cloud Ridge, but now, you should understand that there is a huge elemental stone mine beneath the Black Cloud Ridge. Previously, the 3 countries had sent out a large number of troops to divide the mine underground. Those 3 monsters were merely the chess pieces of the 3 countries. Xiaohua's actions? Isn't that the same as courting death? As for the king setting up the immortal array with such fanfare, it was more to take the Black Cloud Ridge into his own hands. Even if it's the Jiasa country, and the other countries should not covet it." Sigh, "Student understands." Dou Shanjun laughed bitterly. Whether it's the emperor's technique or the dragon's technique, student is still unfamiliar with it. It's hard to think so much. Since ancient times, the academy has been a leisurely place. Your character is relatively simple and is not suitable for the palace. Beigo Jinming laughed. "Of course, if you are willing to try after this battle, this old man can recommend you to enter the imperial court as an official." I don't dare. Dou Shanjun anxiously waved his hand. This student admits that he does not understand the hearts of people, nor do he know the hearts of officials. If you don't enter the world, how can you come out? Shanjun, you still have to think about it more. Everyone's path is different. Students naturally have their own path, and students still like to walk on their own path. Dou Shanjun did not seem to have any intention of letting go. All right, this old man will wait and see. Beigo Jinming smiled and shook his head. It seemed that he thought highly of this Dou Shanjun. He twirled his beard and laughed. You are my Bronze Pillar Academy's rare student. At such a young age, you were able to suppress all the other students to become a dean. This old man has deep expectations for you. Chapter 35:12. Just as Beigua Jinming and Dou Shanjun were talking, the clouds woven from the 5-colored cloud brocade suddenly froze. A layer of 5-colored cloud brocade surged from one end of the sky to the other like a tidal wave. Then the entire 5-colored cloud brocade covered the entire black cloud ridge. As the 5-colored cloud brocade fell, a loud and clear sound of metal rang out from the clouds. It turned out that the 5-colored cloud brocade was instantly covered by a rolling blood-colored brilliance. Leng Qingge's golden spear iron horse has been activated. Let's see if the state teacher of the Bronze Pillar country can win in one strike. Beigua Jinming raised his eyebrows. A layer of earthen yellow energy appeared in his eyes. His pupils actually diverged, forming 2 overlapping pupils. Dou Shanjun was naturally also concerned. He hurriedly used the clear eyes technique to look below the clouds. Inside the cave, Xiaohua sat with his eyes closed. The black bear spirit and the others were not beside him. Even Xiao Jian and the others were not around. Only Lu Yi, who was on his left, held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He calmly looked to his right. Wang Bianfei was standing there curiously, looking around the cave. Everything was new. Wang Bianfei. Xiaohua sat on the high platform. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei hurriedly retracted his gaze and replied with a bow. "Master will go out for a walk. You and your senior brother look after the door." Xiaohua stood up and said indifferently. Wang Bianfei did not dare to be negligent. He replied, "Yes, master. Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely seize the time to learn from senior brother. Disciple will be able to understand other people's words as soon as possible." Lu Yi at the side could not understand Xiaohua and Wang Bianfei's words. However, he could guess that Xiaohua was really reminding him. Sure enough, Xiaohua said to Lu Yi, "Lu Yi, master, please speak. You have to teach Wang Bianfei how to speak normally." Xiaohua said, "But master." Lu Yi was in a difficult position. "I don't understand what Wang Bianfei is saying. He also doesn't understand what I'm saying. How can I teach him? I won't worry about this." Xiaohua said with a smile. "I've already taught him the qi refinement technique. If you want to know how to cultivate, you have to get it from him." Lu Yi's eyes lit up. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Yes, master. I understand. In addition, call the demons of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain into the formation. This old man has already expanded the array formation a little. It's enough for them to use." Xiaohua flew out of the Immortal's cave. As he flew, he said, "All of you must not leave the formation during the battle. The great formation outside the Black Cloud Ridge is no small matter. Other than this old man, no one in the Black Cloud Ridge can resist this formation." "I understand." Lu Yi carefully followed Xiaohua out of the Immortal's cave. Wang Bianfei was also quick-witted, following behind Lu Yi in small steps. Similarly, he was exceptionally well-behaved. Xiaohua walked out of the cavern, only to see that his eyes were filled with the color of blood. Bugle horns resounded from the horizon, and the neighs of war horses resounded simultaneously. The entire Black Cloud Ridge seemed to have turned into a bloody battlefield. This is getting interesting." Xiaohua looked around, only to see the thousands of demons and many soldiers in the Black Wind Ridge. Although they had a kind of curiosity on their faces, there was no panic in their eyes at all. It was obvious that they were extremely confident in themselves. Under the Black Wind Ridge, the subordinates of the Golden Eagle and White Lion entered the formation in groups in an orderly manner. There was no panic at all, they were all in good order. After Xiaohua finished watching, auspicious clouds appeared under his feet, and he directly flew into the air. The black bear spirit in the distance very considerately knelt on the ground and shouted, "This little one respectfully sends Master off. I wish Master a triumphant return." The black bear spirit's kneeling was not important, but the Golden Eagle, White Lion, and the other demons all knelt down. "This little one respectfully sends Master off. I wish Master a triumphant return." Their voices were like the sound of mountains, drifting in the Black Wind Ridge. It was truly a spectacular sight. Looking at Xiaohua's hand, it seemed like he wanted to summon thunder to boost his might. Unfortunately, the sky was filled with heavy clouds. Where could the lightning be produced? Rumble. Xiaohua sneered. A green light appeared between his eyebrows, as if a deity was groaning. Layers of heavenly thunder immediately resounded above the Black Wind Ridge, like the sound of war drums. Xiaohua flew into the air, coldly looking at the place where the bugle horn came from, only to see that the horizon was crimson like blood. Layers of red clouds surged out, diffusing towards the entire sky. When Xiaohua just stood still, there was no wind, but as the clouds moved, a gentle breeze blew up Xiaohua's clothes. The black wind that just appeared stood straight in the wind, showing a kind of unyielding spirit. Woo! As if the sky changed, a kind of violent wind suddenly rose. Following the violent wind, the sound of the bugle horn became even louder, and then, a solemn and stirring chant floated over from the distance. Grape wine in a luminous cup. If you want a drink, the pipa immediately urges you, lying drunk on the battlefield, don't laugh. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from a campaign? Golden vulture plume, embroidered with swallowtail arc alone to raise the new order, 1,000 camps cry out together. In the dark forest, the grass is frightened by the wind, the general draws his bow in the night. Looking for the white feather in the light, it is not among the stone ridges. Under the black moon, the wild goose flies high, Chanyu escapes in the night. Wanting to drive away the light cavalry, the heavy snow covers the bow and saber. Open the field, the fine banquet, the Chang tribe's congratulations are in full swing. Drunk and golden armor dance. The thunder agitates the mountains and rivers. Adjusting the arrow and calling the hawk, all of them are out of this world. Rushing fox will rush the pheasants, sweeping the ancient hills. 7 leaves of the pavilion, empty and clear in a corner. He is inscribed in the Qilin pavilion, only he is not famous. Along with the sound of the bugle horn that made people's blood boil, many large inscriptions fluttered in the air, and within those scarlet clouds, there was an awe-inspiring aura that came crashing down, condensing in front of these inscriptions. In just a short moment, blood-red warhorses were born. Not only that, the inscriptions flew high into the sky, condensing into a poem. Between each line of the poem, an awe-inspiring aura surged and overflowed, similarly condensing into several zhang-long spears. A chill, a smell of blood emerged from the warhorses that were about to gallop, pouncing towards Xiaohua amidst the forest of sharp spears. Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed and said in a long voice, "It is often said that Confucian cultivators do not change their names, nor do they change their surnames. Now, this Xiao has already been standing here for a long time, and not a single person has shown themselves. This kind of shady behavior, what qualifications do you have to dare fight with this Xiao?" A Daoist remnant, unexpectedly speaking such arrogant words. A voice that was even louder than the sound of the bugle horn came from the blood-red warhorse. As soon as this voice came out, all the clouds rolled back, and then a celestial that seemed to be wearing blood-red armor slowly appeared from the void. This celestial was more than 200 feet tall, with a thin face, a hook-like nose, and a pair of eyes that flashed with a cold light. Looking from a distance, this person was wrapped in a Confucian robe embroidered with mountain and river patterns. Various mountain peaks and great rivers were faintly discernible on the Confucian robe. That dignified and vigorous aura was emitted from the Confucian robe, and outside the Confucian robe was a battle armor that protected his chest and back. The battle armor was like a bai, and with countless flashing inscriptions covering the celestial's chest and back, and a fierce beast head with a sharp horn on its head protecting the celestial's abdomen. Under the blood-red brilliance, countless strange runes flowed out from the battle armor, spreading along the torso to the celestial's limbs. Every time these runes flowed, countless small noble chi would be produced from the void, condensing into a spiral shape and falling on the celestial's skin. Looking at the celestial's hand again, it was holding a long spear. The spear was pitch black, without any luster, and the tip of the spear was without a sharp edge. It looked quite unfortunate. For you. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth rose slightly as he looked up at the giant flying over on a red cloud in the distance. For you, the giant shouted, since you're in front of the battle, how dare you not report your name? With the giant's roar, a murderous aura rushed toward Xiao Hua from all directions. Haha, asking without answering is rude. Speaking with a fierce voice is losing your mind. How can someone as disrespectful as you be a match for this Xiao? Xiao Hua laughed, his whole body flashing with golden light. With a wave of his hand, the wishful steel staff appeared from the space. His whole body slowly grew, and the wishful steel staff also grew. When it was about 200 feet long, Xiao Hua shouted, shaking the sky. Daoist's Xiao Hua is here, who dares to fight? Xiao Hua's aura was like a rainbow, and the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator soared into the sky. Not only did it push back the clouds in the sky, but it also rushed toward the giant like an avalanche. This old man is the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar State, Longqing. I've come specially to deal with you, a remnant of the Dao sect. Longqing also let out a loud roar and slapped his forehead. A golden light flashed above his head and a golden spear flew out, forcefully blocking Xiao Hua's oppressive aura. Good. Longqing, let this Xiao see if you are qualified to fight with this Xiao. Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. He waved the wishful steel staff and flew toward Longqing. But before he could fly closer, Longqing's words almost made him faint from anger. Longqing swung his spear and retreated, coldly shouting, "This old man is the teacher of a state, how can I lower myself to fight with you? Let this old man see, if you are qualified to fight with this old man." Damn it! Xiao Hua was furious. He abandoned the flying technique and lightning flashed around his body. He wanted to use the Imperial Thunder Guard, but the lightning was annihilated as soon as it appeared. There was no lightning in the Confucian cultivator's array. Seeing Xiao Hua angry, Longqing laughed and chanted, "At night, I lie down and listen to the wind and rain. Iron horses and ice rivers enter my dreams. Generals, kill for this old man." Longqing chanted word by word. Pillars of qi that penetrated the heavens and the earth were born from the 5 brocade cloud diagram and suddenly rushed toward Xiao Hua. Following the command, the thousands of roaring blood-red horses behind Longqing broke free of their reins. At first, they were only the size of an ordinary horse, but when they rushed in front of Xiao Hua, they were dozens of feet long. They didn't seem to be inferior to Xiao Hua's Dharma body. Moreover, the momentum of the thousands of galloping horses cleansed Xiao Hua's nascent soul aura. What was special was that the thousands of galloping horses raised thousands of pillars of qi. These pillars of qi not only rushed to the sky, but also blasted toward the Black Cloud Mountain. The mountain that was originally filled with black clouds was instantly cleared. The pillars of qi hit the mountain peak, causing the mountain rocks to burst, trees to collapse, and the only river to be cut off. Chapter 35:13. Good, good, good. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed fiercely, and the staff in his hand became thicker and bigger. I will let you know who is the real hero of this world. I will kill all your men. Let's see what else you can rely on to fight me. As he spoke, he waved the wishful steel staff and the pillar of great spirit that was heading toward Xiao Hua was immediately smashed into pieces. Although Xiao Hua's figure was huge, he was also very flexible. He did not resist the power of the Great Spirit Pillar. Instead, he borrowed the power of the Great Spirit Pillar. His figure flashed and he kicked the warhorse that was rushing towards him. Peng! There was a loud sound and the warhorse instantly turned into a red mist and dissipated in midair. Humph! Seeing Xiao Hua so brave, Leng Qingge snorted. You are just a child of the Dao sect. How can you be the enemy of my country? When you are exhausted, won't your bones become soft and your tendons become numb? How can you be my opponent? Boom boom. Pillars of Xianxia were either half a foot in size or tens of feet in size. They all fell from the clouds in the sky, carrying an unconcealable heroic momentum. They wanted to kill Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua held the wishful steel staff in his hand and moved through the pillars of Xianxia with ease. The pillars of Xianxia turned the entire black cloud ridge red, but Xiao Hua was still unharmed. The blood-red warhorse was indeed as strong as an iron horse, but in front of Xiao Hua, who was like a god, it was really fragile. Not only did the iron horse collapse under the punches and kicks, but when Xiao Hua's wishful staff touched it, the iron horse also turned invisible. It seemed that Xiao Hua was the nemesis of these iron horses. Breaking into the array was like a wolf in a flock of sheep, invincible. Haha. Beigo Jinming, who was high up in the clouds, laughed. He pointed at the tens of thousands of horses and said to Dou Shanjun, Shanjun, as you can see, the militarists have always relied on the power of the army. When they saw that a little cultivator from Dao sect had good martial arts, they had no way to deal with him. It is really a disgrace to the face of the Confucian cultivators. Dou Shanjun knew that the dean of his academy and the imperial preceptor were not on good terms, so he just smiled and did not say much. Suddenly, Dou Shanjun's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, Lord Chief, the imperial tutor seems to be using the golden dagger axe. Moreover, it seems like the immortal slaying crossbow and the god slaying bow are hidden in this golden dagger axe. How insidious! There's falsehood in reality and falsehood in falsehood. This is called trickery, and it's the way of the military. Beigo Jinming sneered. Didn't he rely on this to become the state preceptor? Sure enough, as soon as Beigo Jinming's words fell, thousands of golden spears emerged from the clouds in all directions, like a swarm of locusts flying towards Xiao Hua. So noisy! Xiao Hua shouted, Don't you have any real methods? Just these little tricks to scratch this Xiao's itch, what does that count as? As he spoke, Xiao Hua didn't seem to care about these golden spears. He strode forward like a wolf in a flock of sheep and continued to chase after Leng Qingge. It can't be? Dou Shanjun was dumbfounded. He raised his hand and said, This Xiao Hua actually didn't block the golden dagger axe arrow array? Beigo Jinming also frowned and said in a low voice, Daoist cultivators have a protective golden light. This Xiao Hua's cultivation is at the 4th level of origin energy. I'm afraid he can block the golden dagger axe arrow array? But the immortal slaying crossbow and the god slaying bow are precisely used to strangle the Daoist golden dagger axe arrow array. Dou Shanjun was puzzled. Beigo Jinming looked up and down at Dou Shanjun and said with a smile, Shanjun, you know these secrets, but Xiao Hua doesn't. Dou Shanjun shook his head slightly. The interest in his eyes was even stronger. He felt that Xiao Hua was definitely not as simple as the chief said. Sure enough, pa. Like rain hitting banana leaves, hundreds of golden dagger axes densely hit Xiao Hua's golden body. The other thousands of golden dagger axes brushed past Xiao Hua's golden body and pierced into the black cloud ridge. Rumble. Bursts of intense sounds came from the mountain ridge. The mountain ridge that was trampled beyond recognition by the iron horse array was now ravaged again. The mountain peak collapsed, the mountain rocks were shattered, and smoke and dust flew in all directions. One could see the power of these golden dagger axes. However, these golden dagger axes that pierced Xiao Hua's golden body were barely satisfactory. These golden dagger axes were really like raindrops. They only made Xiao Hua's golden body tremble slightly and then slid down from the golden body. They were basically unable to pose any threat to Xiao Hua's golden body. Pa. Under Xiao Hua's disregard, another wave of golden dagger axes fell down. This time, Xiao Hua slightly raised his eyebrows as if he was aware of the abnormality. However, he still ignored it and allowed the golden dagger axes mixed with the execution crossbow and the god-slaying bow to land on his body. Needless to say, the golden dagger axes were still useless. However, the execution crossbow and the god-slaying bow were different. When the crossbow pierced Xiao Hua's golden body, thousands of inscriptions swarmed out and flashed with an intense light. They quickly tore apart the golden light of the golden body. A whirlwind that was sharper than a sharp awl emerged from the void and pierced Xiao Hua's golden body. Especially, the inscriptions on the god-slaying bow covered the golden body and annihilated the golden light. The incomparably sharp crossbow pierced deeply into Xiao Hua's body. Unfortunately, no matter how sharp these execution crossbows and god-slaying bows were, they were still mortal weapons. How could they pierce Xiao Hua's demon body that he spent countless efforts to refine? Hundreds of crossbows fell from Xiao Hua's golden body one after another, like the helpless thoughts of the soldiers of the Bronze Pillar country. Leng Qingge watched from afar with an extremely ugly expression. He really didn't expect Xiao Hua to be so vigorous. Moreover, he was also a rare body cultivator in the Dao sect. Wasn't this kind of person with a copper head and iron arms the nemesis of his golden spears and iron horses? The defensive formation that he painstakingly laid down now seemed to have become the reason for Xiao Hua's fame. This old man wants to see how you will break through the siege of the golden spears and iron horses. However, Leng Qingge was also anxious. Inside the 5 brocade cloud diagram, the righteous qi was extremely abundant. Whether it was the golden dagger axes or the god-slaying bow, they were almost endless. Even if the execution crossbows and god-slaying bows were gone, just these alone could exhaust Xiao Hua's strength. Who knew that in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua raised his head and laughed loudly. "Ha, old man Leng, so you only have so many tricks up your sleeve. Since you don't have anything new, then I will let you see this Xiao's tricks." As he spoke, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and the seal of the overturning sea flew out. Wang. The entire 5 brocade cloud diagram didn't have any heaven and earth spiritual qi, but with a wave of Xiao Hua's hand, the seal of the overturning sea emitted an intense rumbling sound. In an instant, it expanded to more than 10 zhang. This Xiao Hua is too powerful. In the distance, Jiang Yuming's heart was also shocked. He whispered, "Until now, Leng Qingge has no more tricks up his sleeves." Only then did he take out the Dao sect's magical weapon. What he used to defeat Leng Qingge was only the Dao sect's insignificant Dao. Boom! Just as Jiang Yuming expected, when Xiao Hua's seal of the overturning sea appeared, the coiling dragon roared and rushed into the sky. Xiao Hua pointed his hand again and the seal instantly expanded to several mu in size. As the coiling dragon swooped down, it immediately smashed the 10,000 horses into powder. "Old man Leng, your golden spear is only a..." Xiao Hua sneered. "If you don't make a move, I will beat your disciples and grand-disciples into minced meat. Looks like you really do have some tricks up your sleeve. Come, this old man will fight you for 800 rounds. After being bullied by Xiao Hua to this extent, Leng Qingge could no longer retreat. He waved the Damascus steel spear in his hand and a series of sonic booms rang out, bringing with it numerous pillars of boundless qi that pierced toward Xiao Hua. Why would Xiao Hua be afraid of him? He waved the wishful steel staff and said excitedly, "Why would I need 800 rounds? If you can last 500 rounds in front of this Xiao will throw away his staff and fight to the death with you." When Leng Qingge heard this, his nose almost went crooked from anger. What kind of bet was throwing away his staff and fighting to the death? Even if you don't have your staff, don't you still have your magical weapon? But before Leng Qingge could say anything, the suffocating wind from the staff was already coming at his head. He couldn't afford to hesitate. Xiao Hua really overestimated Leng Qingge. Although Leng Qingge was a great general of the military school and could be considered a peak cultivator of the 4th level of origin energy, how could his strength be compared to Xiao Hua's? Moreover, the moves and boundless qi that Leng Qingge relied on were nothing in front of Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua had concealed his cultivation base to the nascent soul stage in order to not attract the special attention of the scholarly cultivators, after 100 rounds, Leng Qingge no longer dared to use his Damascus steel spear against Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. After another 10 or so exchanges, Leng Qingge was already stretched thin. Although Xiao Hua did not use any kind of confinement technique, Leng Qingge felt that his hands and feet were bound, and it was difficult for him to display even 50% of his martial skills. Leng Qingge was a little anxious in his heart. Thinking back to what he said before, Xiao Hua really did rely on his own strength to resist the power of the Bronze Pillar state. If he continued to fight with him, he might really fall here. Thinking of this, Leng Qingge didn't hesitate to clap his hands. Boom! Golden light flashed above Leng Qingge's head, and the golden dagger axe that he had previously stored in his body rushed out again. A golden light suddenly appeared, and thousands of boundless qi followed the golden light and blasted towards Xiao Hua. Moreover, where the golden dagger axe was, there was a piercing sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky and directly into Xiao Hua's body. Ha! Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Seeing the blood-red color around Leng Qingge's body gradually disappear, and the bronze light around him flourished, how could he not know that Leng Qingge was about to use some kind of sword technique? Xiao Hua laughed and clapped his hands. He simply gave up on the power of the flying sword and stretched out his nascent soul hand. He didn't digest it into a hand that was several mu in size, but only a few hundred feet in size. It firmly trapped the golden dagger axe. No matter how red Leng Qingge's face was, he couldn't move the golden dagger axe forward even half an inch. Just as Leng Qingge was about to be defeated by Xiao Hua, a layer of blue cloud brocade fell from the sky like a rainbow, falling right in front of Xiao Hua's nascent soul hand. From the brocade, thousands of wind, fire, and mountains rushed out to block Xiao Hua's path. Chapter 35:14. Puff! The Yuanying's hand fell, and thousands of wind and fire mountains were crushed, turning into countless inscriptions dancing in the air. At the same time, the cloud brocade was also pulled down, turning into a mighty qi. Leng Qingge took advantage of this gap and hurriedly put away the golden dagger axe, turned around, and disappeared into the clouds. Hee, it turns out to be a battle of attrition. Xiao Hua put away the Yuanying's hand and coldly looked at the cyan cloud brocade rapidly emerging from the sky. Like the previous crimson cloud, it covered the entire sky. He sneered. This Xiao thought that the Confucian cultivators were trustworthy people. Only Leng Qingge and this Xiao would fight, and no one else would intervene. Since the Confucian cultivators are so shameless, forget it, tell me your name. This one is Jiang Yuming. Jiang Yuming did not have a golden body of 20 feet. He appeared in the sky and faintly replied. The Jiang family of the Bronze Pillar country? This is really interesting. Xiao Hua smiled as if he had seen his prey. He stretched out his finger and waved it a few times in the air. Have you washed your neck clean? This Xiao didn't look for you, and you actually dare to come and seek death? Xiao Hua's behavior was tantamount to naked provocation and insult, but Jiang Yuming was not angry. He still faintly replied, the grudge between my Jiang family and you is a private grudge. The grudge between my Bronze Pillar country and your Jiang country is a national grudge. My Jiang family is now under the orders of the emperor to destroy the remnants of the Dao sect. It has nothing to do with my Jiang family's grudge. Using official power for personal gain is actually said by you in such a dignified manner. This Xiao is really speechless. Xiao Hua sneered and pointed with the wishful staff in his hand. I don't care what your reason is. Since you are here, leave your life. We haven't fought yet, who knows who will leave their life. Jiang Yuming raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of cyan qi. In the air, the cyan cloud brocade that had originally covered the entire sky suddenly lit up, and countless inscriptions emerged from the clouds. These inscriptions were either jumping, flying, or cruising. As these inscriptions danced, a deep voice emerged from the void. These voices were either rhythmic or disorderly, but between each word and sentence, all the inscriptions gradually had a rhythm. Isn't that the meaning of the 100-seed book array? Xiao Hua looked doubtfully at the familiar array formation in front of him. He was very puzzled. He had used the green seal script to break the 100-child book array in the Copper Pillar Academy. How could this Jiang Yuming not know? Why did he have to use the Confucian cultivator's book array again and again? But in the sky, millions of inscriptions first condensed into sentences and then gathered into articles. Pieces of articles floated in front of Xiao Hua's eyes, and sounds of recitation came from the void. The entire 5-brocade cloud atlas was solemn, as if he had entered a school. Looking at the place where Jiang Yuming was previously, Jiang Yuming's figure had already disappeared. Similarly, there were many inscriptions violently churning. However, what these inscriptions condensed was not an article, but a human figure about the same size as Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua swept a glance over and understood that this was the so-called child, transformed from Jiang Yuming's true qi. That could kill with words and poems. Boom. When the thousands of articles finally gathered together and condensed into books, for huge books flashing with blue light appeared in the sky. Wind. With a loud shout, the already formed character opened its mouth, and the first of the 4 books slowly opened. A gust of wind mixed with a clamorous sound rushed out from the book and rushed toward Xiao Hua. Ha! Isn't this the method of my Daoist? You actually dare to show off in front of this Xiao. Xiao Hua saw the hurricane coming and laughed loudly. He rubbed his hands and rays of light flashed. In front of Xiao Hua, 100 feet tall yellow earth shield blocked the hurricane. Woo! Woo! Bursts of wind like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves collided with the earth shield. The earth shield flashed with a faint brilliance, blocking the hurricane without any difficulty. However, Xiao Hua, who was behind the earth shield, felt a little strange because the earth shield did not block all of the hurricane. Some of the wind still passed through the earth shield and blew on Xiao Hua's body. At first, Xiao Hua did not care, but as the impact of the hurricane became stronger, the earth shield's brilliance flashed rapidly, and the wind blowing on Xiao Hua's body also became stronger. In particular, the woo-woo wind was mixed with a strange sound. At this time, Xiao Hua already understood that it was actually some common words. These words were clearly some inscriptions that Xiao Hua did not understand, but Xiao Hua's heart became more and more agitated with this sound. As his agitation became more and more intense, a kind of bone-softening and numbing feeling came from the golden body. Xiao Hua was shocked. He understood in his heart that his transcendence golden body was not simple. It was different from the transcendence golden body of the Buddhist sect. It was based on his physical body and was displayed using the heavenly laws embodiment of heaven and earth technique. Xiao Hua was confident that this golden body could not be damaged by an ordinary flying sword. How could it be damaged by a simple hurricane? Boom! Just as Xiao Hua was shocked, the earth shield that was as hard as iron and stone was destroyed by the hurricane. The wind whistled and drowned Xiao Hua's golden body in an overwhelming manner. In an instant, thousands of noises, groans, curses, whispers, and all kinds of sounds fell into Xiao Hua's ears. They entered both his ears and his heart. A kind of unconcealable agitation arose in Xiao Hua's heart. This agitation made Xiao Hua scratch his ears and his cheeks, not knowing what to do. The hurricane that blew away the earth shield fell on Xiao Hua's golden body. Wisps of wind turned into inscriptions that were so fine that they could not be heard. Along with the fluctuation of Xiao Hua's mood, they rushed into the golden body with this agitation. Boom! In just a moment, Xiao Hua's golden body showed signs of collapsing. The surface began to scatter, rumble. Xiao Hua was very anxious. A green light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. The lightning flash and thunder roll technique was used. Layer after layer of lightning covered Xiao Hua's golden body. The inscriptions that came in contact with the green seal text immediately disappeared into nothingness. The thousands of noises were also covered by the lightning at this time. As soon as the noises and the hurricane disappeared, Xiao Hua's golden body immediately stabilized. His heart also became clear. Granny, what kind of hurricane is this? What is this sound? Why is it so strange? Xiao Hua took advantage of this gap to think quickly. Why am I so agitated? While Xiao Hua was thinking, the coverage of the lightning flash and thunder roll technique increased. Not only did it cover the 4 books, but it also covered the Z book statue. These books and book statues all melted under the green seal text. However, these books were different from the ones in the Copper Pillar Academy. The green inscriptions between the clouds seemed to be endless. The amount of green seal text that melted was immediately replenished by the clouds. The speed was several times faster than the green seal text. Seeing this, Xiaohua finally understood Jiang Yuming's plan. He was now trapped in the formation. No matter how many green seal text characters there were, they couldn't compare to this Confucian cultivator's defensive formation. Their Z naturally wasn't afraid of being destroyed. It seems that if I don't understand why this hurricane is making me agitated, I'm afraid it won't be easy to get out of this situation. Xiaohua frowned slightly. In his mind, he recalled the reason why he was agitated just now. Wasn't it because of those noises? Thinking of this, Xiaohua closed his ears. However, even if he couldn't hear those noises, they still drilled into Xiaohua's heart like little insects. It was like a shrew cursing in the street. Even if you didn't want to hear it, those unpleasant words still fell into your ears and even attracted your attention. Gossips? Rumors and groundless gossip? Suddenly, Xiaohua seemed to understand something. He thought to himself, these Confucian cultivators use words to establish their divine abilities. How can their wind be the same as the Daoist sect's wind? This wind is made up of words and carries a kind of awe-inspiring aura. The power is only on the surface, the words are still in the bones. These words move people's hearts. Xinxin once said that the 5 qis unification is to cultivate the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Isn't this Confucian cultivator's secret offensive technique the 5 qis? The Confucian cultivator's wind is more focused on attacking the heart. As long as the Daoist sect's cultivator's Dao heart isn't pure and hasn't broken free from the bonds of the mortal world, they'll definitely fall into their trap. Confucian cultivators, oh Confucian cultivators, they're really scheming. Haha. Thinking of this, Xiaohua laughed and sang, "My heart is clear, my will is righteous, I wish my heart to face heaven and earth, why should I be afraid of others' rumors? My body is stone, my body is gold, I wish my body to stand in heaven and earth, I'm not afraid of others' rumors. My heart can accommodate heaven and earth, all things in heaven and earth are in my thoughts. My body can accept glory, my liver and gallbladder can be bright." Along with Xiaohua's laughter, the sound of lightning and thunder stopped. The Buddha's relics in Xiaohua's Naiwan palace formed the Akala seal and sat upright. In his middle dantian, the 3-colored heavenly heart protected his 5 viscera and 6 bowels and slowly rotated. The nascent soul in his lower dantian also calmly cultivated. It was like he was strong, he was strong, he was strong, he was strong. It was also strange. Xiaohua's thoughts were clear and he wasn't afraid of 100 disasters. Although the wind was fierce and the rumors still entered his ears, Xiaohua didn't listen to them. He was like an indomitable man, he was independent and couldn't be shaken by the so-called rumors and rumors. His heart was calm and his body was firm. The hundreds of millions of inscriptions attacked Xiaohua's golden body. The golden body's light alternated between bright and dark without any signs of dimming. Instead, the golden light became more and more tenacious, as if Xiaohua was tempering his body. How is this possible? High up in the sky, the heads of the Jiang family's children appeared with true energy to support the child in midair. When they saw Xiaohua actually break the wind formation in such a short time, they were all stupefied. The most powerful element of the Jiang family's wind, forest, fire, and mountain was the wind. Who knew how many cultivators couldn't see through this rumors and slanders, and their mental state was destroyed by the waves? Words could kill people, but those that could kill themselves were just slanders. If one's mental state wasn't really bright and wasn't hurt by the world's rumors, who could escape this heart-destroying wind? Xiaohua was actually able to stand in the face of the wind. It was really too inconceivable. Chapter 35:15. This Xiaohua really has some tricks up his sleeve. Jiang Yuming's expression was still indifferent as he said, however, he was able to set up a blood steel in Seven Suns Temple and bring the old Daoist's corpse into the academy alone. He is a brave person, so it's normal for him to be able to dodge the wind array. Let's activate the forest array. Let him see how powerful we are. Following Jiang Yuming's words, the huge Z in the sky once again stretched out its hand and opened the second book. Swish, swish, swish. From the book, droplets of emerald green light flew out like raindrops, instantly covering the entire sky. Every green dot was a slowly rotating inscription. Xiaohua sneered, "What kind of dirty trick is this?" Obviously, since the Confucian cultivator could even use rumors, in Xiaohua's eyes, there was no trick that he couldn't use. After Xiaohua's cold snort, the hurricane swept the green dots towards Xiaohua's golden body. How could Xiaohua let these green dots get close to him? He rubbed his hands together, but the space within a few feet around him gave off a golden light, as if a golden glass was protecting Xiaohua. Ooh! Xiaohua's golden light was covered by these green dots in the wind. Then, the green dots began to expand, and countless tiny inscriptions gushed out from each green. At the same time, there was a mighty aura falling from the green clouds, and these inscriptions could be seen expanding with the naked eye. Gotcha! Xiaohua's golden light was not without cracks, and the green dots that fell from the cracks now turned into inscriptions, destroying the restriction in an instant. Damn it, this is also possible? Xiaohua cursed in his heart, and he was just about to urge his magic power once more. However, before he could move, he saw strings of inscriptions grow like clumps of tree branches within the entire grand formation. The roots and branches intertwined with each other, and they covered the heavens and the earth with the intention of imprisoning Xiaohua. Oh, this Xiao understands. Seeing this, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of jade talismans flew out. Rumble! Bursts of fireballs exploded nearby. These huge fireballs not only blew up the newly born branches, but also followed the direction of the inscriptions and swallowed the other inscriptions. Damn it! Jiang Yuming, who had always been calm, suddenly jumped up and said anxiously, This is the fire talisman that blew up Qin Qingyu's arm. So that fire talisman was refined by Xiaohua. Before Jiang Yuming could recover from his shock, he saw Xiaohua open his mouth, and a cauldron fell into the air. Xiaohua cast seals, and the cauldron expanded to hundreds of feet in size. Woo! Thousands of fire crows flew out of the cauldron. These fire crows whistled and rushed to the forest-shaped prison in the sky. Rumble! Rumble! All the inscriptions around the fire crows were burned. The forest array that was about to seal the entire space collapsed in an instant. The Daoist's treasure is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Yuming sat down absent-mindedly. He looked at his senior brothers and granduncles, who also looked unfriendly. His heart was filled with complicated feelings. That's right, even though the Daoist's treasures were extraordinarily powerful, what was behind this extraordinariness? Xiaohua fought against all his disciples by himself. His spiritual power was unfathomable. Suddenly, Jiang Yuming understood something. The king of the Bronze Pillar country set up such a large defensive array in the Black Cloud Ridge with the intention of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Wasn't Xiaohua the same at this time? With the ability Xiaohua showed at this time, he was afraid that before the array was activated, or even at the beginning, he could destroy the array. Why wait until now? Xiaohua revealed his Dharma body and stood there calmly, countering each move as it came. It was as if the bamboo in his heart had already grown long ago. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuming's heart immediately turned cold, but at this moment, an old Confucian next to him said angrily, Quick, activate the fire array. Let's take advantage of this guy's complacency and let him taste the power of our Confucian cultivator's fire. It's hard to stop halfway. Let's wait until after this battle. Jiang Yuming felt bitter in his heart, but since it had already come to this, how could he stop? Thus, Jiang Yuming gathered his thoughts and focused on fighting the enemy. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua activated the cauldron and used the Samadhi True Fire to destroy all the forest arrays, He was about to show off his power again and activate the flames to burn the 4 scrolls. Boom! The huge Z raised his hand and the 3rd scroll opened. Flames poured out from the scroll like a rain of fire falling from the sky. Ha! Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. This Xiao is activating the flames. Why are they still using fire to attack? However, the fire of the 5 brocade cloud painting was different from Xiaohua's fire. The color of the fire was light green, and countless inscriptions flowed within the flames. Waves of noble qi rushed into the flames. This green flame did not mix with Xiaohua's samadhi true fire. When the two touched, they even passed through. Damn it, what kind of fire is this? Xiaohua could be considered a cultivator who had seen the origin of fire. Whether it was the samadhi true fire or the 2-colored spiritual fire, they were all flames that were hard to find in the world. However, he still could not understand what kind of fire this green flame was. Because the flames had already reached his body, the golden light protecting his body could not stop them. Although the sky was filled with a rain of fire, Xiaohua did not feel the heat of the flames at all. Xiaohua hurriedly rubbed his hands, and several rays of light appeared. Layers of imprisonment appeared in the space near the golden body. However, the flames seemed to be formless, and simply ignored the imprisonment, and fell down with a whoosh. Moreover, what made Xiaohua shocked was that the closer the flame got to him, the faster it flew towards him. Especially when the flame passed through the imprisonment, it almost instantly rushed into his golden body. What made Xiaohua lose his head out of fear was that after the first wisp of flames entered his golden body, the second wisp, the third wisp, and even more wisps of flames were like 100 birds returning to their nest. In an instant, they crossed the space barrier and rushed into Xiaohua's golden body. Good. An old scholar behind Jiang Yuming clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Great success, this child is crippled." Jiang Yuming's heart clearly relaxed. He naturally knew how powerful the heart fire of the Wind Forest Fire Mountain was. This fire looked like fire, but in reality, it was not fire. It was the fire in the cultivator's heart. All magic power and divine abilities were useless against it. If one could not stop the heart fire before it entered the heart, as long as the heart fire entered the body, it would ignite the fire in the cultivator's heart. It would burn from the inside out. Even a 9th-grade essence power would not be able to escape. Unfortunately, just as Jiang Yuming's heart relaxed, he saw the flames filling the sky instantly turn into fireflies and rush into Xiaohua's golden body. Xiaohua was flustered, as if he wanted to use some divine ability to stop it, but unfortunately, not even a wisp of flame could stop it. However, all the flames that entered Xiaohua's body did not give birth to heart fire. The internal burning fire that Jiang Yuming and the others were hoping for did not appear. Even Xiaohua himself lowered his head and looked at his golden body in confusion. What's going on now? Jiang Yuming and the others were dumbfounded. Ha! After a moment, Xiaohua seemed to have realized something. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Jiang Yuming, your Jiang family has gone against the tide and harmed the common people. Now, even the heavens are not helping you. Just wait and wash your necks. Let me chop off your heads. How is this possible? An old scholar was trembling all over. He did not dare to believe his eyes. Now that things have come to this, what else can we say? Jiang Yuming had already regained his composure. He said in a low voice, "Let's see the last mountain array." All right, that old scholar also gritted his teeth. I don't believe that this child can resist the 100 seedlings by himself. As he spoke, the green sea of clouds rolled again. That child raised his hand, and the last scroll opened. The smile on Xiaohua's face did not fade. He did not know the origin of the heart fire, but when his mind fell on his middle dantian, he saw that the crimson heart of the heavens was unusually dazzling. Many flames that rushed into his golden body disappeared after entering it. He already understood that this fire was the fire of the heart and lungs. It was one of the 5 elements. Rather than saying that the flames that filled the sky fell into his golden body because of the power of the array, it was more accurate to say that they were attracted by the crimson heart of the heavens. If he had not obtained the heart of the heavens, he was afraid that there would be some trouble. Let's see what the fourth scroll is. Xiao Hua was full of confidence. He raised his head and looked at the sky. When the last scroll opened, the entire sky was shaking. Whether it was the wind or the forest, they all disappeared and turned into specks of fireflies. Endless chi of righteousness crisscrossed the entire space. Inside the scroll, an inscription the size of a thumb appeared. All the surrounding inscriptions let out a deafening chanting sound and condensed toward this inscription. The four scrolls also flashed with a green brilliance and rapidly enlarged. In the roar of the entire space, everything condensed into a huge four-sided mountain. The four scrolls flew to the four sides of the huge mountain and turned into four large words. It was Mountain of Literature and Sea of Words. Fall. Z angrily roared from the horizon. Both of his hands produced a cyan-colored cloud brocade and slammed it on the huge mountain. The huge mountain issued a rumbling sound as it fell down toward Xiao Hua's head. Seeing the endless pressure coming from the giant mountain, the suffocating atmosphere was incomparably heavy. Xiao Hua was not surprised, but happy. Ha! He laughed a few times. He did not take out the wishful staff. Instead, he formed a seal with both hands. The spiritual power of the whole body surged, and the power of the secret sex Buddhist seal rushed out with the power of the mountain. Boom! Xiao Hua waved his hands, and a golden light overflowed. It was not clear whether it was the golden light of the Daoist sect or the Buddhist sect. Everyone only felt that their eyes were bright, and then there was a loud noise that shook the entire space. Xiao Hua's golden light was like a demon god that could split heaven and earth. With his hands, the seemingly indestructible mountain of literature and sea of words collapsed. Whether it was the scrolls or the words, they all turned into inscriptions. Moreover, under the huge shock, these inscriptions turned into righteous chi. Puff, puff, puff. In the sky, Jiang Yuming and the others vomited blood. The child statue could no longer support itself and collapsed. The true chi in everyone's chest was swallowed back. Whether it was Jiang Yuming or the others, they had never recovered from the shock. They knew that Xiao Hua was a body cultivator, but they never thought that a cultivator could cultivate his strength to such a level. The wind, forest, fire, and fire scattered. The Jiang family of the Bronze Pillar country was completely defeated. Chapter 35:16. Ding Dong. The moment the sea of words collapsed, two clear zither sounds came from the void. Two faint blue flowers bloomed in the sky. These flowers seemed to be too weak to withstand a gust of wind. They looked especially pitiful against the blue cloud brocade. It was as if a gust of wind was blowing the petals into the air. Whoosh! It was also as if the autumn rain was sprinkling down with flying petals, covering the entire sky. Ding dong, ding dong. It was as if an orphan girl was sighing in disappointment. A few more zither sounds came, and a woman wearing a palace dress slowly appeared at the end of the blue cloud brocade. For you, Xiao Hua was an emotional person, so these few zither sounds made him a bit sad. He unconsciously stopped and asked. The woman stood on the cloud brocade. Her whole body was covered by the cloud brocade. One could only vaguely see her palace dress and figure, but not her appearance. The woman landed not far from Xiao Hua and bowed. This concubine is by Hou Yuqin. I am in charge of the water brocade diagram of the 5 brocade cloud diagram. Fellow Immortal Xiao is very powerful and easily passed through 2 formations. This concubine had no choice but to come out and greet you. 5 brocade cloud diagram? Xiao Hua frowned and slightly nodded. I am very happy that fellow Immortal Xiao can tell me the name of this formation. However, why don't you reveal your appearance? Wouldn't this fall into minor ascension again? Hee, fellow Immortal Xiao is a gentleman. This concubine respects you very much. Bai Hou Yuqin laughed and said, this concubine originally didn't want to be fellow Immortal Xiao's enemy. However, this concubine is a citizen of the Bronze Pillar country. When the country is in danger, this concubine has no choice but to face it head-on and use this water brocade diagram to fight fellow Immortal Xiao. Of course, Fellow Immortal Xiao is very powerful, and this concubine knows that she is no match for him. Thus, this concubine will play a song here. As long as fellow Immortal Xiao can hear the end of the song, this concubine will leave. This concubine has done her duty and won't dare to make things difficult for fellow Immortal Xiao. However, once this concubine's appearance is seen by fellow Immortal Xiao, this concubine's rain bell will lose some of its power. That's why I didn't dare to reveal myself. Please forgive me, fellow Immortal. Bai Ho's zither retreated in order to advance. He clearly explained his difficulties and also explained that he used his zither to subdue the enemy. Xiao Hua slightly nodded and smiled. Fellow Immortal Bai Ho is right. You and I are enemies today, so there's no need to be merciful. Just use whatever means you have. This Xiao will naturally listen attentively and appreciate the wonders of fellow Immortal's zither music. Fellow Immortal, please. Bai Ho Yuqin slightly bowed and sat down. She waved her hand and a green brocade appeared out of thin air like a zither table. Bai Ho Yuqin placed the zither on the table and whispered, "I'll begin." Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as light flowed around his body. The golden light slowly shrunk and returned to its normal size. Then, he placed his arms behind his back and looked at Bai Ho Yuqin indifferently. Ding dong. Two simple sounds from the zither caused the entire formation to become silent. Xiao Hua's heart jumped twice as if he was enchanted by the zither music. Xiao Hua frowned. Xiao Hua frowned. At this moment, the sound of a zither slowly flowed out from the brocade clouds in the sky. Along with the sound of the zither, inscriptions appeared on the brocade clouds under the zither. These inscriptions danced and flowed along with the sound of the zither and quickly spread across the entire sky. In the originally dark green sky, the inscriptions intersected with each other rhythmically. Wisps of awe-inspiring qi gushed out. Gradually, these inscriptions began to transform. The night sky appeared, the stars dotted the sky, and the crescent moon hung in the sky. Not only that, willows began to appear on the left side of Xiao Hua. On the side of the willows, there was a river flowing out. On the river, there was a river boat. On the river boat, there was a boatman standing at the bow of the boat, seemingly looking at the mountain range. The swaying willow branches were like the graceful figure of a beauty, but also like the lonely mood of a beauty. Between the willow leaves, there was a pavilion with a small bridge. Inside the pavilion, a beauty and a young master seemed to be standing facing each other, but also seemed to be hugging each other and crying. At this moment, a sad but beautiful voice came from the zither music. The cicadas are mournful, facing the pavilion at night. The rain has just stopped. The tent at the gate is empty, reluctant to leave. The orchid boat is activated. Holding hands, looking at tearful eyes, speechless. Thoughts go to 1,000 miles of smoke. The evening mist is heavy. Chu Tianqua? Hiss. Xiao Hua had always been on guard ever since Bai Ho started playing the zither. However, despite the myriad of illusions, the sound of the zither didn't cause any abnormalities. Even his heart, which he was paying attention to, didn't suffer any attacks. However, when this sad but beautiful voice came out, the illusions before his eyes began to change. The willow trees, the pavilion, and the night scene all disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by a vast ocean. At this moment, there was a beautiful woman on the beach looking at him. That woman's eyes were filled with reluctance, love, and determination. Shue shue. Xiao Hua knew that this was an illusion, but he couldn't help but call out in his heart. This was the sorrow of cultivators. As long as it was an ordinary person, they might see another person in their dreams. However, cultivators rarely slept. Even if it was a short rest, how could there still be dreams? Although Xiao Hua missed Shue Shue in his heart and could see the netherworld lotus at any time in the dark side of the space, if he wanted to see Shue Shue's appearance, he could only see it in his own memories. And this memory, even if Xiao Hua's divine ability was strong, he couldn't force it to stay. As time passed, it gradually dimmed. Now that he suddenly saw Shue Shue alive, how could Xiao Hua not be moved? How could he bear to break this illusion? Husband. Shue Shue's voice was mournful. This concubine really wants to be husband's wife. Xiaohua's heart ached. An indescribable guilt spread out. He reached out his hand to grab Xue Xue's hand. The scene before his eyes changed again. It was Xue Xue holding the pink jade slip. Her eyes flashed with an indescribable bitterness. She said in a low voice, "Xiaohua, this is what this concubine wants to tell you. However, this is a secret. In the future, you'll know when you see it." Xiaohua's heart shrank even more. At that time, he was so ignorant. He didn't know that what Xue Xue gave him was her heart. What she gave him was her most precious life. Guilt involuntarily arose. Thinking about what he owed Xue Xue, Xiaohua was almost willing to give up everything he had in exchange for Xue Xue's life. The illusions changed again. The palace of the Misty Mountain appeared in front of him. The pitiful Xue Xue was lying in his arms. Her sweet sleeping face was full of tears. Those tears soaked his clothes. Xiaohua's eyes couldn't help but shed tears. Yes, the careless him actually thought that it was the saliva of the sleeping Xue Xue. However, he never thought that the Xue Xue in the dream was still heartbroken. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. This was the only feeling Xiaohua had. The sound of Bai Ho's zither was still echoing in his ears. Xiaohua clearly knew that this was an illusion. However, he couldn't bear to shatter this illusion. He would rather be intoxicated in this illusion. He would rather use his own safety in exchange for a chance to meet Xue Xue. This was nothing more than drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Inside the great array, Xiaohua's body was surrounded by a green brocade. The green true energy in the brocade was like a needle piercing into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's body was originally flickering with a golden light, but it only flashed for a moment. It was as if Xiaohua had stopped it. In the entire space, besides the sound of the zither, there was also sorrow. This sorrow was even heavier than the green brocade. Time slowly passed. The brocade that previously only surrounded Xiaohua's body gradually filled the entire great array. Although the sound of the zither was still clear, it was also somewhat slow. The singing voice was also tactful and long. Sentimental since ancient times, the sorrow of parting is even greater. How can the autumn festival be neglected? Tonight, where will I wake up from my drunken stupor, the willow bank with the morning breeze and waning moon? This time, after many years, should be a good time in name only. Even if there are 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings, who will tell? Gradually, the song dissipated and the clouds parted. Although her appearance could be considered beautiful, she was still unable to resist the corrosion of time. The woman's face was already covered in frost. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted. There wasn't a trace of happiness in her victory. Instead, there was a trace of unhappiness from losing her heart. "Congratulations, Fairy Bai Ho." A clear voice came from the distant horizon. It was the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar country, Longtime, who was previously injured by Xiaohua. Bai Ho shook her head slightly and said, "Young Master Leng, according to the agreement, this is the last time I will serve the country. In the future, if there is another battle like this, don't look for me." Hee, Fairy is too sentimental. Leng Chinga's figure had already recovered. He looked like a handsome old man. He didn't come forward and just laughed from afar. This child is a remnant of the Dao sect. You saw it just now. His methods are powerful. This old man and the Jiang family are not his opponents. If you don't subdue him, I'm afraid the people of the hidden immortal continent will be plunged into misery and suffering again. Today's battle is a great merit and should be rewarded by the country's monarch for getting rid of a scourge for us Confucian cultivators. Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, Bai Ho Yuqin waved her hand. Clang clang. 2 sounds of zither rang out. The woman coldly said, "Young Master Leng's heart has long lost its rhythm. Now only killing is left. Young Master's state of mind is no longer the same as before. You can only see the blood on this child, but you can't see the tenderness in this child's heart. This kind of cultivator who is aware of the illusion, whose heart is as clear as a mirror, but who is unwilling to erase the thoughts in his heart, how can he set off endless killing? In my opinion, if we didn't force him, he might not have fought." Forget it, Lung Chinga didn't want to argue with Bai Hou Yuqin. Hearing this, he waved his hand and laughed. Who cares if he is gentle or not? I don't care if he can set off 1,000 feet sea of blood. We only need to capture him and send him to the front of the palace. The country's monarch will deal with him. But at this moment, a faint voice sounded again. Who can bring this Xiao to the front of the palace? Lung Chinga, is that you? Why don't you come in front of this Xiao? Are you afraid that this Xiao will kill you on the spot? Lung Chinga turned pale with fright and said anxiously, Chapter 35:17. Bai Hou Yuqin was even more surprised than Lung Chinga. She looked at Xiao Hua, who was completely wrapped in the green brocade, with disbelief. Following Xiao Hua's voice, hundreds of golden lights that were even more brilliant than sunlight shot out from the green brocade. Xiao Hua's imposing figure slowly appeared. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. His eyes were filled with a kind of relaxed and free spirit. When Xiao Hua raised his eyes to look at Bai Hou Yuqin, he smiled and said, I've finally seen Fairy's appearance. This refined temperament really complements your zither music. This Xiao has learned a lot from listening to your music. Thank you very much. As he spoke, Xiao Hua slightly bowed. I don't dare. Bai Hou Yuqin stopped being surprised and hurriedly returned the bow. Xiao Hua used his gaze to look at Lung Chinga in the distant sky and said indifferently, However, Fairy Bai Hou said it well. When the music ends, the person ends. This Xiao should have won this battle, right? Lung Chinga saw Xiao Hua's sword-like gaze and waved her hand. The brocade rose and disappeared again. Bai Hou Yuqin said helplessly, Fellow Immortal Xiao has already won. This concubine's technique is only child's play in your eyes. This concubine has really made a fool of herself. Xiao Hua slightly shook his head. Fellow Immortal is wrong. Fellow Immortal's technique is miraculous. Fellow Immortal's method of loosening the reins only to grasp them better hit this Xiao's weak spot. This Xiao's performance was not as pretentious as Fellow Immortal thought. This Xiao also had no intention of luring Lung Chinga into a trap. When Bai Hou Yuqin heard this, her face lit up and she said with a smile, So that's how it is. This concubine is very happy. If the person in this concubine's eyes is also a scheming person, this concubine can only be disappointed in the people of this world. At this point, Bai Hou Yuqin hesitated and asked, However, this concubine is a bit puzzled. Mr. had already fallen into the illusion and was unable to extricate himself. How could you easily escape now? Hee, it's very simple. Because this world has its own cycle of reincarnation. Life is death. Death is life. Although death makes people feel sad, this death is also the beginning of a new life. If we cultivators only set our sights on death, how can we escape the cycle of reincarnation? Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and replied with a smile. Moreover, the thing of love is something that exists. Regardless of whether it's time, separation, or life and death, it can't be erased. Perhaps the person is gone, but the love will always be there. Bai Hou Yuqin was beaming with joy as she listened. She stood up and respectfully saluted Xiao Hua. This concubine has received your teachings. Many thanks for Gongzi's guidance. But Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, It can't be considered guidance. It's just that this Xiao's situation is rather special, so it's easy for him to understand. Comprehending is comprehending, comprehending is comprehending, comprehending is comprehending, there is no reason. Bai Hou Yuqin said with a smile, After today's battle, I would like to invite young Master Ling Yuanya to accompany me. This concubine will play the zither and wait for you. All right, it's a deal, Xiao Hua said with a straightforward smile. However, Bai Hou Yuqin smiled bitterly. Although young lord has passed this mistress test, there are still many more difficulties to come. Moreover, this mistress still has to. Xiao Hua didn't wait for her to finish speaking. He waved his hand with a smile and said, There's no need to say anything more. Inside the formation, we're mortal enemies. It's the good fortune of 3 lifetimes for this Xiao to have such a straightforward and upright opponent like fellow Immortal. Many thanks for Gongzi's understanding. Bai Hou Yuqin slightly saluted. She stroked the zither in her hand, and a cheerful zither sound rang out. At the same time her figure disappeared, a bright yellow cloud brocade appeared from all four sides of the sky and rolled towards Xiaohua's location. Xiaohua understood that this must be the fourth transformation of the 5 brocade cloud diagram. He took a deep breath, and the primordial spirit in his middle dantian activated the 5 qi unifications technique. He slowly absorbed the noble qi from the great formation, and combined it with the true qi he absorbed from the heavenly heart to temper his lungs, heart, and spleen. At his kidneys, a sharp pain caused him to involuntarily frown. Bai Hou Yuqin's sound attack was very powerful. In fact, Xiaohua was already injured, and under his own perseverance, he had already fallen into an illusion. However, just as Xiaohua said, Xue wasn't truly dead. Xue's death in exchange for true eternal life was enough for Xiaohua to escape from the illusion created by Bai Hou Yuqin. Although Xiaohua managed to escape, he also paid a great price. This sound attack's damage to his kidneys was far greater than that of the profound water palace's puppet. Xiaohua didn't have Xian's origin replenishing pill, so he could only wait until after the battle to find an opportunity to heal. Roar! A loud roar rang out. Before the bright yellow brocade could completely envelop the sky, a red-faced brawny man with flames burning all over his body, riding a strange demon beast, emerged from the depths of the brocade. His aura was monstrous. This burly man was over 10 feet tall and was wearing a bright yellow armor. This armor was similar to ordinary armor, but it was engraved with fire patterns. The flames around the burly man's body came from these fire patterns. The brawny man had round eyes and a wide mouth. His yellow eyebrows were like 2 brooms, and his yellow eyes flickered with flames. His expression couldn't be seen. The brawny man's demon beast looked somewhat similar to the light beast, but it had no horns on its head and no scales on its body. Only wisps of flames were expanding and contracting as if they were breathing. Even the ground under its feet was covered in flames. The flames were like flowing tassels. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled. Not to mention whether these flames were common in the Daoist sect, even if they were the invisible flames of a Confucian cultivator, why would he be afraid? Hey! The brawny man flew closer, raised his hand, and pointed at Xiaohua. I'm West Bohong from Shallow Moon Ridge. Are you the Daoist sect's Xiaohua? The Xiaohua who set up the blood steel in Seven Suns Monastery? I am indeed the Daoist sect's Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered. I've already broken through 3 layers of the formation. Could it be that Daoist West doesn't know? Haha, good. I'm Lung Chinga's good friend. I didn't plan to help him before. Shi Bohong laughed heartily. However, when I heard about your actions in the Copper Pillar country, I was curious. I even personally went to the Seven Suns Monastery. The words written on the blood steel are still vivid in my mind. To be able to fight with a warrior like you is my long-cherished wish. Let me see if you have the strength to set up the blood steel. Let me see if you're worthy of me coming all the way here. Damn it. Xiaohua couldn't help but curse in his heart. With one look, I can tell that this guy is a heartless thing. Since he admires me, he shouldn't be helping the evildoer. Now that you want to fight with me, do you think I'll still remember your kindness? Seeing West Bohong controlling the monster, waving his bare hands, the righteous Qi stirred up thousands of fire pillars. There was also an endless sea of fire that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it rushed toward Xiaohua. The indescribable heat and the suffocating strength were more powerful than 10 fire-controlling cultivators. Xiaohua sneered. If other attacks had this kind of power, Xiaohua would have to be on guard. However, in the face of fire-controlling technique, Xiaohua didn't feel any pressure at all. If he was afraid of fire, how many people in the world wouldn't be afraid of fire? With a thought, Xiaohua waved his hands and displayed the fire-controlling technique. Sure enough, the surrounding flames slightly jumped, and then the flames suddenly emitted a brilliant brilliance. They danced a bit more lively than before. Haha. Xiaohua laughed. Looking at the flickering inscriptions in the flames, he waved his hands and several fire pillars were like fire dragons. They circled around his body for a moment and then rushed towards West Bohong. West Bohong's red face was also surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Hua to be able to control the flames in the 5 brocade cloud painting. However, since he was already here, what else could he do? The surprise only lasted for a moment. The flames in West Bohong's eyes jumped crazily. The flames around his body also soared to the sky. Between the waves of his hands, fireballs appeared out of thin air. They roared and rushed toward Xiao Hua's fire dragons. Rumble. This battle was completely different from the previous one. The sound of explosions shook the sky, like thousands of volcanoes erupting. The entire area within dozens of miles of the battle was shaking. The flames in the sky were monstrous and thick smoke was rolling. The black cloud ridge was covered with scarlet flames. If Xiaohua's capital star array wasn't on the ridge, the entire Black Wind Ridge would have been scorched red long ago. See. Not to mention Longqinga, even Dou Shanjun, who understood Xiaohua, sucked in a breath of cold air. The strength that Xiaohua displayed was really too different from before. Dou Shanjun was very clear about West Bohong's strength. If he had the help of the 5 brocade cloud painting, Dou Shanjun wasn't sure how strong West Bohong could be. But even so, Xiaohua was still able to fight him as an equal. This made Dou Shanjun feel even more incredulous than when Xiaohua defeated Longqinga. After all, Xiaohua relied on the golden body of a body cultivator to deal with Longqinga. Dou Shanjun had already seen Xiaohua's immense strength. At this moment, Xiaohua's magic power was boundless. Dou Shanjun couldn't help but turn his head to look at Sir Baiguazhenming of the Copper Pillar Academy. Baiguazhenming's eyes were also filled with shock. It was obvious that their previous worries had come true. If Xiaohua had this kind of magic power 100 days ago, Baiguazhenming would be the one to run away. While Dou Shanjun and the others were still in shock, the 5 brocade cloud painting underwent a new change. Xiaohua waved his hand and dozens of fire talismans flew into the air. These fire talismans didn't immediately explode. Instead, they followed the fire dragons and landed 100 feet away from West Bohong. It was a kind of magic array that trapped West Bohong. Xiaohua sneered, "Fellow Immortal, pay attention." Xiaohua formed a seal in his hand, and the dozens of fire talismans exploded at the same time. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and dozens of fireballs rushed toward Shibohong like dragons playing with pearls. Xiaohua's mastery of formations had already reached the acme of perfection. The fire talisman was even more so. At this moment, even if Shibohong wanted to dodge, he couldn't. However, 2 fire pearls suddenly flew out from his eyes. At the same time, the fire beast below him also roared loudly. A basket-sized Yao core flickered and spat out. Chapter 35:18. Swoosh. The 3 fire pearls immediately formed a triangle and protected Shibohong in the middle. Rise, rise, rise. Shibohong roared 3 times. 3 masses of noble spirit rushed out from the void near the 3 fire pearls. With a boom sound, the 3 fire pearls were ignited. Immediately after, the 3 fire pearls exploded even more violently than the fire talismans. Boom, boom, whoa. The 2 intense waves of fire quickly collided together, emitting a whimpering sound like a hurricane. Moreover, the flames mixed with the golden brocade soared into the sky like a gale, blowing Xiaohua, who was in the distance, to the point that his figure swayed. Xiaohua was already like this, how good could Shibohong be? Admittedly, the 3 fire pearls exploded around him, reducing the impact of the fire talismans. However, under the violent pressure of the waves of fire, he was like a scarecrow standing under the sea breeze. Kacha! A series of crisp sounds rang out. The flames around Shibohong's body were immediately extinguished. The fire armor on his body instantly cracked and flew out from the waves of fire. In a moment, it was unknown where he was swept away. It was also at this moment that Xiaohua caught sight of Shibohong's true body. His body did not have much flesh and bones, and his skeleton-like face emitted a faint golden glow. His eyes, in particular, were pitch black holes. There were no eyeballs at all. In just a snap of a finger, the countless flames leaped out from Shi Buohong's body and completely covered him. Pa. Xiaohua, you're really powerful. Shi Buohong was forced to this extent by Xiaohua, but instead of being angry, he was actually happy. He laughed loudly and said, "This old man has never seen a cultivator who can force this old man to this extent just by relying on fire control techniques. Watch carefully." As he spoke, Shi Buohong flew up from the back of the fire beast. With a tap of his foot, the flames around the fire beast's body flourished. The noble spirit in the void crazily poured in. Even the golden cloud brocade turned into a waterfall and rushed down. The fire beast's body could be seen expanding with the naked eye. Ping! A loud sound rang out, and there were actually waves of chanting sounds. That fire beast actually exploded, and similarly, it enveloped Xiaohua's surroundings for several hundred feet. Buzz buzz. The flaming beast's flesh emitted a series of rumbling sounds, just like a Dao sect cultivator's Dharma artifact. Following the rumbling sounds, every piece of flesh began to rotate. Not only did it absorb the surrounding righteous qi and golden cloud brocade, but it also absorbed the raging flames. Xiaohua raised his brow as he looked at the flesh and blood of these fire beasts that had transformed into identical fire beasts. Sweeping them with his divine sense, he discovered that these fire beasts were not illusions and couldn't help feeling surprised. Tens of thousands of fire beasts raised their heads and roared at the same time. Tens of thousands of hurricanes swept away the flames that filled the sky. Without waiting for Xiaohua to think, all the fire beasts pounced on Xiaohua. This pounce didn't matter, but Xiaohua only felt that the space around him was completely confined. A kind of vague circular space formed around him. Within this space, his transcendence energy couldn't be mobilized. His hands and feet also became heavier than 10,000 caddies. It seemed that Shi Buohong was actually able to use a secret technique to completely suppress the power of the 5 brocade cloud painting within this space of 10 feet. If these tens of thousands of fire beasts pounced on him, even if his body was tough, he would still be crushed into meat paste. However, Xiaohua didn't seem to be afraid at all. He actually calmly stretched out his hand and pinched his chin twice, as if he was sizing up this earth-shattering wave of flames. This kind of confidence caused Shi Buohong, who was originally full of confidence in the sky, to feel greatly uneasy. Boom! Tens of thousands of identical fire beasts finally charged together. Xiaohua's figure was instantly engulfed by the flames. Shi Buohong's eyes seemed to see a huge firework that had never been seen before in the world. The space shook and fire snakes overflowed. Is it over? Shi Buohong's eyes flickered with a fiery light, as if his heart was filled with doubt. He somewhat didn't dare to believe it. After all, facing such a powerful attack, Xiaohua actually didn't resist. Looking at the center of the flames, Xiaohua's figure was nowhere to be seen. If he wasn't killed by tens of thousands of fire beasts, what kind of ending could there be? Although Shi Buohong didn't dare to believe it, seeing the flames before his eyes flourish, the fire beasts that had accompanied him for who knows how many years had already disappeared, and Xiaohua's figure still hadn't appeared. Shi Buohong could only sigh. To be able to pay such a huge price to kill Xiaohua, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. But at this moment, an indifferent voice came from above his head. "Shi Buohong, do you have any other methods?" Xiaohua? The fiery light in Shi Buohong's eyes flourished. He hastily raised his head. Sure enough, the unscathed Xiaohua was standing in midair, coldly looking at him. His eyes carried a trace of disdain. "It's me." Xiaohua coldly smiled and said, "In order to kill the enemy, you actually abandoned your own demon pet. I really don't know whether I should be happy for it or not. Or whether I should be sad for it." Perhaps it was because Xiaohua was too sensitive, or perhaps it was because Xiaohua was also a cultivator of Buddhism, but when those tens of thousands of fiery beasts rushed towards him with indescribable solemnity, Xiaohua easily cast a fire escape spell and escaped from the deadly situation. It was also when Xiaohua escaped into the flames that he felt the fire beast's sorrow on the verge of death, that kind of reluctance to part with the world and its attachment to Shi Buohong. This is my business, it has nothing to do with you. Shi Buohong was similarly cold. The flames around his body flickered with a piu-piu sound. What I want to know is, how did you escape from the Broken Tooth Beast's attack? Oh, so that pitiful fire beast's name is Broken Tooth. Shi Buohong, you really don't want to know how sad the Broken Tooth Beast was? You really don't want to know how much it didn't want to leave you? You really don't want to know how bitter the Broken Tooth Beast was when it lost its Yao Dan, as well as the pain of losing its life? Xiaohua looked at Shi Buohong and asked very calmly. Could it be that a victory is so important? I'm sure you've also seen that I don't intend to kill all of you. Even if you're not my match, No need to say so much. Shi Buohong waved his hand. I didn't think that Xiaohua, who could write the blood steel, would actually be so wishy-washy. You've really disappointed me. I'll say it again, whether the Broken Tooth Beast lives or dies is my business. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to tell me how you escaped, then I'm leaving. If you want me to stay, then you can make a move. Since it's come to this, it looks like I'm absolutely not your match. AI. Xiaohua's voice showed the vicissitudes of life. He really didn't understand what Shi Buohong was thinking. How many times had Xiaohua been unwilling to let Little Black and Little Yellow, whether it was the Void or the Blackwater Palace? Even when Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede had come out of the space to take risks, this Shi Buohong had actually made the Broken Tooth Beast self-destruct. Shi Buohong, haven't you heard of our Daoist escape technique? Xiaohua thought for a bit, then sighed and replied in a low voice. 5 elements escape technique? Impossible. The flames in Shi Buohong's eyes shot out more than half a foot, and he was clearly particularly astonished. How can the Daoist's 5 elements escape technique escape from my blazing fire array? There's nothing impossible in this world. Since you can give up the pet beast that you live with day and night, why can't I use the 5 elements escape technique to escape from your blazing fire array? Xiaohua's tone was already indifferent. Besides, our Daoist spells are profound and unfathomable, as numerous as the stars in the sky. How much do you know? Go, for the sake of the Broken Tooth Beast's dead, I won't take your life. Shi Buohong laughed coldly. Golden cloud brocade swirled around him, and his entire figure suddenly disappeared in midair. Even if you want to kill me, you have to look at the place first. Ha ha. Xiaohua laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. After listening to Bai Ho's zither, Xiaohua's heart really softened, and he shouted, "Ignorant brat! Truly, the ignorant are fearless." Woo! While Xiaohua was laughing, a touch of gray slowly appeared in the golden horizon, like a gray cloud in the clear sky. After this gray cloud appeared, it immediately floated toward Xiaohua, and he saw 2 people standing on it. Xiaohua put his hands behind his back and indifferently looked at that gray cloud. When it got closer, he unconsciously frowned. Because on this gray cloud, the one behind it was precisely Do Shanjun that Xiaohua somewhat didn't want to see. Only the one in front of him with a simple face, wearing a scholar's robe, Xiaohua knew that he must be the Copper Pillar Academy's headmaster. Daoist Xiaohua greets headmaster. He still respected this headmaster who didn't desperately try to kill him that day. After the gray cloud settled, Xiaohua extended his hand and cupped his hands in greeting. Beigo Jinming also didn't dare to be negligent and similarly stood on the cloud and bowed in greeting. Copper Pillar Academy's Beigo Jinming greets fellow Immortal Xiao. Oh, so it's Headmaster Beigo. Xiaohua stared blankly and blinked his eyes. You Confucian cultivators' names are quite strange. Previously there was a Bai Ho, and now there's a Beigo. Aren't you looking down on this Xiao's ignorance? Hee hee. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Beigo Jinming's heart relaxed, and he said with a smile, us Confucian cultivators have multiplied in the hidden immortal continent for who knows how many years. Whether it's a compound surname or a single surname, they all have a very long history. In ancient times, there were compound surnames such as Feng Lei, Feng Jiang, Feng Ren, Feng Fu, Fu Fu, Fu Fu, and so on. However, as the descendants of these compound surnames disappeared, the compound surnames also disappeared. Now, I'm afraid there aren't many left. Liang, Taisher, Duanmu, Shangguan, and so on still exist. Duanmu? Hehe, I'm afraid the ones left behind are all Confucian cultivator families? Hearing the two words Duanmu, Xiaohua said with a smile. Beigo Jinming nodded and said, my Beigo family can also be considered a 7th-rank family, and can't be compared to the Duanmu family. Xiaohua nodded and pulled the topic back. Previously, this Xiao didn't see fellow Immortal Beigo's true appearance, but now that I've seen it, it's exactly the solemnity of a Confucian cultivator. It can't be mentioned in the same breath as a certain person's handsomeness. It's no wonder that fellow Immortal Beigo can become the headmaster of an academy, while others can only be the headmaster. Chapter 35:19. I wouldn't dare. Beigo Jinming seemed to have seen through Xiaohua's narrow-mindedness and understood that he was referring to Dou Shanjun. He shook his head and hurriedly replied. Then, Xiaohua continued, also, I would like to thank fellow Immortal Beigo for not blaming me for the offense of pushing down the gate. This. Beigo Jinming smiled bitterly. Fellow Immortal Beigo doesn't need to thank me. I came here today to punish you, but seeing how mighty you are, how could I dare to say a word? I only hope that fellow Immortal Beigo won't make things difficult for the students of my Copper Pillar Academy after you escape from this formation. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I understand this. Xiaohua smiled coldly, his gaze sweeping across the clouds like a sharp sword. If I don't kill those culprits, I don't mind staining my hands with blood again. Yes, I understand. I'm sure the others also understand this. Beigo Jinming nodded and said, today, I was ordered by the monarch to set up the 5 brocade cloud painting because I wanted to meet fellow Immortal Beigo and let others know how powerful fellow Immortal Beigo is. Good. Xiaohua flung his sleeve. You all set up the formation. I didn't get to fight to my heart's content in the Copper Pillar Academy. Today, I'll have a taste of fellow Immortal Beigo's techniques. I wouldn't dare. The techniques we use are for worldly affairs. Fellow Immortal Beigo, please be careful. Beigo Jinming cautioned very carefully. I know. Go ahead and use it. Xiaohua smiled faintly and waved his hand. The seal of overturning the sea rushed out of the space with a rumbling sound and blocked Xiaohua's body in an earthy yellow brilliance. Just as Beigo Jinming and Xiaohua greeted each other, the gray cloud brocade had already covered the entire formation. What was different from the previous formations was that the ground beneath everyone's feet was also gray, as if it was an ordinary layer of earth. Xiaohua's gaze swept over it and immediately understood that this 5 brocade cloud painting was probably related to the 5 elements. Now, it could be considered as earth. Sure enough, Beigo Jinming stood on top of the gray cloud and raised his hand. The tall crown fell off, and a head of gray hair fell down. Dou Shanjun, who was standing behind him a moment ago, had already hidden behind the brocade cloud. Moreover, a moment later, he appeared in another place. Beigo Jinming's voice. Meng Xiaxi surges, lush greenery. My grief is forever mourning, and I gurgled into the southern soil. Kong Jing was humorous. Depressed, he bowed deeply. To soothe the feelings and serve one's will, to restrain one's grievances. Just when I thought I was going to make amends, I didn't do it for you. As Beigo Jinming's voice drifted through the entire space, the sky instantly darkened, and the earth fell silent. It was as if rain had descended from the void, but also as if there was a sorrowful noble qi gathered from all directions. A great river and the boundless black land on both sides of the river appeared before their eyes. Although Xiaohua could sense Beigo Jinming's concern for the country and its people, and he could also understand the bitterness in his words, Xiaohua didn't feel anything special. He only smiled and sensed a very strong earth-type spiritual energy from the righteous qi. The greenish-gray brocade began to solidify into a solid layer of earth. At this moment, Dou Shanjun opened his mouth again. To the north of the mountain, the words of the qi are chosen. Together with scholars, they worked day and night. The imperial affairs are dispirited, and I worry about my parents. Under the heavens, all is the imperial land. On the shores of the earth, all are the imperial subjects. The doctors are unequal, and I work alone. The 4 mountains are booming, and the imperial affairs are close. I am not old yet, and I am fresh in my generals. The military power is strong, and I manage the 4 directions. Or the swallow lives in peace. Or the country does its best. Or I lie on the bed. Or I don't work. Or I don't know how to call. Or I fail miserably. Or I perch or I lie down. Or the imperial affairs are in charge. Or I drink wine happily. Or I suffer miserably. Or there are rumors. Or I don't do anything. Following this voice, the awe-inspiring Qi in the Great Formation rapidly transformed. The imperial court, the palace, the capital, the town, the army, the village, and so on swarmed out. A kind of indescribable majesty, a kind of awe that restricted the mind, spiraled around Xiaohua like invisible shackles. Soon after, there was an extremely large amount of chanting coming from behind Yunjin. The world is vast, all is the imperial land, on the shores of the earth, all are the imperial subjects. The chanting was like a monk chanting sutras. Sentence after sentence, each sentence gave birth to a ring of awe-inspiring qi that was several thousand feet in size. It fell toward Xiaohua like a tight hoop. This ring encircled another ring, and the rings were unbroken. Xiaohua furrowed his brows and tried to escape in midair. However, no matter how he dodged, that ring would not disappear. It could always accurately find Xiaohua. Go! Xiaohua smiled coldly and pointed his finger. The seal of overturning the sea rushed out, whistling as it pounced towards that ring. Boom! Like a thunderbolt, several rings were shattered by the seal of overturning the sea. They turned into dirt and slowly fell down, unable to pose any threat to Xiaohua. Headmaster Beigua. Xiaohua smiled faintly. If this is all you have, then you'd better retreat. Beigua Jinming smiled bitterly. Xiaohua's move seemed very easy, but the seal of overturning the sea was facing the attack of several hundred Bronze Pillar Academy students. Not to mention these students, even he and Do Shanjun did not dare to hold back just now. Daoist magic has actually reached such a miraculous level? Beigua Jinming sighed inwardly and hurriedly said, "Fellow Immortal Xiao, thank you for letting me win." As they spoke, Beigua Jinming and Do Shanjun slapped their foreheads at the same time. 2 streams of true qi soared into the sky. As the true qi fell into the gray brocade, palm-sized dirt rings suddenly appeared in the air around Xiaohua. These air rings were like bubbles, flying towards the space around Xiaohua's body. There were rotating true qi between the air rings. These true qi were green-gray in color, and they displayed an extremely powerful suction and confinement force. Ouch! Xiaohua was clearly caught unprepared. The surrounding space of several hundred feet was controlled by these air rings. Not to mention the true essence in his body, even Xiaohua's powerful physical body was practically unable to move. Damn it, I was a bit careless. I fell for old man Beigua's trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. His whole body flashed with golden light, and he struggled to move a few times. He wanted to urge his magic power to control the seal of turning the sea, but not only was his magic power unable to rush out, the seal of turning the sea was even tumbling in midair, not listening to him at all. What surprised Xiaohua the most was not this, but those strange air rings. The confinement force and suction force of these air rings were very random, and they were constantly changing. There were even more air rings, and they were like a layer of soil that wanted to drown Xiaohua. The most special thing was that there was a kind of aura within the air rings that Xiaohua was unfamiliar with. This aura gave birth to a kind of fear and submission that Xiaohua had never felt before. This kind of feeling had always interfered with Xiaohua's cultivation and resistance. Roar! Xiaohua roared, and the golden light around his body flashed again. He forcibly displayed the heavenly law embodiment technique. Xiaohua even waved the wishful staff, wanting to break this strange confinement force. Unfortunately, this confinement force was so powerful and so smooth. Under Xiaohua's wishful staff, dozens of air rings immediately slipped away under the staff's wind. The wishful staff had no place to exert force at all. As for the Transcendence golden body, it was suppressed by a powerful force, as if the whole world had fallen on the shoulders of this golden body. Governing the world. Understanding this confinement that could not be jumped out, Xiaohua understood the power of the means of the Confucian cultivators. In addition to the ordinary power of the Dao sex magic, the Confucian cultivators also added the study of governing the world. In addition to the power of the mountains, this confinement should also contain the power of royalty and the power of submission, right? Ranger. When he thought of royalty, Xiaohua naturally thought of Yu Zhongquan. He looked at the air rings that were increasingly gushing out from the left side. Now there were hundreds of air rings, and he couldn't even move his fingers. He couldn't help but have a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Buzz. Xiaohua's whole body flashed with brilliance, and a bright sword light was born from Xiaohua's body. A heart shape slowly emerged from the sword light. Transform into a sword? Beigo Jinming was so surprised that his chin almost fell. The inscription of governing the world in his mouth was almost interrupted. He really didn't think that Xiaohua would have the swordsmanship of the Confucian cultivators, and this swordsmanship had already reached a very high level. Just as Beigo Jinming was surprised, a giant sword had already emerged from the hundreds of air rings. Xiaohua's voice was like the sound of the sword coming out from the giant sword, resounding throughout the entire array. The ruler is the head of the country. The ruler is wise and the country flourishes. The ruler is weak and the country is weak. The great hero is for the country and the people. The small hero is chivalrous and righteous. Although it is the ruler's order, no one dares to disobey. But I turned my body into a sword and asked for the people's order. The ruler is wise and the ruler is weak and the country is destroyed. Since you are the ruler, you should have the world in your heart, and the sea accepts hundreds of rivers. Today's ruler, for his own selfishness, I have a benevolent heart and want to turn the tide. I will kill you, and return the world to peace and prosperity. As he spoke, the giant sword turned into the shape of a heart and soared into the sky from the confinement. Moreover, the sword light was more dazzling than a rainbow piercing the sun. It easily streaked through the array, and a huge crack appeared in the gray cloud brocade. The entire blue sky and the earth under their feet cracked open, and the thousands of incantations stopped abruptly. Beigo Jinming's face was ashen. Facing Xiaohua's sword attack, he was confident that he didn't have the ability to take it. Moreover, Xiaohua was able to defeat him as a Confucian cultivator. He was also speechless. Looking up at the equally shocked Do Shanjun, both of them sighed softly. They stretched out their hands and gray cloud brocade appeared. Their figures slowly disappeared. The sword light was like a horse, and the sword intent was like a heart. When Xiaohua escaped from the sword, thousands of sword lights entered his body. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked at the sky that was already empty. He smiled and said, "Lengqinga, this Xiao has already broken through 5 layers of the 5 brocade cloud diagram. Do you have any other tricks?" Xiaohua, I have to say, this old man has really underestimated you. Lengqinga's figure was now only about 10 feet tall. He stood in the sky to the east and said indifferently, "However, if you think that the 5 brocade cloud diagram only has this much power, then you have underestimated the defensive array of my Confucian cultivator." Chapter 35:20. Oh, that's unexpected. Xiaohua frowned and asked curiously, "Could it be that you still have a backup plan for this defensive formation?" "Ha, it's not just a backup plan." Lengqinga laughed loudly. "The entire 5 brocade cloud diagram hasn't been used yet. What happened before was just a warm-up for us." Xiaohua snorted coldly. He pointed at the seal of turning sea that was still in midair and shouted, "Since that's the case, then I'll let you see what this Xiao is capable of. Fellow immortals, why haven't you shown yourselves yet?" How could Lengqinga let Xiaohua make the first move? With a loud roar and a wave of his sleeve, layers of cloud brocade blocked the seal of the ocean like the waves of the sea. Following Lengqinga's command, Beigo Jinming, Shibuahong, by Hou Yuqin, and Jiang Yuming simultaneously stood on the other four sides of the horizon. As soon as the four of them appeared, they looked at each other and took out a silk handkerchief from their robes. This silk handkerchief was exactly the same color as the cloud brocade they each controlled. Seeing the four silk handkerchiefs appear, Lung Qingge opened his mouth. Pooh! A blood-red light appeared and a scarlet-red silk handkerchief rushed out. When that silk handkerchief appeared in midair, the other four silk handkerchiefs moved without any wind. At the same time, they soared into the sky and slowly expanded, looking like four banners. Lung Qingge and the other four raised their hands and slapped the top of their heads. 5 streams of true qi soared into the sky and hit the 5 silk handkerchiefs. Ka-cha-cha! 5 different colored thunderbolts appeared from the void and surrounded the 5 silk handkerchiefs. Boom! The silk handkerchiefs let out a trembling sound. Inscriptions rushed out of the silk handkerchiefs like millions of tadpoles. Immediately, the cloud brocade within the 5 brocade cloud diagram rushed into the vibrating silk handkerchiefs like a whale sucking in water. The rumbling sounds from the silk handkerchiefs grew louder and louder, and the inscriptions fell into the true energy of Lung Qingge and the others. Slowly, 5 more children appeared within the inscriptions. As soon as the 5 children were complete, they waved their hands, causing thunderbolts to strike the silk handkerchiefs in front of them. The inscriptions on the silk handkerchiefs began to solidify, and in the blink of an eye, 5 strange objects appeared. These strange objects continued to be surrounded by thunderbolts. 5 Qi righteous thunder rise. Lung Qingge let out a soft whistle, which was a rare sight. True Qi surrounded her body and spun towards the top of her head, carrying the Z, as she flew towards the center of the formation. The 5 children flew to the center at the same time and opened their mouths. 5 mouthfuls of genuine qi fell into the void, forming a thumb-sized 5-colored qi mass. Then the 5 children raised their hands and sent 5 similarly strange things into the 5-colored qi mass. Kacha! The 5-colored thunderbolts intertwined with each other, and the 5 strange things condensed into one within the thunderbolts. Seeing this strange thing that looked like an inkstone forming in the sky, Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Isn't this the broken magic treasure in this Xiao space? Of course, this strange thing looked like a quadrilateral, but the edges of this quadrilateral were extremely irregular. Rather than calling it an inkstone, it was more like a high platform. On one side of the high platform, there were 3 protrusions, like antennae. On the opposite side of the high platform, there were 2 protrusions, like tail fins, slanted into the air. This high platform was covered with true inscriptions, one after another, layer after layer. On one side of the high platform, there were 3 shining golden inscriptions deeply engraved on it. The position of these 3 inscriptions were almost exactly the same as the 3 tadpole-like characters in Xiao Hua's space. Xiao Hua could clearly see these 3 inscriptions. They were the Immortal execution stage. Hiss, Xiao Hua once again sucked in a breath. Today, Lung Qingge gave him a lot of surprises. He didn't think that the thing in his space was actually the Immortal execution stage. Looking at those 3 large characters, they seemed to contain boundless majesty and also emitted a myriad of bloody auras from within, making people who saw them feel an indescribable fear in their heart. Just as Xiao Hua was shocked, behind the distant clouds, a thoughtful face flashed by. It was precisely that Copper Pillar Academy's judge, Dushan Jun. However, not only Xiao Hua didn't know, even the 5 people controlling the Immortal execution stage didn't know. Immediately, 5 pitch-black whirlpools appeared in the sky above the Immortal execution stage. The 5 whirlpools separately faced the 5 protrusions like antennae. Kacha! 5 different colored thunderbolts were born from the void, falling on the antennae. Immediately, the entire Immortal execution stage violently shook. The 5 types of thunderbolts flashed in succession above the Immortal execution stage, simultaneously condensing into a bowl-shaped 5-colored heavenly thunder, striking towards Xiao Hua. 5 Qi righteous thunder. Xiao Hua was startled. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly tried to dodge. However, as the heavenly thunder struck down, Just like the previous lightning tribulation, the space around Xiaohua was imprisoned. Xiaohua couldn't even move. Damn it! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. Looking at the five-colored heavenly thunder that transformed into a guillotine and roared down, he really doubted whether his body could withstand it. This was the immortal execution stage. This five-colored heavenly thunder was definitely a heavenly punishment, completely different from ordinary lightning. Xiaohua's thoughts were like lightning. That five-colored heavenly thunder was even faster than lightning. It simply didn't allow Xiaohua to dodge. With a loud "kacha" sound, it had already struck Xiaohua's right side. Xiaohua let out a blood-curdling scream. The flesh on his right arm was immediately charred black. The lightning penetrated his skin at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his originally plump muscles also instantly shriveled. If Xiaohua's demonic phoenix body hadn't gone through 3 gold lightning tribulations and been tempered for many years, this strike would have already shattered him. In an instant, Xiaohua slightly raised his left hand, wanting to use the Blood Devil's saber to strike down the immortal execution stage. However, he slightly clenched his teeth and endured. The Blood Devil's saber is a demonic weapon. It must not be revealed in the hidden immortal continent, unless Xiaohua was willing to kill everyone in the Black Wind Mountain range. Little Thunder. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart moved. He immediately thought of the Thunder Beast cub under the damaged immortal execution stage. This little guy was living a carefree life under the lightning water of the immortal executioner stage. In the past 100 years, there was no movement. Moreover, Xiaohua also discovered from the 5 Qi righteous thunders that this so-called immortal executioner stage might not be the real immortal executioner stage. The 5 Qi righteous thunders below the level of a fake were the most difficult to resist. The real Thunder Beast would definitely not be afraid of these fake 5 Qi righteous thunders. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's mind immediately entered the space, preparing to pull Little Thunder out of the lightning water under the damaged immortal execution stage. At this moment, green-robed Xiaohua suddenly appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, can you let me go out for a walk?" "Fellow Daoist, are you going out to look for trouble?" Jade Archive Xiaohua naturally knew that as long as he entered the space, green-robed Xiaohua would know what happened outside. He didn't explain and rebuked. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, "Our nascent soul is really weak now. Recently, I have been thinking about how to make him healthy. Isn't there 5-colored heavenly thunder outside right now? Why don't we let our nascent soul bathe in the lightning water, so that it can wash his marrow?" When Jade Archive Xiaohua heard this, his face changed greatly and said in shock, "Fellow Daoist, are you crazy? Our nascent soul is weak, how can it see the lightning? Under this lightning punishment, won't it turn into ashes? Our 100 years of bitter cultivation have become water? Fellow Daoist, you are too concerned and your mind is even more chaotic." Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, "Our nascent soul is fused with the inner cores of male and female lightning beasts. Although it can't directly control this heavenly thunder, it is not necessarily afraid of this thunder, right? In addition, don't forget that this 5-colored heavenly thunder is somewhat different from the heavenly thunder that fellow Daoist normally controls. It contains the 5 Qi of Confucian cultivators. This 5 Qi is extremely beneficial to the 5 internal organs. If our nascent soul is nourished by this 5-colored heavenly thunder, it will definitely grow strong. That's right, fellow Daoist, don't forget that our nascent soul is in the form of a nebula. Even if it can't withstand a blow from the 5-colored heavenly thunder, it can still disperse the power of the lightning tribulation between the nebula. This, green-robed Xiaohua said so much, Jade Archive Xiaohua naturally understood. However, this matter was of great importance. He really didn't dare to make a rash judgment. "Let's go quickly. If we don't go now, it will be too late. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Green-robed Xiaohua urged, "You don't need to pay attention to it, just send I into the nascent soul." "All right." Xiaohua clenched his teeth. He knew that his nascent soul had just been born. If it was an ordinary tempering, It would take more than 1,000 years or even several thousand years of bitter cultivation to reach the large success stage of nascent soul. If green-robed Xiaohua's guess was correct, this was a shortcut in front of him. Of course, this shortcut was exchanged with the life of a nascent soul and the pain of the lightning tribulation. Let's go! Jade Archive Xiaohua knew that this was not the time for him to think too much. He brought green-robed Xiaohua and little Lei out of the space. In just a short moment, the second five-colored heavenly thunder had already fallen. Xiaohua's back had already caved in a large area. Seeing that the third five-colored heavenly thunder was about to fall, Xiaohua hurriedly sent little Lei out of his head and urged his nascent soul to come out from his lower dantian. Kachacha! The five-chi righteous thunder precisely landed on Xiao Lei's body. The five-colored thunder flashed and immediately fused into Xiao Lei's body. Only a very small part of it fell down, and this part was once again pulled into Xiao Lei's body by the nascent soul general standing on top of Xiaohua's head. Boom! Under the five-colored heavenly thunder, although it was only a small part, the nascent soul immediately began to collapse. Xiaohua's mind was in incomparable pain. Even his lower dantian felt a tearing pain. Xiaohua was shocked. He knew that the nascent soul and green-robed Xiaohua were both injured. He hurriedly urged green-robed Xiaohua to take back his nascent soul. However, green-robed Xiaohua endured the pain and said, "Fellow Daoist, don't be anxious. I will try again." Damn it, you don't want to live anymore. Xiaohua was really anxious. He was about to forcibly take back his nascent soul into his dantian, but at this moment, the nascent soul's body flashed with a five-colored brilliance. It waved its two small hands and a silvery white crystal thread appeared out of thin air. It flashed and immediately entered the nascent soul's body. Then, the nascent soul sat cross-legged with its palms facing the sky and began to circulate its heart sutra. The collapsed soul slowly recovered. Chapter 35:21. That's right, don't I still have the metal essence new essence? How could I forget about it now? Xiaohua suddenly woke up and hurriedly waved his hand. The metal essence new essence he obtained from the sword catacomb array was immediately sent into his meridians. His body also activated the cultivation method to refine it. That rich gold attribute true essence fell into his lower dantian and transformed into thin crystal threads that rushed into his nascent soul from the void. This is Xiaohua's demon pet? Longqinga saw this black monster land on top of Xiaohua's head and help him block the five-chi righteous thunder. He couldn't help but be shocked. He had never seen a demon that could resist the five-chi righteous thunder. Longqinga couldn't help but shout, "How can this demon pet resist the heavenly punishment thunder?" Not to mention a demon pet, even a scholar, wouldn't dare to resist the five-chi righteous thunder. Monarch, when he obtained this item, wasn't he already informed? Kill! While Longqinga was secretly pondering, the distant West Bodhisattva roared. The fire on top of his head suddenly rushed up. Once West Bodhisattva moved, Longqinga and the others had no choice but to move. This was the so-called pulling one hair in one hair will affect the whole body. 5 rays of true energy rushed up the immortal beheading stage. Under the urging of these 5 rays of true energy, the 5 brocade cloud diagram's noble chi rushed into the immortal beheading stage. In the void, another 5-colored thunderbolt rushed out, Kachacha. Another bolt of 5 chi righteous thunder fell. This time, the lightning not only fell on Little Thunder's body, it also fell on the nascent soul's body. Pain, tearing, numbness, living a life worse than death, all kinds of feelings rushed into Xiaohua's mind more violently than a storm. His entire body was trembling violently, and a lot of leaked lightning also landed on his body. Damn it, this is really retribution. This Grandpa's Foundation establishment and Gold Core both went through the lightning tribulation, but my nascent soul was in the void. The void doesn't give birth to lightning tribulation, but I didn't expect to come here and experience it again. Xiaohua really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only grit his teeth and endure. The 5 chi righteous thunders struck one after another, a total of 81 strikes. Not to mention Xiao Hua, even the 5 Confucian cultivators on the 5 brocade cloud diagram, as well as countless other students after the 5 Confucian cultivators, couldn't take it. In the end, the 5 people's true qi ran out and the 5 children immediately collapsed. The immortal slaying stage also collapsed and turned back into 5 silk handkerchiefs. They quickly shrank and floated in front of the 5 powerless people. Ah! Xiao Hua slightly straightened his back and shouted, "What's wrong? This Xiao still hasn't washed enough. I still haven't washed off the dirty water you Confucian cultivators poured on me. Why was there no more lightning water? Quick, the Xiao still wants more." Indeed, Xiao Hua's Yuanying seemed to have eaten a great tonic pill and grew a lot stronger. It was unknown how many years of bitter cultivation it was. "Xiao Hua, don't worry, I'll let you have your fill soon." Longtime sneered and disappeared into the cloud brocade. The other 4 also disappeared. This Xiao also knows how to sneer. Xiao Hua also coldly snorted and said, "If you have any ability, take it out." The little guy finally woke up. Right at this moment, Lei Zizi, who had blocked the lightning for Xiao Hua earlier, actually opened his eyes. He blinked his eyelids and stretched his body in satisfaction. He grinned at Xiao Hua and flipped his body in midair, looking left and right as if he was looking for something. "It's good that you're awake." Xiao Hua knew that Little Thunder was looking for lightning water. In his eyes, that thing was like the human race's milk. Xiao Hua raised his hand and Little Thunder obediently fell into his hand. Xiao Hua touched Little Thunder's forehead and Little Thunder unexpectedly rubbed its head against Xiao Hua's hand like little silver and even raised its neck to lick it. "Go back and sleep a little more." Seeing that Little Thunder's eyes were still a little scattered, Xiao Hua sent it into the space again. Sure enough, under the lightning water, Little Thunder fell asleep again. 5 Qi Thunder is really interesting. Could it be that this 5 Qi universe has other uses? Seeing that the 5 Qi Thunder could actually wake Little Thunder up, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think more. However, he didn't have time to think too much. Green-robed Xiao Hua's weak voice was heard. "Fellow Daoist, quickly send me back to rest. Those heavenly lightning almost killed I." "He who told you to show off?" Xiao Hua smiled as he sent green-robed Xiao Hua back. He even sent his nascent soul into his lower dantian to recuperate. The nascent soul gained a lot from this lightning tribulation and still needed to digest it carefully. Xiao Hua had just sent green-robed Xiao Hua back when he saw that in the sky, the 5 people who had just hidden themselves had appeared again. However, the 5 people were no longer as arrogant as before and their faces were clearly pale. Seeing this, Xiao Hua laughed brightly. "The 5 of you, don't you want to rest a little more after being tired for so long? This Xiao isn't in a hurry, what are you waiting for?" "Xiao Hua, don't be too proud," Longtime said. "You have the Daoist's Imperial Lightning Technique and a demon pet that avoids lightning. Being able to dodge the 5 Qi Thunder is within our expectations. However, you can only be arrogant for a little while longer. Wait until my Confucian 5 Sons Ascension appears, how can you still survive?" Confucian 5 Sons Ascension? Longtime, let's not talk about ascension. Do you still have true qi in your body to fight with this Xiao? You're really not afraid of twisting your waist when you talk big. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Who said that executing Confucian 5 Sons Ascension requires the consumption of true qi? Longtime proudly waved his hand and a simple scroll appeared in his hand. Calligraphy scroll? Xiao Hua was stunned and immediately thought of the calligraphy scroll that was similar to the Daoist's talisman spell. Not good. Xiao Hua immediately understood Longtime intention and secretly cursed in his heart. He had seen the power of the calligraphy scroll on Zhai Xinglu. The law written by the so-called legalist senior Han Cheng had left a deep impression on him. The law character could really be described as iron hook and silver stroke. Each stroke contained an extremely powerful sword qi. Not to mention the authentic work written by the senior Han Fizi that Fu Jiwen had mentioned. Once the authentic work was opened, it could directly kill more than 100 demon generals. If Leng Qingge had the authentic work of Han Fizi, with Xiao Hua's current situation, even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to, right? There was no other outcome other than death. After the shock, Xiao Hua calmed down again. He raised his right hand and held the wishful staff in his hand. His left hand also slightly raised, but after a few movements, he put it down again. The righteous qi of the Confucian cultivator was the nemesis of the demon world's demon flame. If he couldn't resist the power of the calligraphy scroll, he was afraid that the blood devil saber wouldn't be able to either. His cultivation in the demon world was still shallow and not enough to fully exert the power of the blood devil saber. Therefore, Xiao Hua's left hand pointed and the seal of turning the sea fell on top of his head. Its brilliance overflowed and the coiling dragon broke free from the seal of turning the sea. The whole dragon body turned into a few feet long and swam around the seal of turning the sea. The ferocious dragon head roared at the sky. "Immortal friend, please make your move." Leng Qingge raised his hand and held the scroll in front of his chest. He smiled at Zibahong and the others. His smile was full of ease. It was obvious that he didn't believe that Xiao Hua could survive the attack of the Confucian Five Sons' ascension. When Zibahong heard this, he didn't hesitate to wave his hand and the flashing flame hand grabbed an equally ancient scroll. Beigo Zhenming was a bit hesitant. He glanced at Bai Ho and Yuqin. Both of their eyes showed helplessness. They then reached into their small Qiankuan bags and took out their scrolls. Jiang Yuming narrowed his eyes and looked at the seal of turning the sea above Xiao Hua's head as well as the coiling dragon near the seal of turning the sea. He clenched his teeth and a few feet-long scroll flew to his chest. See? Seeing the 5 Confucian cultivators take out 5 scrolls at the same time, how could Xiao Hua not know the reason for the Confucian Five Sons' ascension? They were actually using 5 scrolls to attack him at the same time. This was synonymous with a gang fight. Haha. Xiao Hua looked up to the sky and laughed. Golden light flickered around his body as he used the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. He grew to more than 200 feet and the wishful staff in his hand also grew to several hundred feet. He looked at the 5 Confucian cultivators and said in a clear voice, "The methods of Confucian cultivators are really laughable. You people can't beat this Xiao, so you actually want to go back and ask for senior's help. This ancient Confucian cultivator senior actually knows how to show kindness to the younger generation." Even after death, he still wants to leave behind his original work. Forget it, after beating up the young, I naturally have to bring out the old. This Xiao wants to see what a nest of old and young can do to this Xiao. Xiao Hua's words were very sinister. He even scolded the ancient Confucian who left behind the original work. However, Xiao Hua's words were the truth. Even if Bai Ho Yuqin's face was a little red, there was nothing to refute. "Pumph, give up your life." Leng Qingge unfolded the scroll in his hand. King. A huge sword cry came from the scroll. Shua. A sword light rushed out from the scroll at the same time. Rumble. Then, a burst of muffled thunder came from the void. Thousands of noble qi rushed into the sword light and a huge law character appeared above Xiao Hua's head. When this character appeared, Xiao Hua's body trembled. The 9-sword intense in his middle dantian that could no longer be considered flying swords could no longer be suppressed. Xiao Hua opened his mouth. Woo-woo. 9 sword lights rushed out and released a strong sword cry in the air. Looking at this familiar law character, Xiao Hua's mouth was filled with bitterness. Wasn't this the scroll that he saw in Zhai Xinglu that day? However, this scroll's sword qi seemed to be much weaker than before. He didn't know if Leng Qingge was controlling it wrongly or if Duan Muqing had already used it after bidding for it that day. It's really enemies will not meet. Damn it, this Xiao Hua had only seen this thing once in the auction. Who would have thought that in less than 100 days, this thing would be used on this Xiao Hua's body? After Xiao Hua felt helpless, he looked at the much weaker sword light and felt a little relieved. After all, this scroll sword light was extremely strong that day and he was definitely not its opponent. Now that this scroll had been used and he had advanced to the nascent soul stage, he might have a chance. However, before the law character could fall, boom! Another loud sound came. Shi Buohong laughed sinisterly and opened the scroll in his hand. Similarly, an indescribably terrifying aura came out from the scroll. Chapter 35-22. It was also a scroll that Xiaohua was familiar with. Two bright and dark rays of light soared into the sky, stirring up the righteous qi in the formation. Above Xiaohua's head, a huge yin-yang fish was formed. Thousands of murderous qi, alternating between light and dark, and a solemn desire to annihilate everything passed through the sky and firmly enveloped Xiaohua's golden Buddha statue. Zhou Yuanhan. Yin-yang qi transformation. Xiaohua looked at the abnormal trembling void above his head. His heart was also extremely pounding. What virtue and ability did this Xiao have to actually be favored by the esoteric debate's authentic work? This bronze pillar country's monarch seems like he really wants to kill this Xiao. While Xiaohua was shocked, he subconsciously looked at Beigo Jinming and the other two. Their document scrolls had yet to be opened, but Xiaohua already had a premonition that the 4 document scrolls he had seen at Zhai Xinglu would all be revealed today. He just didn't know what the last document scroll was. However, Xiaohua did not panic despite his shock. Wasn't this the effect he wanted? In a flash, the law character had already formed a sword net that could annihilate all things. Under the sword light, the void was completely torn apart. Countless righteous qi also came crashing down. At this level, all techniques and spells were void. Only absolute strength had a chance of survival. Not only that, the yin-yang fish also brazenly activated on the other side. It seemed like 2 completely opposite righteous qi were swirling within the yin-yang fish. This swirling was even more ruthless than the sword net. Xiaohua could almost see the intent of death from the 2 rays of light. It was only 2 scrolls. Immortal friend Beigo. Longqingge opened the scroll and very proudly looked at the huge law character descending from the sky. Seeing that Beigo Jinming and the others were still holding onto the scrolls and had not opened them, he frowned and transmitted his voice. Beigo Jinming smiled bitterly and hurriedly said, "State teacher, 2 scrolls should be enough. These scrolls will be used less every time they are used. The authentic works of ancient great scholars are really precious. This is not for you to consider. Hurry up and open them." Longqingge coldly replied, "The monarch has put in so much effort to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. He wants to establish the reputation of the #1 empire in the hidden immortal continent." Understood. Since Longqingge had already said so much, how could Beigo Jinming and the others dare to delay any further? Beigo Jinming shook the scroll in his hand, and a black light soared into the sky. With a similarly loud roar, thousands of green auras rushed out of the void. Surrounded by the light, a huge earth character rushed out of the scroll. As soon as the earth character appeared in the air, it immediately gave off a heavy feeling, which was heavier than any mountain. The noble qi that had previously surged into the law character and the yin-yang fish surged into the earth character. Senior Lu Qingzi of the farmers' clan is indeed a great scholar. Longqingge laughed loudly and said, "This earth character is really heavy. It can compare to many great scholars in an instant." Seeing Beigo Jinming open the scroll, Bai Hou Yuqin didn't dare to be careless. She flicked the scroll in her hand and like a heavenly river pouring down, tens of millions of lights flashed and rushed toward Xiaohua. What was special was that when these lights appeared, a 10,000 zhang tall pillar of energy soared into the sky. The originally seamless 5-brocade cloud diagram immediately had a large gap in it. The power of the stars mixed with the aura of the stars was endless. Even the divine sense couldn't see the end of it. At this moment, the law and earth characters, the yin-yang fish, and the noble qi river surrounded Xiaohua from all sides. Not to mention escaping, even Xiaohua's breathing was heavy. He then looked at Jiang Yuming, who had yet to make a move. He flew in front of everyone, waved his hand, and opened the scroll. Just as Xiaohua expected, the void shook violently, as if 10,000 horses were galloping. A 5-colored brilliance mixed with an indescribable aura of righteousness rushed out from the scroll. that five-colored aura of righteousness rushed into the sky, and unexpectedly formed a several zhang large auspicious cloud, illuminating the entire great array. That five-colored brilliance and the five colors of the five brocade cloud painting mutually reflected each other, and was extremely gentle. Boom! At the same time, endless starlight faintly sprinkled down from the gap in the formation created by the scroll, enveloping the auspicious cloud. This scroll was the Confucianism written by the great Confucian, Kong Liwen. It was also this Confucianism that created the auspicious cloud of the five qis origin. When this auspicious cloud of the five qis origin appeared, it instantly fell down and joined together with the four scrolls that were previously shot out. Not only did this auspicious cloud become increasingly faint, even the strange phenomena of the other four scrolls became exceptionally clear. It was as if five cultivators comparable to fifth-grade origin energy were joining forces to attack Xiaohua. Seeing an unprecedented predicament, seeing an unprecedented attack, Xiaohua's blood boiled, and he threw caution to the wind. His eyes that were originally flickering with starlight gradually turned blood red. He shouted loudly, "Good! Then I'll let you all see this Xiao's methods. See if I don't empty out all of your treasures, then you won't show off this Xiao's methods." Xiaohua's body flashed with an intense golden light. The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua in his middle dantian urged the true qi in his body. 9 sword lights flickered in the air. First it was 9, then it was 18, then 32. Finally, it actually transformed into several hundred sword lights. These 100 sword lights emitted a thunderous rumbling sound and rushed straight forward towards the law character that was like a sword net. Go! In the Naiwan Palace, the Buddha Saraira waved the clear water bottle, and a pool of innate true water appeared in the air, roaring as it pounced towards the noble spirit river. Looking at the green-robed Xiaohua again, he had already been pulled out by Xiaohua. He forced the invisible Yuanying to escape from his lower dantian and landed on Xiaohua's shoulder. The magic treasure furnace was also released, and it emitted the same loud rumbling sound. It flashed with a brilliant brilliance and flew into the air. Not only that, the Yuanying also pointed its hand, and the ice mirror also flew out. 3 colors of misty brilliance soared into the sky. However, the difference was that the ice mirror's brilliance rushed straight towards the rapidly flickering yin-yang fish, while the magic treasure furnace spewed out 100 zhang long pillar of fire to attack the black earth character. Xiaohua himself was not idle. Inside the dragon veins, Xiaohua urged the dragon transformation's secret art. The golden essence of gold turned into spiritual qi of heaven and earth and rushed into his dantian. At the same time, the heavenly infusion technique was also pushed to the limit. Unexpectedly, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was also produced in the void and directly poured into his body. Xiaohua urged the transcendence golden body and waved the wishful staff to attack the earth character. Seeing that it was about to collide with the 5 paths of ascension, Xiaohua actually sneered again. He opened his mouth, and a red and yellow spiritual fire turned into a layer of fire net and flew towards the auspicious cloud of the 5 paths of origin. Xiaohua wanted to use his own strength to resist the 5 paths of ascension. Seeing Xiaohua's endless means, Leng Qingge's eyeballs almost fell out. What kind of Daoist cultivator is this? He is simply a cultivator with many treasures. He had never seen a Daoist cultivator before. No, not to mention a Daoist cultivator, even among Confucian cultivators, who could control so many imperial equipment. Moreover, seeing that each of Xiaohua's magic treasures was so powerful, not to mention the innate true water that made Leng Qingge not dare to look at it. Not to mention the hundreds of flying swords that were filled with righteous qi. Not to mention the green and yellow spiritual fire that looked even more simple than the 5-colored auspicious cloud. Just the golden body of Xiaohua waving the wishful staff made Leng Qingge's heart tremble. Today we must kill this child. Leng Qingge's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Today, either you die or I die. If we let this child escape today, the bronze pillar state will be destroyed by his hands. Fellow immortals, Leng Qingge shouted, let us quickly prepare. If we do not win in one move, we must make the Son of Heaven angry and kill Xiaohua. It can't be? Shi Buohong cried out in surprise. How could this bastard escape from the 5 paths of ascension? It's better to be safe than sorry. Before Lung Chinga's voice could be heard, the 5 brocade cloud painting shook violently. The brilliance was like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting. The 5 people were unable to stand still in midair. The powerful impact completely tore the 5-colored cloud brocade in the 5 brocade cloud painting into a mess. The chaotic chi rushed in all directions, and the chaotic brilliance was everywhere. It was so dazzling that the 5 people could not even open their eyes. Rip. It seemed to be an extremely weak sound of the brocade tearing, but to the 5 people's ears, it was even more difficult to accept than a bolt from the blue. Lung Chinga and the others were unable to stabilize their bodies. They first looked at their hands, only to see that on the 5 scrolls, not only did the 5 characters of the great Confucian scholars completely lose their righteous chi, but the scrolls themselves also had countless small cracks. The scrolls turned into flying fragments in front of the 5 people's eyes, and these fragments were swept away by the fierce wind without a trace. How is this possible? Bai Ho Yuqin whispered, her small mouth wide open. Quickly, let us prepare. Lung Chinga hurriedly urged, not caring about the paper fragments that were blown away by the fierce wind. Shi Buohong indifferently said, I feel that there is no need. The entire 5 brocade cloud painting was almost destroyed. Can Xiaohua survive? Over there. Bai Ho Yuqin's eyes flashed with a water-blue brilliance, looking towards a corner of the Black Wind Ridge. The joy in her voice seemed to be more than surprise, but she saw a 90-foot-tall giant whose body was riddled with hundreds and thousands of holes. Even his head was split open. Still tenaciously flashing with a golden light, he somewhat staggered up from the ground, and was currently struggling to rush up into the sky. Everyone almost didn't dare to believe their eyes. That was the full-strength attack of 5 cultivators comparable to a 5th-grade essence energy cultivator. Those were the authentic writings of the great Confucian scholars. It was already difficult for them to face just one of them. How could this Dao sect cultivator in front of them be able to withstand the 5 sons ascending the throne that they had never used before? Impossible, impossible. Could it be that this Xiaohua has the body of a fiend god? The flames in Shi Buohong's eyes were now dim without any light. His body's true chi, Xiaohua, was very large. Although he had already reached the realm of refining chi back to spirit, after all, he still couldn't refine his spirit back to emptiness, so it was difficult for him to support such a large array that consumed true chi. Chapter 35-23. Impossible? Beigo Zhenming smiled lightly, and then he pointed with his finger and said, based on Xiaohua's current situation, even if the 5 scrolls were unable to take his life, they've blasted him to the point he's completely exhausted. If fellow Immortal has the heart, then you can descend and kill him right now. This great contribution will be yours, fellow Immortal. Shi Buohong's heart skipped a beat, but his body was as steady as a boulder. He didn't even move. Xiaohua's body looked very weak at this moment, but on his cracked face, the unyielding fighting spirit seemed to be real. It made everyone not dare to look at him directly. Among the 5 people, no one dared to challenge him. No, this Xiaohua is a bit strange. Jiang Yuming frowned, his eyes flashing with deep doubt. Xiaohua's injuries are so serious. Why is there not a trace of blood on his body? Oh, that's right. Shi Buohong also exclaimed. Even if he used a Daoist Dharma idol, this Dharma idol is a physical body, not an illusion. If the Dharma idol is injured, there must be traces of blood. A Daoist secret technique? Bai Ho Yuqin said faintly. This Xiaohua is baiting us. Don't think too much. Lung Chinga's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He shouted, we still have the 5 brocade cloud painting, don't think about luck. Hurry up and prepare for the wrath of the emperor. At this point, Lung Chinga glanced at Bai Ho Yuqin and Beigo Zhenming and said faintly, For this final attack, we must work together, don't slack off. Yes, we understand. Beigo Jinming and Bai Hou Yuqin's hearts trembled, and they immediately replied with Jiang Yuming and the others. Seeing the 5 people disappear into the clouds, Xiao Hua, who was struggling to fly in the air, felt relieved. He hurriedly endured the indescribable pain all over his body, and urged the medicinal power in his body, as well as the Dharma idol technique, to repair his Dharma idol. Even the blood drop paradise in his bloodline was repairing his physical body under the full power of the devil spirit. In Xiao Hua's heart, the dangerous scene from before was still difficult to erase for a long time. Xiao Hua's simultaneous use of several divine abilities had long surpassed the ability of a nascent soul cultivator. However, these divine abilities were different from each other. The sword intent of the 9 flying swords deduced the 9 stars transiting the sun. After all, it couldn't compare to the real swords playing the world. Furthermore, Xiao Hua himself couldn't transform into a sword to forcefully resist the law character sword net. Several hundred sword silhouettes rushed into the sky and took the lead to collide with the sword net. This collision was the beginning of the entire formation's shaking. In terms of sword intent alone, 9 stars transit was not necessarily inferior to Wenxie's. The hundreds of sword shadows were like lonely plum blossoms standing proudly in the wind and snow. However, the sword net was even more powerful because of the bombardment of the noble spirit. This incomparably sharp force was admittedly shattered by the 9 stars transit of the sun, but the sharpness of the 9 stars transit of the sun was also worn down. In the blink of an eye, the shattered sword net rushed past the 9 stars transit of the sun and pierced towards Xiao Hua's golden body. 9 stars transit wasn't the most miserable. Immediately after, it collided with Wenxie's nascent soul was the cauldron operated by Xiao Hua's nascent soul. This cauldron was obtained from Daoist Jing Ru. Xiao Hua's nascent soul only erased the divine sense imprint within it and used the cauldron to contain the frigid ice flame. He didn't specially temper it. Now that he activated the cauldron, the frigid ice flame in the cauldron's flames was indeed monstrous. However, when it truly rushed onto the earth character Wenxie's nascent soul, it only defeated 30% of the noble spirit. Moreover, the cauldron emitted runes that gushed out like a tide under the control of the green-robed Xiao Hua's nascent soul. These runes flickered with an intense might and forcibly extinguished the remaining 30% of the noble spirit. However, that green-robed Daoist Jing Ru's nascent soul was far from being able to resist the gravity of that green-robed Daoist Jing Ru's nascent soul. The remaining power of Wenxie's nascent soul forcibly shattered the cauldron. Even so, a small mouthful of golden blood gushed out from the nascent soul's mouth. However, just as the blood was spat out, the green-robed Xiao Hua immediately abandoned the cauldron and spat it onto the ice sea mirror. The ice sea mirror shone brightly and 3 rays of light vibrated, creating a rumbling sound as they struck the yin-yang fish. The yin-yang fish's light and dark rays suppressed the ice sea mirror's 3 rays of light, but the 3 rays of light also suppressed the yin-yang fish's light and dark rays. Even the ice sea mirror's surface started to crack under the yin-yang fish's pressure. Seeing that the ice sea mirror was not a match for the yin-yang fish, the green-robed Xiao Hua hastily pointed his finger at the overturning sea seal that Xiao Hua had left in the air as a backup. Under the coiling dragon's control, the seal expanded to several dozen zhang in size and slammed into the boundary between the yin-yang fish. Under the power of the light and dark rays, the seal finally cooperated with the ice sea mirror to kill Wenxie. The most relaxed one was the innate primordial water. Perhaps Bai Hou's jade zither was a little merciful, or perhaps the noble spirit river was originally restrained by the innate primordial water. When the primordial water soared into the sky, the noble spirit river fell into the primordial water and disappeared. Only the powerful impact mixed with the starlight scattered the primordial water. Of course, Xiao Hua himself was not idle. The wishful staff danced, and at the same time the cauldron was shattered by the scroll, it suddenly struck into the air. The earth scroll was completely destroyed by the wishful staff. After that, Xiao Hua's calamity came. The law sword light fell from the sky and covered the earth. Xiaohua waved the wishful staff and tried to knock down as many sword lights as possible, but in the sword net, Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was still penetrated by many sword lights. In particular, although the yin-yang fish and the earth scroll were damaged, the suppressive power inside still fell on Xiaohua's transcendence golden body through the void. Xiaohua struggled to rely on the protective golden light and the transcendence golden body to resist. His transcendence golden body was inevitably torn apart, and even his head was cracked open. The reason why Xiaohua could only use his physical body to resist the sword net was that he used all the spiritual power in his body on the red and yellow spiritual fire. Xiaohua's most powerful means now should be the blood devil blade on his left arm. But in front of the true writings of the 5 great scholars, the blood devil blade was of little value. Therefore, the dual-colored spiritual fire became Xiaohua's most useful means now. The Confucian, written by the great scholar, Kong Liwen, formed the auspicious cloud of the 5 Qis unification. This 5-colored auspicious cloud connects the 4 scrolls together and also fuses with the 5 brocade cloud painting. This is already the key to solving the 5 sons' imperial examinations. If Xiaohua wants to live, he can only focus his energy on this Confucian character. Therefore, Xiaohua used the ancient fire control art to release the spiritual fire, urging all the gold attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his meridians to immediately turn the spiritual fire into a fire net that was dozens of feet in size. That fire net caught the 5-colored auspicious cloud that was slowly descending. This auspicious cloud was very strange. The 5 colors were balanced, and the boundless Qi pillar was not as arrogant as the other 4 scrolls. It was abnormally steady, especially the starlight in the auspicious cloud, which was far more vigorous than Xiaohua's imagination. Xiaohua felt that even if he used the wishful staff, it would be impossible to destroy this 5-colored auspicious cloud. The 5-colored auspicious cloud was strange, and the dual-colored spiritual fire was even more mysterious. The spiritual fire just held the auspicious cloud, and the fire and earth colors in the auspicious cloud immediately melted. The other 3 colors also swayed slightly, like a light cloud that was about to disperse. However, the spiritual fire was not completely successful. The auspicious cloud still carried endless power, and it was impossible for it to fall. Obviously, even if Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was already damaged, the auspicious cloud still wanted to suppress it. At this time, Xiaohua could only spit out the 3 heavenly hearts that he had not yet completely controlled. As soon as these 3 heavenly hearts appeared, the 5-colored auspicious cloud instantly collapsed. 3 of the colors were absorbed by the heavenly hearts, and the boundless Qi also fell into the heavenly hearts. Seeing that there was a gap, the green-robed Xiaohua next to him actually had the strength to spare. Under the starry sky, a small amount of lightning appeared in the space where the waves of Qi rolled, and together with the spiritual fire, it destroyed the calligraphy of the scholarly great scholar. The scholarly calligraphy was destroyed, and the other surviving scrolls also suffered a disaster. While Xiaohua was hit by the law, sword net, and the boundless Qi, he used his last bit of magical power. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and the green seal text obliterated all the remaining inscriptions, and even the scrolls were destroyed. The valiant Xiaohua, with his valiant battle record, had suppressed the 5 scholarly cultivators. But although he had suppressed them, seeing the 5 scholarly cultivators disappear again, Xiaohua's mind turned sharply, secretly calculating what other powerful methods they had. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua really couldn't think of what other powerful methods these 5, and the many scholarly cultivators behind the 5 brocade cloud painting could have. This Xiao is an arrow at the end of its flight. How much better are you? Xiaohua sneered. Even if this Xiao's nascent soul is now extremely weak and can no longer come out, this Xiao still has the metal essence in his meridians, and this Xiao's physical body still has the strength of 10,000 caddies. Even if I have to exhaust, I will exhaust you all to death. At the very least, this Xiao still has the Buddhist sex methods. Amitba, this Xiao once again had delusional thoughts. Namo Methriya Buddha, please forgive me. Swoosh. Xiaohua flew another 100 feet or so. Suddenly, at the top of the 5 brocade cloud painting, a golden light appeared. Immediately, that golden light was like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire great formation. A power even colder and more ruthless than pressure was emitted from that golden light, and along with the brilliance, it spread across the entire great formation. What is this? Xiaohua was shocked in his heart. He didn't know what kind of method Longqing had used. Rumble! At the same time that golden light gradually fell, 5 thunderbolts appeared about 100 feet above Xiaohua's head. The 5 children appeared in the air again. At this time, the 5 children were also covered in golden light. Moreover, the 5 children had their hands clasped together, and their waists were slightly bowed. It seemed like a kind of respect, a kind of modesty, or a kind of respect. This golden light can actually make the children bow their heads? Xiaohua was stunned. When the golden light fell slowly, it arrived above the heads of the 5 children. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and saw clearly that this was a huge 5-dragon imperial jade seal. The 4 sides of the imperial jade seal, as well as the top, each had a golden dragon shape. Inscriptions flowed on the surface of the imperial jade seal. As the inscriptions flowed, strands of golden qi appeared from the void and rushed toward the imperial jade seal. When the golden qi landed on the surface of the imperial jade seal, it turned into thousands of tiny patterns that wrapped around the imperial jade seal. Therefore, although this 5-dragon imperial jade seal was carved from jade, it emitted an intense golden light. Chapter 35-24. When the majestic 5-dragon imperial jade seal arrived above the heads of the 5 sons, the imperial jade seal slightly paused. In an instant, a golden light fell on top of the imperial jade seal. This golden light gave birth to several glittering golden words under the imperial jade seal. It was precisely, "Receive the mandate of heaven, live forever and prosper." At the same time, a kind of valiant aura more turbulent than monstrous waves seeped out from these golden words. In an instant, the entire 5-brocade cloud diagram array was shrouded. When the 5 sons become one, you will become the son of heaven. A dignified voice came from an unknown son. Thus, the 5 sons slowly flew to the 5-dragon imperial jade seal. The 5 sons stretched out their hands. Immediately, an overflowing inscription flowed out from the 5 sons and blended with each other. Rumble! Hundreds of tiny thunderbolts appeared in the void. Lightning and tiny crystal threads flashed around the 5 sons and slowly overlapped with each other. Oh! As if it came from the throat, a 300-meter-tall giant's face and figure blurred appeared. After the giant made a sound, it stretched out its hand and held the golden 5-dragon imperial jade seal in the air. In an instant, the giant's hand emitted a golden brilliance. This brilliance dyed the giant's body in a moment. Then, a son of heaven wearing an imperial robe and a tall crown was born in the air. At the same time, the son of heaven's tightly closed eyes also opened. A dignified gaze swept across the entire array. An aura even more ruthless than the imperial jade seal swept through the entire space. Damn it! The son of heaven's gaze fell on Xiaohua's body and coldly said, as if the son of heaven's mouth was not joking, a cold and awe-inspiring aura rushed out of the void along with the monarch's words. One after another, miserable scenes of being beheaded appeared from this awe-inspiring aura. One scene after another, the faint smell of blood and faint screams suddenly appeared. Damn it! Xiaohua sneered. Light and shadow appeared around his body again. The Dharma idol grew bigger and bigger. It actually also grew to a full 300-meter tall. It was not inferior to the Son of Heaven. He shouted, "My life is in my hands. It can be in the sky, it can also be on the earth, but it will not be in thy hands." Ha! What do thou know? All the lands within the 4 seas belong to the king, and all the lands are the king's subjects. The Son of Heaven coldly sneered, "I have received orders from the heavens to bring peace to the world. You are but a mere commoner, yet you dare to try and stop me? Today, I will let you witness the might of the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven's voice was like thunder, deafening and resonating between heaven and earth. While speaking, the Son of Heaven raised his hand and the 5-dragon imperial jade seal flashed with light that soared into the sky and fell toward Xiaohua. The 5-dragon imperial jade seal flew into the sky. 5 dragons flew out from the seal and turned into heavenly dragons that were dozens of feet long. They landed below the seal as if they were driving a carriage. Although the imperial jade seal did not change and was still the same as before, the imperial jade seal's brilliance surpassed that of the heavenly dragons. Even the 5 heavenly dragons, which were hundreds of feet long, could not block the imperial jade seal. What was special was that when the 5 dragons held the imperial jade seal once again emitted a yellow light. This light rushed into the 5 dragons and they roared in the sky. An unparalleled imperial power descended from the sky. My world is where I control fate. Under my imperial power, gods and demons can be destroyed. The Son of Heaven roared. Suppress! 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 Following the Son of Heaven's roar, the 5 dragons dragged the imperial jade seal towards Xiaohua and suppressed the entire Black Cloud Ridge. In an instant, all living things in the Black Cloud Ridge bowed their heads. Under the imperial power, all living things were ants. Who dared to say no? Even if it was a great scholar, even if it was a literary saint or a literary star, they still had to bow their heads in respect in front of this imperial jade seal formed by fate. The earth is under my feet, the national plan is in my hands. Who dares to say more? Who is the one who will raise the hidden immortal? Who is the one who will dominate the world? Who has a higher battle record than my family? High and mighty, everyone look. My country is as beautiful as a painting. Climbing the mountain and stepping on the fog, laughing and cursing at the sky. Who else but me is worthy of praise? The giant Son of Heaven was impassioned. His eyes flashed with fanaticism. He waved his sleeves and loudly recited, "Whoever blocks my path, I will suppress them forever." Once the Son of Heaven's words came out, all people prostrated themselves. Even the 5 brocade cloud painting trembled rapidly and suddenly shrank into a thin layer, avoiding the sharp edge. Well said. The world was silent, only the roar of the Son of Heaven could be heard. However, Xiaohua laughed loudly and loudly recited, "Xiao is the beginning, I am here, taking away your 10,000 years of freedom. Carved in stone, recorded in the annals of history, how I rebuked. See how I suppress you. Suppress! Suppress! Suppress!" Similarly, 3 sounds that were even louder than the thunderclap tore apart the majesty of the giant Son of Heaven. However, Xiaohua's body was also flashing with an ochre-yellow brilliance. This brilliance rushed out from the surface of his body and condensed into a huge dragon figure that was even more solid than the 5 dragons. This dragon figure slightly closed its eyes, like a sleeping dragon in a deep sleep. It circled around Xiaohua's 1,000 feet golden body. Following Xiaohua's 3 shouts, this huge dragon opened its eyes. Thousands of imperial auras suddenly shot out from the dragon's eyes. Moreover, the suppressive power of the dragon's body was even stronger. Roar! The sleeping dragon woke up and roared. The 5 dragons that roared over all crawled in fear. In front of the sleeping dragon, these 5 dragons were merely 5 little loaches. Even the jade seal that shined brightly before was abnormally dim now. It was like a candle before a pearl. After the sleeping dragon roared, it escaped from Xiaohua's golden body and rushed into the sky. It swallowed the 5 dragons and the jade seal in one gulp. Then, the sleeping dragon swung its tail and hit the stunned giant Son of Heaven in the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant Son of Heaven collapsed under this fate that was 100 times stronger than his. 5 words, slowly separated. However, before the 5 words could appear, it collapsed again. The already shattered 5 brocade cloud painting couldn't withstand the dragon's aura anymore and shattered. After the cloud painting, Many people were revealed in disbelief. Roar! The sleeping dragon flew back to Xiaohua's golden body and roared again. It lowered its head and disappeared into the golden body's head. Although Xiaohua's golden body was still covered in wounds, who would dare to underestimate it now? Longqingge, hand over your life. Xiaohua did not retract his golden avatar. With a thought, the sword gourd rushed out from the void. The object with a nose and eyes appeared on the sword gourd. Green and red spirit execution yuan light shot out from the sword gourd and pierced towards Longqingge's neck. Who would have thought that while Longqingge was trembling in fear, a golden aura shot out from the top of his head. The golden spear swayed and blocked the spirit execution yuan light, preventing it from falling. Furthermore, Longqingge saw that Xiaohua was going to kill him. Auspicious clouds appeared under his feet as he prepared to escape. This Xiao might not be a match for you in a round-robin battle, but if it's a one-on-one battle, Longqingge, even 10 of you won't be a match for this Xiao. This Xiao has been waiting for you for so long to establish my might. Now it's time for you to die. Xiaohua sneered. He reached out his hand and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Rumble! The golden spear was actually grabbed by Xiaohua. As the golden aura was broken, Longqingge's eyes immediately became lifeless. He was dumbstruck and didn't move anymore. The spirit execution yuan light fell and chopped off Longqingge's head. There was a clear, piu sound. There was no blood coming out from Longqingge's neck. There was only a golden light that shot up into the sky. A golden primordial spirit was about to escape, but just as it appeared, it stood in the air as if its soul had been stolen. The green-red spirit execution yuan light didn't hesitate. It slashed through the air and the primordial spirit execution yuan light was sucked into the spirit execution yuan light and disappeared. Pooh! Only then did Longqingge's hot blood spurt out from his neck. Blood splattered everywhere. Xiaohua snorted coldly. Light flashed around his body as he descended from the sky. He retracted his transcendence golden body and held the sword gourd in his hand as he coldly looked at everyone. No one dared to move. No one dared to beg for mercy. No one dared to provoke him. Even the flames in Shibuhong's eyes disappeared, revealing 2 skeleton-like black holes. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua took Longqingge's Qingkuan pouch and took out a silk handkerchief. He raised his head and made a grabbing motion in the air. The 5-colored cloud brocade in the sky abruptly shrank and transformed into a diagram in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua glanced at Bai Hou Yuqin and lightly said, "Bai Hou Yuqin, it seems like you like the 5 Qi thunder." Hearing Xiaohua call her Bai Hou Yuqin, Bai Hou Yuqin's heart calmed down. She didn't dare to be negligent and quickly took out the silk handkerchief. She respectfully handed it to Xiaohua and said, "This concubine doesn't dare. This concubine is a defeated person. I will listen to Xiao. Daoist Zhao's punishment." Bai Hou Yuqin was truly convinced to call Xiaohua Daoist Master Xiao. She did not dare to call Xiaohua Daoist Master Xiao as an equal. Xiaohua took the silk handkerchief and put it away without even looking at it. He nodded and said, "Fellow Daoist, you were forced by the royal power. Even if you were forced by the situation, I will not lower myself to your level. However, this Xiao will be the imperial advisor of Jiang country in the future. You will have to avoid the army of Jiang country." Yes, this concubine knows. Bai Hou Yuqin's heart was completely at ease. Daoist Master Xiao, you don't have to worry about this. From now on, the battle between Copper Pillar State and Jiang country is limited to the battle between soldiers and generals. Copper Pillar State has already lost the right to compete with Daoist Master. Alright, leave behind a copy of your Water Qi Chaoyuan cultivation technique and your ordinary Confucian cultivation manuals. You can leave now. Xiaohua nodded slightly and instructed. This. Bai Hou Yuqin was stunned, but she only hesitated for a moment before taking off her Qiankuan bag. After taking out some things from it, she respectfully handed them over to Xiaohua and said, "Many thanks for Daoist's kindness." You're welcome." Xiaohua was overjoyed. He took the heaven and earth pouch and laughed. "When this Xiao is free, I will go to your Ling Yuanya and disturb you. This concubine will be waiting for Daoist Master." Bai Hou Yuqin bowed and left. She didn't want to stay here any longer, so she brought her disciples and left on a cloud. After Bai Hou Yuqin left, Shi Bo Hong glanced at Jiang Yuming, who was shrinking at the back, as well as Bei Guozhenming. He took a step forward and said indifferently, "Daoist Master Xiao, I can give you the flaming brocade cloud painting, but I cannot hand over the fire Qi Chaoyuan cultivation technique." Chapter 35-25. Xiaohua's face was as calm as water. He looked up and down at Shi Bohong and said coldly, "You don't have to show off your unyielding attitude in front of me. To tell you the truth, no matter how forthright you are, when you made the broken tooth beast self-destruct, you couldn't be the same as Bai Hou Yuqin. If you don't want to leave behind the cultivation technique, then I can only take it myself." A spark flashed in Shi Bohong's black eyes, but in the end, this spark did not dare to turn into a pillar of fire. After a while, Shi Bohong took out a Qianquan bag and obediently handed it to Xiaohua. "And you can leave now." Xiaohua took the universe bag and said coldly, "Thank you, Daoist master." Shi Bohong cupped his hands, turned around and took 2 steps, then turned back and said, "Actually, Daoist master might not know, but when he blew up the broken tooth beast, I also felt heartache. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come." Xiaohua ignored him and said indifferently, "Tempted by benefits, this is the outcome. Perhaps if you understand this point, you will have the qualifications to fight with me." "Sigh, I've learned my lesson." Shi Bohong let out a long sigh, his body flashed with flames, and he also left with his disciples. Xiaohua raised his head, looked at Bei Guozhenming and Dou Shanjun behind him, thought for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "A few days ago I have offended the Copper Pillar Academy, you can go, no need." Unexpectedly, Bei Guozhenming shook his head and said, "Wrong is wrong, right is right. That day, my Copper Pillar Academy put the law first and insisted on ruling the country according to law, but the Daoist master put reason first and insisted on taking revenge. The methods of the Daoist master. It's considered light." With that, Bei Guozhenming raised his hand, and similarly, a universe bag was respectfully handed over to Xiaohua. When Xiaohua received it, he said, "My Copper Pillar Academy has a collection of millions of books. When I return to the academy, I will have my disciples send the copies to the Black Wind Ridge." Xiaohua was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "Thank you, headmaster." "I don't dare." Bei Guozhenming hurriedly returned the greeting and said, "I have a presumptuous request, I hope you will listen to it." "Hee, it seems that I can't take this book for nothing." Xiaohua smiled. "Headmaster, please speak." The war between the Jiang country and the Copper Pillar country is a war between countries. Although the Copper Pillar Academy is the imperial academy of the Copper Pillar nation, I still have some restraint in the matters of war and do not allow students of the academy to participate. Xiaohua frowned slightly and said with a smile, "Then why did Lord Academy Head come to Black Wind Ridge? Admiring the moon and flowers? If there's anything you need, please feel free to tell me." Bei Guozhenming's face turned hot, and he smiled. "I only ask. Discuss with the Daoist master. If the Jiang country destroys the Copper Pillar state, will the Jiang country be able to keep my Copper Pillar Academy?" This. Xiaohua ponders for a moment, then says with a smile, "It shouldn't be a problem, it's just an academy. Who knows how many academies there are in the entire hidden immortal continent? One more Copper Pillar Academy doesn't matter, one less Copper Pillar Academy doesn't matter either. However, I will not interfere in this matter. If there is such a possibility later on, you can explain it to the royal family of Jiang country." Bei Guozhenming was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "I thank you on behalf of the tens of thousands of students of the academy." "Go, go." Xiaohua laughed. "Watch more, speak more, experience more of the people's livelihood. It's better than any scheming and scheming in the imperial court." Bei Guozhenming brought the students of the Copper Pillar Academy and left. Dou Shanjun had flown far away, and even slightly tilted his head to glance at Xiaohua. The expression on his face was complicated, and no one knew what he was thinking. In the end, only the Jiang family from the Copper Pillar State was left. The old scholar from the Jiang family, who had previously vowed to kill Xiaohua, had an ashen face as he stood there, watching Beigo Zhenming and the others leave one after another, his eyes filled with envy. When Xiaohua's gaze landed on Jiang Yuming gritted his teeth and flew over, bowing. Daoist Master Xiao, I know that the Jiang family has a great enmity with the Daoist master, but, according to what I know, it's not too secretive. It's just that some of the Jiang family's little villains are plotting against the Seven Sons Temple, and it has nothing to do with my Jiang family's patriarch and the other direct descendants. As the saying goes, a finger that stretches out is not of an ordinary length. My Jiang family really can't guarantee that there won't be scum like Jiang Wenhao in the future. Daoist Master, I don't dare to say anything about him, but I can guarantee that I will give Daoist Master an explanation. Xiaohua stared at Jiang Yuming, seeing that Jiang Yuming's scalp was numb and his neck was cold. He was really afraid that the sword gourd in Xiaohua's hand would suddenly shoot out the soul extermination vital light. This thing was too sharp, and the current him was definitely not a match for it. When Xiaohua's gaze swept across the other old scholars, they all shrunk their necks, not daring to say anything. After a long while, Xiaohua sighed and said, Jiang Yuming, I won't hide it from you. When I first saw the corpse of the Seven Sons Temple's old Daoist and knew that it was your Jiang family's disciples who did it, I wanted nothing more than to kill your Jiang family's disciples one by one. Since I dared to kill my way into the Copper Pillar State Academy, I naturally dare to kill my way into your Jiang family. I know that although you are begging for mercy, you might not be truly afraid in your heart, and your Jiang family must have a way to protect themselves. You are betting that I might not die together with your Jiang family for the Seven Sons Temple's old Daoist. If that's what you think, then you are wrong. Xiaohua dared to kill the state preceptor of the Copper Pillar State Academy and dared to make an enemy out of an entire country. You simply don't know how to write the word fear. Jiang Yuming's face instantly turned pale, and his teeth slightly bit his lips. Unfortunately, Xiaohua looked at Jiang Yuming's face and shook his head again. Jiang Yuming, you are still wrong. Our Dao sect's cultivators are not like what you think they are, killing people as if they were flax, and repaying kindness and enmity as they please. In this world there are right and wrong, and the heavenly Dao will uphold justice. If I were to exterminate your Jiang family one by one, I'm afraid that even the old Daoist who has always been kind and benevolent wouldn't be willing. Therefore, you all should return and quickly kill everyone involved in this matter. Remember, including the person behind Jiang Wenhao, no matter who it is, kill them all. Then, offer their heads respectfully to the Seven Sons Temple. Moreover, this matter must be engraved into a stele and erected in front of the Seven Sons Temple. Jiang Yuming's expression changed greatly. Xiaohua's request truly made things difficult for him. After all, once the stele was inscribed, the Jiang family would lose all face. He didn't dare to agree without permission, and hurriedly said with a smile, Daoist Master, you can kill them, and you can also offer their heads. This stele inscription, it must be written down without missing a single word. Xiaohua sneered. I won't hide it from you. I originally wanted to exterminate your Jiang family to establish my might, but who would have thought that the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar country would actually come forward? He could be considered to have died in your place. If the Jiang family can't even agree to this, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Sigh. Jiang Yuming turned around to look at his uncles. Everyone exchanged glances and sighed. This matter involves the family head, so I don't dare to casually agree. However, I will definitely persuade the family head to agree. Good. When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't dawdle. He waved his hand and said, Since you agree, leave your Qinkuan pouches and go. Remember, you only have one choice between washing your neck and erecting the stele inscription. Yes, I understand. I will take my leave. Jiang Yuming knew that he had no other choice. He respectfully handed over his Qinkuan pouch to Xiaohua, cupped his hands, and dejectedly left. Looking at the backs of Jiang Yuming and the others, Xiaohua sneered. He had become famous through this battle. He didn't believe that the Jiang family would dare to disagree. When everyone was far away, Xiaohua's figure slightly swayed. The golden light around his body instantly dimmed, and a painful expression appeared on his face. The 5 scrolls of the 5 Suns Imperial Examination Scroll were too powerful. Not only did Xiaohua completely block them, he even shattered them. Xiaohua himself also suffered heavy injuries. And in the end, Longqing actually used the Bronze Pillar country's fate to suppress him. This made Xiaohua secretly obedient. Under the stimulation of the Imperial Jade Seal's fate, Xiaohua also activated the Dragon Vein to be arrogant once. However, the price of this arrogance was that Xiaohua's injuries were even more severe. In fact, Xiaohua could be considered a paper tiger just now. He was truly an arrow at the end of its flight when he activated the Execution Spirit Origin Light. But fortunately, his aura was like a rainbow. Beigo Jinming and the others were already afraid. Who would dare to challenge him? Xiaohua returned to his original form. His body flashed with golden light, covering all his injuries. Only then did he land in front of the Black Wind Ridge. At this time, the Black Wind Ridge was no longer the Black Wind Ridge of the past. Not to mention the Black Wind Ridge, even the entire Black Cloud Ridge had completely changed. Not only did the 5 brocade cloud paintings Grand Qi blow away all the black clouds, it even caused the majority of the mountain peaks to collapse. There were even more mountain springs and hills that appeared out of thin air. Xiaohua's divine sense swept across. The entire Black Cloud Ridge was in a mess, as if thousands of indomitable giants had stepped over here. Looks like the ruler of the Bronze Pillar Nation is already confident. After the annexation of the Jiang country, it will be the Jiasa country's turn. This last bit of cover will be torn apart. Xiaohua smiled faintly, he waved his hand, and a few rays of light flashed past. Rumble. With a few loud sounds, hundreds of rays of light flew out from all directions and landed in Xiaohua's hands. The capital star formation was removed, revealing the Black Wind Ridge under the protection of the Great Formation. Although Xiaohua's capital star formation was powerful, it was not complete after all. Furthermore, it was set up using hundreds of jade talismans, and under the attack of the 5 brocade cloud painting, which was equivalent to the Immortal Palace formation, it also revealed a flaw. A portion of the capital star formation was destroyed by the Grand Qi Pillar, and many spirit demons were killed or injured. These spirit demons were from the Black Wind Ridge, Mo Yun Ridge, and Lion Mountain. The capital star formation did not block the vision of the crowd and the demons. Everyone could see Xiaohua's majestic posture in the air. Compared to the fear of the people of the Bronze Pillar Nation, what they gained was confidence and pride. They had never seen a person or a demon with such unfathomable abilities. They had never seen a person or a demon that could directly face the entire formation. Especially when they understood that the reason the Bronze Pillar Nation had set up such a large formation in the Black Cloud Ridge was to take all of their lives. Their gratitude, respect, and worship toward Xiaohua had already reached an unparalleled level. So much so that when Xiaohua removed the Great Formation, there was no need for the Black Bear Spirit to speak. Everyone and all the demons knelt on the ground and shouted like a mountain, "We await Master's return." Chapter 35-26. No one in the entire Black Wind Mountain range said a word of thanks. It was just a simple sentence, but Xiaohua understood that this was the kind of sincerity these people and demons had. They were treating him as their true master. "All right, stand up." Xiaohua waved his hand. He did not use any power, but everyone and all the Yao stood up in unison without any hesitation. It was as though there was a mountain of blades and a sea of fire in front of them. If Xiaohua gave the order, they would charge forward. Xiaohua slowly floated to the front of the cave and landed there. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were very clever. They had already brought out a chair from the cave and waited for Xiaohua to sit down. The two of them respectfully stood to the left and right of Xiaohua. Xiaohua sat upright on the chair and looked around. Looking at the demons that covered the mountains and plains, he had an inconceivable feeling in his heart. He originally wanted to prosper the Dao sect, But who would have thought that there were only a few Dao sect cultivators who came, but this demon had gathered a bunch of them. Compared to his expectations of just having the black bear spirit to guard the sect, this was far greater. Black bear. Xiaohua called coolly. Old master, this one is here. Hearing Xiaohua call him first after sitting down, the black bear spirit was moved to tears. He hurriedly scrambled out from the side and knelt on the ground. Golden Eagle, White Lion, where are you? Xiaohua looked and nodded slightly at the black bear spirit and called out again. The Golden Eagle Great King and Myriad Lion King did not dare to be negligent. They rushed over and knelt behind the black bear spirit, calling out, "This one is here, what orders does old master have?" From today onwards, the Black Cloud Ridge is truly our Black Cloud Ridge. This is this old man's cave. Guard the surroundings for this old man, Xiaohua said with a smile. The black bear spirit, Golden Eagle Great King and Myriad Lion King were overjoyed. They kowtowed and said, "This one is willing to die for old master. Take your troops and tidy up this Black Cloud Ridge. Do not lose this old man's face." Xiaohua ordered. This one understands. The three Yao kings received the order and led the Yao down Black Wind Ridge. Under the black bear spirit's arrangements, they each chose a direction and started to tidy up. Xiao Jian, Chongling, Qin Xiaoyao. Xiaohua spoke again. "Old master." The three hurriedly walked in front of Xiaohua and knelt down. The Chongling princess did not dare to act like a princess. This old man has killed the imperial advisor of the Copper Pillar State. It can be considered as me reclaiming some face for Jianghua. Xiaohua said with a smile. Just now, the headmaster of the Imperial Academy of the Bronze Pillar Country made it clear that from now on, it is time for all of you to fight and conquer. The king of the Bronze Pillar Country will no longer use the power of the Confucian cultivators against you. The Chongling princess bit her lips hard. She was so excited she wanted to shout. She hurriedly said, "Chongling thanks old master for acting. Chongling will not disappoint old master, recover my country, and destroy Copper Pillar Country." "Master, don't be careless." Xiao Jian seemed to think for a long time before he spoke again. "The Copper Pillar Country's formation is beyond my expectations. The Copper Pillar Country's king's goal is not small. Even if he lost the imperial teacher, he might have other methods and cultivators." At the side, the Chongling Duchess opened her mouth as though she wanted to say something, but when she saw Xiaohua's tired expression, she closed her mouth. Xiaohua smiled and said, "This old man knows. With this old man here, you do not have to be afraid of this. After this battle, I fear no one will come to provoke us in the short term. You all should hurry. This old man is tired and needs to rest for a while. You will have to rely on yourselves." "Yes, this one knows." Xiao Jian and Chongling nodded and said, "We wish old master's saintly body good health. No matter, just seclusion for a while." Xiaohua waved his hand for them to leave. Then he stood and said, "Qin Xiaoyao, come in with this old man." Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly stood and walked behind Xiaohua. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei once again took chairs and walked behind. After entering the residence, Xiaohua sat down. He looked at Qin Xiaoyao and said with a smile, "This old man needs to be in seclusion for a while. Xiao Jian and Chongling will be responsible for the war. I fear I will have to trouble you with the matters of the Dao soldiers and the sections. This is this disciple's duty. I will not shirk even if I die 10,000 times." Xiaohua's abilities were many times stronger than Qin Haoyue's. How could Qin Xiaoyao not know the choice? He hurriedly bowed and said, "This old man does not know how to train Dao soldiers and the like, so I will not speak." Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a small universe bag. He handed it to Qin Xiaoyao and said, "These are some pills and methods. Take them to your disciples. And if possible, you can take those disciples into your sect, and a few with similar cultivation to you as your junior sect brothers. Also, you can pick some of the talented ones among those Dao soldiers to be your third-generation disciples." "Yes, this disciple understands." Qin Xiaoyao was so excited his body trembled. Xiaohua's meaning was clear. "You all count as this old man's outer sect disciples. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This old man does not plan on taking so many of you as disciples." Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple is already endlessly grateful. How could Qin Xiaoyao not know the difficulty of being accepted into the sect? Right, also, these are some talismans. You can divide them among yourselves. See who can use what. Remember, do not randomly snatch and be greedy. Xiao Hua said as he thought of something. He waved his hand and took out some talismans that Xiao Hua repaired and placed them into the small universe bag. Qin Xiaoyao received the small universe bag gratefully. He scanned it with his divine sense and his face almost turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, "Master? So many?" "It's nothing." Xiao Hua said with a proud smile. "Feel free to recruit Dao soldiers. This old man can help you forge this Dao soldier into hidden immortal continent's #1 soldier." "Many thanks, Master." Qin Xiaoyao knelt and kowtowed. "There are also pills that you want to use inside. Feel free to take them. These things are all up to you." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Lu Yi and the others, you don't have to pay attention to them." Yes, this disciple understands. Qin Xiaoyao looked at Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei with some envy. "Go." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "This old man is in seclusion. Without Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei's call, you can't enter. This disciple will follow Master's orders." Qin Xiaoyao's tone was the same as the black bear spirit's. But just as he took half a step back, he thought of something and probed, "Master, from what I hear, you want to establish a Dao sect. This disciple also hopes that there will be a Dao sect on hidden immortal continent. But our sect? Does it have a name? We can't use Jiang country or the name of the former Qin ancestor." Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's call it the Fortune Gate." Yes, the Gate of Good Fortune is exactly what Master wants. Qin Xiaoyao was overjoyed. He turned around and was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, Qin Xiaoyao thought of something and hurriedly turned around. He smiled and said, "Master, and this disciple said before? To be the master of a country, you need the approval of others. This old man doesn't need the approval of others." Xiao Hua said with a faint smile. Yes, this disciple understands. Qin Xiaoyao also knew that with Xiao Hua's strength, if he wanted to be the master of a country, the other cultivators would not be able to interfere. Seeing Qin Xiaoyao leave the cave, Xiao Hua's eyes turned and he said, "Oh right, Xiaoyao, what do you need to do for the so-called approval? Go and find out. This old man wants to establish a Dao sect, but I'm afraid it's not something my Fortune Gate can do alone. It's only right to know as many Dao sect cultivators as possible." Yes, this disciple understands. Qin Xiaoyao agreed and left. "Lu, come here." Xiao Hua ordered again. "Yes, Master." Lu Yi hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, waiting for Xiao Hua's orders. "Sit down cross-legged and cultivate like normal." Xiao Hua ordered indifferently. "Master." Lu Yi hurriedly shouted, "Right now, the most important thing for you is to rest and go into seclusion. It won't be too late to talk about this after Master comes out of seclusion." "Ah, no need, this old man just wants to take a look. I don't necessarily have to make a move." Although Xiao Hua was seriously injured at this time, his soul cultivation power was not lacking at all. As he spoke, he immediately took out his soul bridge. Seeing this, Wang Bianfei hurriedly retreated to the cave's entrance and cautiously guarded there. With the experience of opening Wang Bianfei's spiritual roots, Xiao Hua was familiar with activating the soul bridge with the heaven-cleansing earth art. As Xiao Hua expected, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were the same. Their spiritual roots were sealed by a layer of starlight restriction. This seal was replenished by starlight day and night and would not disappear on its own. Only an external force like Xiao Hua's heaven-cleansing earth art could break it. However, other than the strange phenomenon of starlight, the sky full of multicolored light did not appear, and did not attract the attention of others. "All right, you can try to sense the world's origin energy," Xiao Hua said tiredly as a green light appeared between his eyebrows. Lu Yi tried a little and immediately knelt on the ground, shouting, "Disciple Lu Yi thanks Master for giving me a new lease of life. Disciple can now sense the world's origin energy." "Good, since it's like this, then take it as cultivating diligently. Let's see who can enter this old man's door first and become a senior brother," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Disciple is willing to cultivate with Yuan Bianfei, but I don't want to compete with him. After all, it doesn't matter who becomes the senior brother. It would hurt our feelings for no reason." Lu Yi knew that Xiao Hua liked to be straightforward and did not hesitate to say the words in his heart. Xiao Hua heard and said, "Since you said so, you will be the senior brother. In the future, you and Yuan Bianfei will cultivate hand in hand and progress together." "Yes, disciple understands. Master, please go into seclusion." The medicinal pills that Yuan Bianfei used, as well as disciple's previous comprehension, will all be given to him, Lu Yi said with a smile. After Xiao Hua finished instructing, he let Lu Yi leave. After he came to the cave, he set down the capital star array jade talisman to protect the entire quiet room. Then he sat cross-legged on the praying mat and patted his head. With a roar, his whole body flashed with a blood-red brilliance. The black flame and demonic blood rushed out of his blood vessels and covered Xiao Hua's whole body. Chapter 35-27. Previously, when Xiao Hua was fighting with Longqinga and the others in the 5 brocade cloud painting, his blood drop paradise was hidden in his blood vessels. However, after he was injured, some of the black flames and demonic energy leaked out. The vast righteous qi in the formation immediately attacked his blood vessels, making Xiao Hua's blood vessels injuries even worse. Moreover, the demons of the demonic realm were all body cultivators. This blood drop paradise was the best at repairing the body. Xiao Hua's current injuries could also be healed by this blood drop paradise. It took Xiao Hua a full 10 days to completely repair his severely damaged bloodline and fleshly body. Then, Xiao Hua reached out and took out Longqinga's Jiankuan pouch. After searching for a bit, he found the method to set up the 5 brocade cloud painting. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 5 brocade cloud painting flew out of the space. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and breathed a few mouthfuls of true energy on it. The entire cloud painting gradually expanded and covered the quiet room. Although there were 2 types of cloud brocades that looked very thin, the 5 brocade cloud painting was successfully set up. Then, Xiao Hua took out 5 silk handkerchiefs. After searching for a bit, he found the method to activate them. He breathed a few mouthfuls of true energy and the 5 silk handkerchiefs turned back into the immortal slaying stage with great difficulty. However, this immortal slaying stage was pitifully small and its appearance was also somewhat blurry. Pooh! Xiao Hua opened his mouth again and a sword light hit the immortal slaying stage. Rumble! A sound like muffled thunder came from the immortal slaying stage. However, the entire immortal slaying stage shook for a moment and the 5 qi righteous thunder that Xiao Hua was expecting didn't fall. "Little thunder, don't be lazy. Come out." Xiao Hua's eyes turned, then he dragged little lightning out from the space and threw it onto the immortal slaying platform. Sure enough, just as little lightning landed, a thunderclap rumbled from the void and landed on the 5 antennae of the immortal slaying platform. Shortly after, a 5-colored lightning bolt that was only as thick as a thumb descended from the immortal slaying platform. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and urged his nascent soul to come out of his lower dantian. Although the nascent soul was invisible, Xiao Hua could clearly feel that it was dispirited and even showed signs of collapse. When the heavenly lightning landed on the Yuanying, not only was the Yuanying not nourished as Xiao Hua had expected, its entire body trembled as if it was about to collapse. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed and hastily invited the green-robed Xiao Hua out. Seeing this scene, the green-robed Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "Fellow Daoist, you're too hasty." Now that his nascent soul was so weak, how could he directly withstand the 5 qi thunder? Besides, without I controlling the nascent soul, how can you be at ease with him under the heavenly lightning? "Thank you, fellow Daoist." Jade Archive Xiao Hua nodded and said, "I have comprehended the 5 qi's unification's cultivation technique." "Hee, Fellow Daoist, are you trying to comprehend the 5 Qis unifications? Fellow Daoist, you're not joking with me, right? Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile. As far as I know, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua seems to have made some progress, right? Hee hee. Jade Archive Xiaohua knew that green-robed Xiaohua was right, so he only laughed and said, "Then I will go and refine the 9 stars transit." Actually, in I's opinion, you might as well take a look at scholarly books. Green-robed Xiaohua said while controlling his nascent soul and slowly entering his lower dantian. The righteous qi of scholarly cultivators comes from books. If fellow Daoist wants to obtain the essence of scholarly cultivation techniques, you'll have to personally read some of these books. These books aren't of much use to me. While speaking, the nascent soul had already entered his lower dantian. Following the nascent soul, the 5 Qi thunder also strangely followed the nascent soul into his lower dantian. However, these heavenly lightning passed through the void and directly struck the nascent soul. However, in his lower dantian, other than the nascent soul, there was also true essence. When the heavenly lightning struck the nascent soul again, Xiaohua felt a strange feeling in his heart. Forget it. There's no need for this Xiao to worry about anything. This Xiao should just study. Xiaohua pulled his mind out and thought for a moment. Then, he took out a book from his small universe bag and started reading. As for inside his body, the green-robed Xiaohua controlled his nascent soul. Under the effects of the 5 Qi righteous thunder, the nascent soul was frantically repairing his injuries. Moreover, the nascent soul was growing bit by bit. Although this growth wasn't visible to the naked eye, it was obvious after a long time. Within Xiaohua's meridians, metal essence was also being refined into true essence. This true essence followed the 5 Qi thunder and entered the nascent soul's body, becoming the proof of its growth. Within his middle dantian, above the head of scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, the 3-colored heavenly heart slowly rotated. Every day the heavenly heart rotated, 3-colored true essence would be produced and fall into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels near his middle dantian. In front of Xiaohua's eyes, the 3 heavenly tomes were also flickering with brilliance and quietly floating there. The Buddha's Saraira in his Naiwan palace was now chanting Buddhist scriptures and its body was shining with Buddhist light. As for Dragon Vein Xiaohua, he was now sitting on the 5-dragon imperial jade seal. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's mouth, nose, and other orifices had a golden mist that was like a dragon breathing in and out. This golden mist was then spat out from Dragon Vein Xiaohua's mouth onto the 5-dragon imperial jade seal. The golden mist inside the imperial jade seal would overflow from time to time, as if it was being refined. Within his bloodline, there was a demonic blood spirit that looked very similar to Xiaohua. Right now, its body was also flickering with black flames. It took a very inexplicable posture and stretched out its hands. It looked like it was embracing the world. Endless demonic blood mixed with black flames rushed out from the left side of the demonic spirit's body. At the same time, endless demonic blood mixed with black flames rushed in from the right side of the demonic spirit's body. The demonic spirit's body was moving up and down in a very rhythmic manner. But if someone carefully observed, they would be able to see that this rhythm was 9 shallow and 1 deep. If one carefully thought about it, the demonic spirit's posture was very similar to the old man pushing a cart that Xiaohua liked. Looking at the bone-tempering Xiaohua, he was the most pitiful. His huge body emitted an orange brilliance, and within this brilliance, there was a yellow flow that was constantly being refined. However, on his left arm, there were traces of blood and black mixed together, and a rather eye-catching crack appeared on it. Every time Xiaohua saw this crack, he would gnash his teeth and the yellow flow around his body would accelerate. Clearly, he wanted to mend this crack. Copper Pillar Country, inside the majestic palace, above the majestic palace, not to mention how magnificent the palace was, nor how beautiful the carved beams and painted pillars were, not to mention how orderly the palace was. Whether it was the curtains or the incense, they all revealed a kind of solemnity. Just the dozens of people standing on both sides of the jade steps of the main hall were enough to let people see the strength of the Copper Pillar Country. On the left side of the jade steps, there was a group of civil officials dressed in scholarly robes. The one in front was already over 60 years old, but his appearance was simple and his face was full of righteousness. Although there was a brocade chair beside him, he still stood there with his back straight and held a green jade tablet in his hand. Behind the old man, there were fat or thin, tall or short. Every civil official's brocade robe was different, and the patterns on it were also different. However, the red glow on their faces was completely the same. Contrasting with their glowing faces were the military generals standing opposite the civil officials. These military generals were all clad in bright armor and had an imposing aura. The domineering air they exuded when they puffed out their chests and raised their heads was very obvious. The military generals were generally at least a head taller than the civil officials. Furthermore, their muscles were robust, and they stood there like iron towers and stone pillars. Although these military generals appeared incomparably mighty, if one were to take a closer look, one would be able to see that there were wisps of clear light flashing above each of the civil officials' heads, forming different shapes. Moreover, following these clear light pillars, numerous mighty chi pillars were faintly discernible above the entire royal palace like a tidal wave. Rumbling sounds could be faintly heard. On the other hand, there was nothing unusual as the military generals stood there. However, when the military generals moved slightly, not only would there be the sound of armor clanging, there would also be a mighty chi surging over. The Bronze Pillar country's civil officials and generals were so imposing, but compared to the Bronze Pillar country's king, who was sitting on the Jade Dragon throne, they were far inferior. At this moment, there was a middle-aged man about 40 years old sitting on the dragon throne. This person had a square face, and his face was angular. His eyebrows were thick and black, and they were shaped like sharp swords. Under his eyebrows, the black and white in his eyes revealed a sharp glint. It was the intent of a sharp sword. Although this person was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, there was a layer of golden armor under the dragon robe. The inscriptions on the armor floated slightly, flashing with a myriad of auras. These thousands of chi images floated in front of the dragon throne and immediately rushed into the air. That was where the king's crown was. The king's crown was bright yellow, and strings of crystal-clear pearls were attached to the edges of the crown. The chi images of the inscriptions rushed up, and the bright yellow on the crown swayed slightly. A faint ding-dong sound could be heard, and the bright yellow color turned into the shape of a faintly discernible dragon. Roar! Perhaps it was in the void, or perhaps it was in people's hearts, but a dragon's roar sounded in the royal palace. A thick dragon rushed out from the king's crown and pierced through the roof of the royal palace. Regardless of whether it was the pure aura of the civil officials or the noble aura of the military generals, all of them bowed down at this moment. When the dragon's roar ended, the dragon slowly descended and coiled above the monarch's head like a crouching dragon. At this moment, the king opened his mouth and said, "Everyone." As the king moved, the sleeping dragon above the king's head suddenly moved. Its tightly closed eyes opened, and an indescribable pressure instantly appeared and engulfed the entire royal palace. All the officials bowed and replied, "Long live the king, everyone." The king raised his hand and looked around with incomparable arrogance. He said calmly, "How's the discussion on the crusade against the Gu kingdom, the Jiming kingdom, the Jiasa kingdom, and the Yifeng kingdom? My king." As soon as the king finished speaking, an old man in his 70s hurriedly stepped out from among the civil officials. He held a jade tablet in his hand and bowed. "I've gathered the assistant ministers of the Ministry of War and discussed with General Hao Hu, General Wenfeng, and the others several times. We've come to a conclusion." "Minister Yu, please speak," the king said with a smile. Chapter 35-28. The old man was the Minister of War of the Copper Pillar country, Yu Zhong. When he heard the king's order, he calmly looked at the jade in his hand. He coughed and said, "I have analyzed the situation of the four countries. The countries of Gu and Yifeng were founded by Confucian cultivators, Jiming was founded by Daoist cultivators, and Xianxia was recently supported by Buddhist cultivators. Just from the surface, our Copper Pillar country should attack Jiming and Xianxia. The Xianxia is very close to our Copper Pillar country and isn't very strong. However, General Hao Hu's meaning is that the Yifeng country is controlled by the Yu family, a 7th-ranked aristocratic family. The Gu country is the territory of the Gu family, a 7th-ranked aristocratic family. The aristocratic families below the 7th rank do not have any deterrent power in front of my Bronze Pillar country, especially the Confucian schools of these two countries are. The agricultural school does not have much weight among the Confucian cultivators, and the national strength of the two countries is not much stronger than the Xianxia country. Although the Xianxia country is controlled by Buddhist cultivators and does not seem to be strong, the Buddha statues are now spread all over the hidden Immortal continent, and I have never heard of the Buddha country being destroyed by someone. If my Bronze Pillar country is not careful, I am afraid that the Buddhist sect will take revenge on me. My king also knows that those monks are the most sinister, and they also care about face. If my Bronze Pillar country is not careful, I might be besieged by several Buddhist countries. King, please make a decision. What about the Jiming country? Seeing that Yu Zhong did not mention the Jiming country, the king could not help but ask with interest. Yu Zhong hesitated for a moment, then said respectfully, "My king, this old subject and the others feel that although it is easy to destroy the country of Jiang, the remnants of the Dao sect are too stubborn. Today, the imperial advisor still has to bring many disciples to the Black Cloud Ridge. I, the Bronze Pillar country, might as well leave such a hard bone to gnaw on in the future." General Hao Hu, General Wenfeng, do you all think the same? No one had seen the expression on the monarch's face before. They only heard him ask indifferently. The two tiger generals in the middle immediately stepped out from the row of military generals opposite the civil official. They cupped their fists and bowed. "My king, we originally thought that if we attack the country of Confucian cultivators, the aristocratic families of Confucian cultivators would be dissatisfied. Therefore, we might as well attack the countries controlled by the Buddhist sect and Dao sect first. The Buddhist sect has always been united. Moreover, the Buddhist sect's forces have recently invaded the Zhangxian mainland. Now that the longevity town in the country of Shi is the focus of everyone and it is so close to the Bronze Pillar country, we shouldn't cause any more trouble. However, the fact that Jiang Tianheng, Pan Xing, Su Kuan, and the others were killed by Dao League cultivators in Black Cloud Ridge without anyone noticing was truly out of our expectations. What's more, Imperial Advisor Leng has come to the Black Cloud Ridge in person, and the result of the battle is still unknown. We don't know the strength of the remaining Daoist. We don't know if the Jiming country has anything to do with this. Therefore, we suggest that we attack the Confucian country first and leave the Daoist country behind." Your thoughts are very considerate. I'm very pleased. The emperor seemed to be very happy and said with a smile. Then he raised his hand and said, "Prime Minister, you should sit down too. The principle of the country has passed, but the affection of the family has come. If you don't sit down, I'll feel like walking on pins and needles. Thank you, my king, for granting me a seat." The old man in front of the civil official bowed slightly and sat down calmly. The civil official behind him looked respectful. When the old man sat down, the emperor asked again, "Prime Minister, what do you think? I'm already old and no longer have the ability to eat. My king cherishes old friendships and allows me to take a breather here. I'm very grateful. I still need my king to make a decision on the movement of this country." The old man was very humble. After talking for a long time, he didn't even have the slightest idea. However, the emperor said regretfully, "Alas, you're all so old. When I was still a child, you were the one in charge of the imperial court. At that time, you were my sky. I'm ashamed I don't dare." When the old man heard this, he hurriedly stood up. Back then, my king was still young, and Jiang country and Jiasa country were eyeing him covetously. This old subject did not dare to relax in the slightest. My king is the ruler of the ages. A single thought is 100 times better than this old subject. This old subject will persevere for a few more days, then I will ask my king to retire and return to my hometown. At that time, I will have to ask my king for permission. Prime Minister, please sit. When the king saw this, he hurriedly raised his hand and said, Prime Minister is the bronze pillar of my bronze pillar country. How can you easily leave the imperial court? Don't mention returning to your hometown in the future. Sigh. The old man sighed and sat on the brocade chair while trembling, looking somewhat dejected. However, just as he sat down, his eyes, which seemed to be blurred by old age, casually glanced at the dragon table in front of the king. Surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his but almost touched the brocade chair as he stood up again, exclaiming, My king! The 5-dragon jade seal. Why is it gone? Ah! When the old man said this, all the officials were shocked and looked at the dragon table. Indeed, the jade seal that was usually placed on the dragon table had disappeared without a trace. Prime Minister, don't be anxious. Everyone, don't panic. I originally wanted to wait for the imperial tutor's triumphant return before telling all of you about this. I didn't expect Prime Minister to notice this. Longchinga. Prime Minister looked a little angry and said sternly, How did this fellow bewitch my king? However, just as Prime Minister finished speaking, he immediately realized that his words were inappropriate. He hurriedly bowed and said, Forgive me, my king, this old subject has offended you. Prime Minister, you are wholeheartedly devoted to the country and see me as your nephew. How can I not understand your concern? How can I blame you? The king was not angry. He smiled and said, Prime Minister, please take a seat. This matter has nothing to do with imperial tutorlung. When the old man sat down, the king said, Everyone, you don't have to worry about the remnants of the Black Cloud Ridge anymore. The imperial tutor has already brought the disciples of the Imperial Academy, Ling Yuanya, Shallow Moon Ridge, and the Jiang family to the Black Cloud Ridge to set up a great formation. This great formation? Even a peak 5th grade elemental energy cannot escape. Furthermore, the Imperial Tutor has obtained a secret technique to use the fate of the Bronze Pillar Nation to suppress the Daoist cultivators. This secret technique is foolproof. The Imperial Tutor will return triumphantly. From then on, the Daoist nation will be terror-stricken and no one will dare to go against the Bronze Pillar Nation. In my opinion, all of you are too narrow-minded. There is no need to consider whether the Confucian nation is invincible or the Buddhist nation is invincible. You only need to consider the strength of the Bronze Pillar Nation and act according to your capabilities. From your words, it seems like you already have a plan. We are all ears. The Minister of War, Yu Zhong, seized the opportunity and laughed. The king stood up proudly and waved his hand. He said, Now that the Bronze Pillar Nation has a strong army and valiant soldiers, we have just annexed the Jiang country and our morale is at its peak. We should take advantage of this victory and conquer the Jiming nation and Yifeng nation. Everyone in the palace was stunned. Even the Prime Minister's father, who claimed that he didn't care about the court, was tongue-tied. It was obvious that the king's words were beyond their expectations. The king was very satisfied with this effect. He waved his hand and the dragon on his crown roared. He proudly said, Wherever my sword points, nothing will stand in its way. Wherever my gaze reaches, it is all the land. Long live the king, long live the king. The officials didn't dare to stand up. They all knelt down and cheered. At this time, the dragon roared again. With a whoosh, the dragon rushed straight to the top of the palace. Boom! A huge hole appeared on the top of the palace. The inscriptions on the top of the palace flickered. There was no way to stop it. The officials were even more shocked. Their eyes stared straight at the dragon on the king's body. It rushed into the sky and entered the void. The king's body shone with a golden light. When they looked at the king again, his face first showed the same astonishment. Then he sneered. His eyes flashed with incomparable confidence. He waved the sleeves of his dragon robe and shouted, The earth is under my feet, the national plan is in my hands. Who dares to speak more? Who is the one who will raise the hidden immortals? Who is the one who will dominate the country? Who has a higher battle record than my family? High and mighty, everyone look. My country is as beautiful as a painting. I climb the mountain and step on the fog. I point at the sky and laugh. Who else but me can praise? Whoever stands in front of me and blocks my footsteps, I will suppress them forever. Long live His Majesty, long live His Majesty, long live His Majesty. An indescribable surge of hot blood surged in everyone's hearts. Everyone in the royal palace kowtowed to the ground and loudly shouted, "We will sacrifice our blood to the copper pillar and achieve greatness throughout the ages." Unfortunately, before their cheers died down, an even more powerful dragon roar sounded again. The wind and clouds above the palace changed drastically. Thousands of dark clouds gathered and the wind howled. A thunderbolt as thick as a child's arm struck from the void. It hit the palace and splendor splashed in all directions. In an instant, half of the palace collapsed. In the void, where the king's dragon aura rushed out, an even more powerful and ferocious dragon head popped out and swallowed the dragon aura that had yet to rush into the void. Although the huge dragon body in the mouth didn't come out from the void, the dragon aura above the king's head was still sucked dry by the dragon head. Before the dragon head left, it shook its head. The dragon's eyes swept across the palace. Its gaze was full of disdain. Moreover, the dragon head even spoke in human language. "Shao is the beginning. I am here to rob you of your freedom. This stone will be engraved in the annals of history. It will be passed down from generation to generation. Watch how this Shao suppresses you." With the dragon aura gone, not only did the dragon disappear, but also the fate of the copper pillar stayed on the king's body. The king stood there in a daze like a clay statue. The king wasn't the only one who was stunned. All of the officials in the palace knelt there. They didn't know what to think or what to say. After an unknown amount of time, the prime minister's father, who was kneeling on the ground, was the first to come to his senses. He immediately stood up and shouted, "Palace guards! Palace guards! Your servant is here." A few trembling palace guards hurriedly ran out from the palace gates and knelt in front of the prime minister's father. "Lock the palace gates and seal off all information." The prime minister's father's face was as ferocious as a dragon's. He said word by word, "If any rumors about what happened today are discovered, kill them immediately." Chapter 35-29. Yes, sir. A few palace guards received the order and hurriedly ran out of the royal palace. "General Wenfeng." Xiang Fu called out again. General Wenfeng hurriedly stood up and cupped his fists. "This general is here. Take the commander's seal and mobilize the troops from all over the place. Guard the area that has been conquered and do not take any action. Temporarily wait for the king's next order." "This general obeys." General Wenfeng answered and left. Xiang Fu called out again. "General of Agile Cavalry, this general is. Bring your troops and rush to the left of the palace to guard against the remnants of Jiang country's sneak attacks." "Yes, General Hao Hu." Just as Prime Minister's father was about to give another order, the monarch spoke first. "Bring all my beloved subjects to Qingxin Palace to rest. Then, discuss with the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue how to deal with the situation. I will first discuss with Prime Minister's father and will be there soon." "Sir." General Hao Hu received the order and placed his hand on the treasured sword at his waist. He walked to the front of the hall door and coldly looked at the officials. Seeing that the king had returned to normal and was calmly giving orders, a smile appeared on his father's face as he slowly sat down on the embroidered chair. Many of the officials crawled up from the ground. Some of them had doubt in their eyes, some had panic on their faces, some were confident, and some were calm. They slowly retreated from the royal palace and followed the flow of people to other places. "All of you leave." The king looked at the palace guards around him, as well as some palace maids and eunuchs who were trembling in fear. He waved his hand and instructed, "No one is allowed to stay within 100 feet of the royal palace. If anyone approaches, they will be killed immediately." "Sir." The palace guard roared as if emboldened, and retreated with the palace maids and eunuchs. When the royal palace was quiet, the king no longer spoke. He only quietly stared at the roof of the palace where the dragon Qi had broken through, staring at it for a long time. On the other hand, Xiangfu was calm at this moment. He leisurely sat on the embroidered chair and looked at the king. His previously respectful eyes now had a trace of affection. "Prime Minister?" After a while, the monarch finally spoke, but his eyes never left the sky above his head. "I haven't seen the blue sky for a long time. Looking at it today, the sky hasn't changed much. It's still as blue as when I followed you to the Imperial Garden when I was young." That's right, this old subject still remembers. Back then, this old subject was explaining the thoughts of an emperor to my king, but my king didn't listen and instead looked at the blue sky. This old subject was so angry that I even slapped my king a few times. A faint smile appeared on the Prime Minister's face. "My king, do you still remember what you said that day?" "Sigh, Prime Minister, there's no one else in the Imperial Palace right now. Prime Minister, please call me by my name." The monarch sighed and said, "At that time I was still young. I don't really remember what I said." In Hong, you said something like, "The sky is so blue and beautiful, and the sky is so big and broad. Husband, if your son's heart is as big as the sky, how great would that be?" Hong laughed. "That's right, Hong," Xiangfu said with a smile. The wrinkles on his face were full of smiles. At that time, this old subject was dumbfounded. "You were only 6 years old, but you actually said something so philosophical. This old subject's hands couldn't continue to hit you." "Ha, it's just a child's joke. Prime Minister, you actually remember it so clearly." The monarch smiled helplessly. Xiangfu said with a serious face, Hong, if you think that way, then you're wrong. The bigger your heart, the taller the sky. Only a broad heart can allow you to gallop in this world. If the ancestors of the Ying family didn't have such a heart bigger than the sky, how could they have established the Bronze Pillar Nation? At this point, Xiangfu hesitated for a moment before continuing. Actually, the so-called dragon-shaped providence is only the providence of the nation after the ancestors of the Ying family established the nation. This dragon Qi is just a symbol, not the source. Sigh, Prime Minister. Hong slowly walked to the jade platform and squatted in front of Xiangfu. He held Xiangfu's hand and said, "In this world, I no longer have any relatives, nor do I have anyone I can trust. Prime Minister, you have more weight in my heart than my father. In front of Prime Minister, I shouldn't hide anything. However, there are many things that I don't dare to tell you because I'm afraid of implicating you. Actually, what I'm worried about isn't the Imperial Jade Seal, nor is it the Dragon Qi." "Ah? Xiangfu anxiously called out Hong's nickname. He asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Prime Minister, you're probably still wondering why I didn't discuss it with you before sending the state preceptor to Black Cloud Ridge to exterminate the remnants of the Taoism, right?" Hong smiled. "Furthermore, Prime Minister, you've repeatedly written to me that I should think thrice before acting, and that I shouldn't rashly attack a neighboring nation." "Sigh, that's true." Xiangfu held Hong's hand as if he was looking at his own son and grandson. He sighed, "My king has always been wise and farsighted, and he's good at ruling the country. My Bronze Pillar country is stronger than Jiang country and Jiasa country, but if we want to devour them, especially the two countries that my king mentioned today, we're still unable to do so. This old subject feels that I can't keep up with my king's train of thought. I also feel that Longqinga is bewitching my king, which is why I'm so angry. Prime Minister, you've misunderstood the state preceptor, and you've also misunderstood me. Prime Minister, please take a look at what this is." Hong pulled his hand out of Prime Minister's father's hand, then reached into his bosom and took out a palm-sized medallion. The medallion looked very ordinary, but as soon as it appeared in the air, it immediately produced a 5-colored cloud, which swirled around the medallion and formed a palace about half a foot to the left. Immortal Palace Token? Surprise appeared in Xiangfu's eyes. he exclaimed softly, "Where did my king obtain this item?" "Prime Minister, this item should have been given to me by an envoy of the Immortal Palace half a year ago," Ing Hong explained. Along with this Immortal Palace token were the 5 brocade cloud painting, the 5 Qi righteous thunder method, and other items of the Immortal Palace. The envoy of the Immortal Palace said clearly that the Immortal Palace had taken a fancy to my Bronze Pillar country's prosperity, so they helped, and wanted my Bronze Pillar country to become the #1 empire of the hidden immortal continent. However, the envoy also said clearly that this matter was a secret that no one could know, fearing that it would cause dissatisfaction among the other Confucian countries of the hidden immortal continent. Xiang Fu frowned as he stared at the Immortal Palace token, as if he was thinking about something. After a long while he finally opened his mouth. "Thus, my king did not discuss with this old official and decided on a plan to conquer Jiang country with the imperial advisor, and took down Jiang country with lightning speed. Then he let Jiang country's Chongling princess escape, wanting to use this to bait Jiasa country, and then take over Jiasa country?" "Yes, this is what I meant." Ing Hong did not conceal and said, "Jiasa country was founded by Buddhist cultivators, and that group of bald donkeys is very united. My Bronze Pillar country rashly attacking will cause dissatisfaction among the other countries. If Jiasa country interferes in the matter of the Chongling princess, this one can legitimately attack. Unfortunately, the Chongling princess did not escape to Jiasa country, and was saved by a Daoist cultivator called Xiaohua at Black Cloud Ridge. This Xiaohua broke into my Bronze Pillar Imperial Academy under the blood steel in Sevenyang Temple, and ruined this one's face." Xiang Fu opened his mouth, but seemed to think of something and closed it, listening to Ing Hong's explanation. The soldiers this one sent to kill the Chongling princess were all killed, and this one realized that this Xiaohua was skilled, and even the faction behind him was very strong. Ing Hong said, "So this one discussed with the imperial preceptor, and gave him the 5 brocade cloud painting and the 5 Qi righteous thunder method that the immortal envoy gave him, and told him to kill Xiaohua at Black Cloud Ridge no matter what. But then the imperial preceptor and the others besieged Black Cloud Ridge for almost a month, and did not see Xiaohua fight. Instead, those demons and the remnants of Jiang country showed up. The imperial preceptor was afraid something would happen, and discussed with this one. This one took out the country's stabilizing jade seal, and also gave him the secret art that the immortal envoy gave him. In this one's view, even if Xiaohua of the Taoist sect is powerful, he can avoid the 5 Qi righteous thunder, and the 5 suns ascension of the 5 brocade cloud painting. But he cannot avoid the wrath of the Son of Heaven. That is the pure destiny of a country. How can the Taoist sect disciples understand this? But, who would have thought? At this point, Ing Hong was slightly dejected because Xiaohua's dragon energy was many times stronger than his. He really went for wool and came home shorn. It seems that Leng Qingge will not be able to return, and the people of the Imperial Academy will not be able to return. Xiang Fu nodded. "My king has suffered great losses this time. Yes, I am not worried about the dragon energy being swallowed. After all, the Bronze Pillar country is under my control." Ing Hong replied. "But the 5 brocade cloud painting and the 5 Qi righteous thunder technique were given by the immortal envoy. If the immortal envoy comes to patrol, I will not be able to deal with it. My king, have you thought about why the immortal envoy came to find you? Could it be that there is no country in the hidden immortal continent that is stronger than our Bronze Pillar country, and more prosperous in destiny? There should be plenty of countries that are stronger." Ing Hong was stunned and did not understand. If we are talking about destiny, this is what the immortal envoy said, right? Xiang Fu was somewhat disdainful and actually interrupted Ing Hong. But Ing Hong did not find it strange at all and nodded. "Indeed. To be honest, I have thought about it too. Although the immortal envoy has proposed other conditions, but if I think about it carefully, I am afraid this matter is related to the country of Xi. Sai, my king, since you understand, why do you have to enter the trap?" Xiang Fu sighed. "The battle between immortals and Buddhas is unpredictable. If we are not careful, we will not even have a corpse left. Why should our Bronze Pillar country get involved in this muddy water? Xiang Fu, with our Bronze Pillar country's position and strength, it is the best place to rule the country of Xi. Ying Hong smiled bitterly. If the Immortal Palace is looking for a country, it has to be our Bronze Pillar country. My king has probably seen through it long ago, but you want to borrow the Immortal Palace's wind to sweep our Bronze Pillar country's flag all over the hidden Immortal continent, right? Xiang Fu is the one who knows me well. Ying Hong nodded. If not for the sudden appearance of Black Cloud Ridge's Xiaohua, this one's plan should have been carried out smoothly. Forget it. Many thanks my king for telling this old subject. Hearing this, Xiang Fu frowned and said, "This was originally an excellent opportunity for the rise of our Bronze Pillar country. However, the appearance of the Daoist's Xiaohua made my king's plan go awry. The most important thing now is how to get rid of Xiaohua, take back the Immortal Palace's item, and push everything to our desired trajectory." Chapter 35-30. Prime Minister's father, I suddenly have a bad feeling. Ying Hong said in a low voice, if the Immortal Palace can choose me, then the Dao sect. In other words, the power behind Xiaohua. Could it be that Xiaohua wants to take advantage of the chaos? That's extremely possible. The Prime Minister's father nodded. However, the Dao sect is weak in my hidden Immortal continent. We don't need to care about it. Let's resolve the crisis in front of us first. Prime Minister, what's the plan? Ying Hong asked respectfully. The Prime Minister's father smiled as he looked at Ying Hong and said, this old official thought about it just now, and there should be a plan that can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. I wonder if my king would like to hear it? Kill 3 birds with 1 stone? Ying Hong frowned, somewhat puzzled. This old official remembers that when the Jiang country was destroyed, Leng Qingge killed the Jiang country's imperial advisor, Qin Haoyue. Where is he imprisoned? The Prime Minister's father asked. It should be in the Jade Mountain dungeon. Ying Hong thought of something and his eyes lit up. This old official does not know about this. I believe that the remnants of the Jiang country and even the Dao sect's Xiaohua do not know about this either. If Xiaohua wants to help Princess Ling restore the country, he must borrow the power of the Jiang country's original Dao sect. Otherwise, he will have no reason to do so. The Prime Minister's father said calmly, my king can send an expert to guard the Jade Mountain and take the opportunity to capture Xiaohua. Ying Hong was distressed and sighed. Prime Minister's father, the problem is that the imperial advisor is unable to kill Xiaohua with the power of the 5 Qi Thunder, so I have no other methods to capture him. My Bronze Pillar country doesn't have it, but the hidden Immortal continent does. The Prime Minister's father laughed. Even if the Confucian cultivators don't have it, there are still the Buddhist sect and the Dao sect. Moreover, Xiaohua took my Bronze Pillar state's 5-dragon imperial jade seal. According to what this old minister knows, this 5-dragon imperial jade seal is not an ordinary imperial jade seal. It was passed down from ancient times. That Immortal Palace's emissary is afraid that because my king has this 5-dragon imperial jade seal, he left behind the secret method of using dragon qi. I understand. Ying Hong's eyes narrowed. The Jiang country is a country founded by Dao cultivators. He does not have the qualifications to use this 5-dragon jade seal. I only need to spread the news, even if I cannot take back the 5-dragon jade seal, that Xiaohua will definitely be the enemy of all the Confucian cultivators in the hidden Immortal continent. Yes, that's the second reason. The Prime Minister's father nodded. Moreover, according to what I know, there's a rule when Daoist sects establish a country. One must participate in the Yaotai assembly, pass a competition, and win the so-called imperial preceptor's lot. Only then can one have the opportunity to establish a country. This was also one of the methods that the Confucian cultivators used to control the Daoist sect. If Xiaohua wants to help the Jiang country recover and become the imperial advisor of the Jiang country, he must participate in this Jade Pavilion meeting. Since he wants to participate, then wouldn't my king have an opportunity to take advantage of it? Prime Minister, This doesn't seem to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone, does it? Ing Hong said with a smile. It's more like a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. Haha, who cares if it's killing 3 birds with 1 stone, or if it's a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, or if it's a 3-pronged plan, we just need to get rid of Xiaohua. Xiang Fu also laughed loudly. After the two of them finished laughing, the Prime Minister's father seemed to have thought of something. He rolled his eyes and said, "That's right, my king, what other requests did the immortal emissary make?" "Oh, of course, if my king has any taboos, you don't have to tell me." "I didn't say it before because I didn't want my father to worry. Now that it's come to this, why should I avoid it?" Ing Hong said in a low voice. His father was stunned and blurted out, "What does Immortal Master want 100 nascent soul stage cultivators for? How could the nascent soul of a Dao sect cultivator be so easily obtained? Didn't Qin Haoyue of Jiang country self-destruct his nascent soul?" "I don't know either." Ing Hong laughed bitterly. "I have already sent people to find more than 10 nascent soul stage cultivators and imprison them in the front of the Jade Mountain. When the immortal emissary comes, they will be offered to the immortal emissary. However, after listening to my father's words, that immortal emissary, I'm afraid that he's trying to hide something." "Forget it. No matter how the immortal emissary arranges it, we don't need to ask too much. We just need to do our own things and borrow the power of the immortal emissary to do our own things." His father didn't seem to understand either, so he urged, "My king, hurry up and make the arrangements. In addition, my king still has to prepare his troops and horses to attack the Jiming nation and the Yifeng nation, so as not to attract the attention of the immortal emissary." "Yes, I know," Ing Hong said in high spirits. Just as he was about to raise his head to summon the palace guards, he suddenly laughed. "Oh right, I still have a plan." "I'm all ears." His father asked curiously. "Father, perhaps you still remember the underground elemental stone mine in the Black Cloud Ridge?" Ing Hong laughed. Dao sect Xiaohua broke the 5 brocade cloud map, and the entire Black Cloud Ridge fell into his hands. That Black Wind King, Golden Eagle King, and Myriad Lion King are probably not his match, and the underground elemental stone mine will definitely be discovered by him. Jiang country is gone, and my Bronze Pillar country has lost this battle. I'm afraid that I can't leave any soldiers there to mine. If my Bronze Pillar country retreats, Jiasa country will definitely take down the entire elemental stone mine. When I spread the news that the elemental stone mine is ownerless, not to mention others, the other cultivators of the Dao sect will definitely swarm over. At that time, that's right, my king's plan is brilliant." His father laughed out loud again, stroking his beard and saying, "The Dao sect is the best at internal strife, and furthermore, there is an elemental stone mine there. Even if Xiaohua doesn't die in the hands of my Confucian cultivator, he will still be skinned by the Dao sect cultivators." Palace guards. Ing Hong smiled, regaining his previous calmness. He walked to the jade steps and sat behind the dragon table ordering, "Bring all the officials back to the imperial palace." Of course, Xiaohua did not know that the undercurrent had already reached his feet. He was once again dragged into the vortex of the battle between the immortals and Buddhas. He only urged the other primordial spirits to cultivate with all their might, to heal the injuries of his body. Unknowingly, more than 100 days had passed. Xiaohua was living a carefree life. On this day, he was reciting the Yellow Court. Suddenly his heart stirred, he put down the scroll, raised his head, and frowned as he looked outside the 5 brocade cloud map. After staring for a moment, Xiaohua sighed again, and muttered to himself, "Sigh, people go into seclusion for years, decades, why is I so bitter? But it's just been 100 days and there's some karma. It's really troublesome." Immediately, Xiaohua was about to get up, but looking at the 5 cheese thunder in the 5 brocade cloud map, and sensing that the nascent soul in his lower dantian was struck by the thunder, Xiaohua was really reluctant. After thinking for a moment, he first put away Little Thunder, and then his mind fell into his middle dantian. At this time, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was wearing Confucian clothes. Seeing Jade Archive Xiaohua come in, he cupped his hands and said, "Student greets fellow immortal. TSK? You've only learned Confucian cultivation methods for a few days, and you're actually so rotten?" Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand, saying very disapprovingly, "You and I are Daoist cultivators, it's better to call me fellow immortal." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua smacked his lips and said, "Fellow immortal is wrong. That was then and this is now. Previously, student was ignorant and cultivated the 5 Qis unification according to Daoist cultivation methods. How could I have known that the cultivation method was incongruous?" This Jade Archive Xiaohua's face was slightly hot. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was actually talking about himself. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua ignored Jade Archive Xiaohua's embarrassment and continued, "I remember that when fellow immortals saw legalism's sword intent that day, you once mocked Huan country's sword cultivators for their nondescript cultivation of flying swords. But when you think about students' previous cultivation, wasn't it also the same? The pot calling the kettle black is nothing more than this. That's a problem with the cultivation method." Jade Archive Xiaohua was somewhat unconvinced and said with a smile, "Now that we've obtained the Heavenly Heart and Heavenly Book, and know the cultivation method of the 5 Qis unification, we're already on the right track. A so-called title doesn't count for anything, right? The path of Confucian cultivators is to be scrupulous, to the point of no compromise. Even if it's the path of the mean, it must also be neither deviated nor slanted." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua shook his head and said, "Fellow immortal, don't you see that today's Confucian cultivators are all pursuing power, falling into the Daoist cultivation method, to the extent that they're neither Confucian nor Daoist, and instead have cast the essence of Confucian cultivators to the back of their minds? Now that student has entered Confucianism, I should follow its method and keep its form. Only in this way can I truly learn the essence of the 5 Qis unification." Good. Jade Archive Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal, you're right. I'm very fortunate. I'm afraid fellow immortal's body has also changed now." Correct. A bit of true qi rises in the chest, the myriad of sword intents disappears from the body, the 5 Qis unification clouds appear, and the 3 flowers converge. Crown gives birth to immortality. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua nodded, and his body flashed with true qi of 5 colors. The sword shape of the core of loyalty from before was already in a state of collapse, and a small 5-colored dot faintly appeared where the core of loyalty was originally. "Congratulations, fellow immortal, congratulations." Jade Archive Xiaohua cupped his hands and said with a smile. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua returned the salute. "Congratulations, congratulations. Although we're both fellow immortal, we're also one body. Does fellow immortal have something to do?" "Hee, I naturally have something to do. Could it be fellow immortal doesn't know?" Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and pointed outside. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua nodded. "Fellow immortal's idea is somewhat unimaginable, but it's worth a try. If it succeeds, both student and fellow immortal will benefit greatly, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then I'll have to trouble fellow immortal." Jade Archive Xiaohua turned around and left the middle dantian. Not long after, he returned, holding the 5 brocade cloud painting and the 5 silk handkerchiefs in his hand. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony. He took the 5 brocade cloud painting and spat out true qi from his mouth. The 5 brocade cloud painting slowly rotated in the middle dantian, and separately landed in 5 different places of the middle dantian. At the same time, the originally rich true qi in the middle dantian was slowly repelled by the 5 brocade cloud painting outside the Great Formation. Good, Jade Archive Xiaohua saw this and immediately beamed with joy. Although he already knew from the auction at Zhai Xinglu that Confucian cultivators cultivated righteous qi, which was fundamentally different from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth cultivated by Daoists, the true qi in his middle dantian was formed from spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and there was simply no way to convert it. His previous idea was to use his current true qi as a foundation, and slowly think of other methods based on comprehending the 5 Qi's origin cultivation method. But now he saw that the 5 brocade cloud painting formation could actually be arranged in the middle dantian. The righteous Qi in the void was produced according to the righteous Qi's refinement method, so naturally it could be converted into righteous Qi. This true Qi was the purest true Qi of a Confucian cultivator. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.